This is a Storm Track 7 severe weather alert.
Good afternoon. I'm Storm Track 7 Chief Meteorologist Mark Schnackenberg. We have a tornado outbreak potentially about to ensue here. We've got several tornadoes just off to our west, and they're expected to be moving east into portions of eastern Iowa. We're under a tornado watch that's in effect until 9 o'clock. We have a couple of tornadoes already confirmed just west of Interstate 35, and we're looking at ones that are now just going to cross over Interstate 35, getting into Hardin County, just west of the Iowa Falls area. So this does include Franklin County, Hamilton County, Hardin County, and Wright County. As you see, there's several tornado warnings that are in effect just off to our west, and these storms are going to continue to move to the east. We've gotten some reports of some of these storms that are to our west, tornado estimated to be at least a quarter-mile wide. So we've got a situation where the atmosphere is primed for tornadoes in portions of eastern Iowa and central Iowa, and these storms are going to develop very rapidly in the next 1 to 2 hours. Already a number of tornado warnings that are in effect, and these are ones that are either radar indicated or observed. As you can see now, that's one towards Hamilton County and Story County. That is an observed tornado near Jewel. And then a bit farther to the north, this is a radar indicated for the moment. That does include portions of Franklin County, Hamilton, Hardin, and Wright County, including Blairsburg, Kamar, Webster City, and Williams. In addition to that, you could have the potential for some large hail. We are watching this area very closely, this storm right here, just northwest of the Parkersburg area. This is all part of an area that these storms are expected to develop very rapidly as we get into the next couple of hours. There is some active weather just to the north and west of the Parkersburg area. We're going to put a time lapse on this. You can see how fast the storm is developing and moving off toward the north and east. And there's more activity off to the south and west, and this is all coming in our direction. So that is the reason why we're on the air, because it does include portions of Hardin County with a tornado warning that is in effect, and there are a few other tornadoes that are out towards the west, and we want to give you a heads up to be aware of your weather surroundings over the next few hours around here. Know a safe place wherever you're going to be, or wherever you are. Know a safe place to be. The lowest level of a building is the safest place. Have at least 2 ways of getting a warning, if not 3. If you're at home, go to a basement. Lowest level, interior room. Stay away from any windows and protect your head. You want as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We have 3 tornado warnings in the central portion of the state, now one crossing over Interstate 35, and it'll be heading into portions of eastern Iowa at this point. Again, we're also monitoring a storm that is just northwest of the Parkersburg area, and this will continue to move in the northeasterly direction. You can see the movement on that. It moved from just north of Iowa Falls, heading towards the Allison area. No warning at this point on that storm. We're going to look inside that for a second just to see if there's any type of circulation within that. And there may be something brewing right here, south of Dumont, west of Kesley there. So right there in that area, just west of Allison, there's no official warning at this point, but something to monitor as we head through the next few minutes. But there is a tornado warning that is in effect for this area right here, which is just west of Sherman, west of Williams, over towards Jewel. We have a tornado warning, and then there's another tornado warning off towards the west here. And these are all observed tornadoes. These will continue to track toward the east and produce very large hail in addition to isolated tornadoes. There's several thunderstorms that are developing at this point, and this continues to move from west to east fairly quickly. In this area, we also have a tornado watch. We'll back out a little bit to give you an idea where the tornado watch is. So we have a tornado watch that's in effect for Chickasaw County to Fayette County, southward to Buchanan County, down towards Iowa County and Keokuk County, and that is just west of Cedar Rapids and Iowa City. This tornado watch is in effect until 9 o'clock. So in a very short period of time, little or no warning potentially, a tornado may occur in and around the watch area. So please pay attention to your weather surroundings and know where a safe place is, because this is a serious situation where storms are going to develop. They're going to develop fast, and you only have minutes to get to your location. So over the next hour or two, at least, maybe 3, know where your safe place is. Again, have several ways to get a warning, because sometimes one may fail. Maybe the siren won't go off because of a strong... Yes, go ahead.
New tornado warning issued for Butler
Kyle, you know,
Mike 6, yeah.
Yeah, Kyle's going to be here in just a second, because they're...
Okay, so we have a new tornado warning in effect for Butler County. Schnack was just talking about this storm northwest of Parkersburg. This is for a radar-indicated tornado and hail potential up to the size of quarters. So a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles northwest of Applington or 10 miles southwest of Allison, moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. So this is a new tornado warning until 5 o'clock for Butler County. And also, while you were talking, Mark, we did have a newly issued tornado warning in Hamilton and Hardin County. This was for an observed tornado. This tornado was confirmed near Jewel Junction or 16 miles southeast of Webster City, also moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. So these storms are moving relatively quickly at 35 miles per hour to the northeast. So if you are in Hardin County, if you are in Butler County, seek shelter immediately. As we've been mentioning, there have been several tornadoes that have been confirmed, as well as some damage, especially out toward Lake City in central Iowa. So these storms mean business. This situation is really rapidly intensifying as we speak. So please do stay weather aware.
And we do have meteorologist Brandon Libby. He is just southeast of that storm in Butler County there. He is just northwest of Parkersburg at this point. He's going to continue to monitor this situation as he's heading a little bit closer to get a little bit farther to the south and west to get a little better vantage point, because in advance of this, we do have some heavy rain. So you don't want to be on the side where there is some heavy rain in here, so you don't want to be up in this area. So he's sitting right about this area right now. He's going to be heading in this spot as the storm moves from west to east, and it's moving fairly quickly. Radar indicated tornado for Butler County, including the towns of Allison, Bristow, and Dumont. This is an area that you need to be taking shelter now at this point. If you're anywhere within this warning, you need to be taking shelter now. Lowest level of your building, interior room. If you can't get into the basement, interior room would be the next best place. Look for the spot that you stay away from any windows. Grab a bicycle helmet. You have a football helmet still, a baseball helmet. Grab that. You want to protect your head at all costs. If you don't have any of those, grab a pillow. Grab a book, a hard book, anything to help protect you in case there is a tornado that does impact you. You want to be able to protect your head from flying debris, because that is the one thing that is going to be detrimental here. So we're watching this very carefully. The storm just to the south and west of Allison, south of Dumont, is moving to the northeast. Large hail a possibility with this as well. There hasn't been a whole lot of lightning, but these storms have been developing very quickly, and these storms have been producing tornadoes. It's not just this warning that is currently in effect. We do have several other warnings just off to our west around the Iowa Falls area. Several warnings here near Jewel. You can see they're all starting to it looks like there's a couple of warnings there that may be observed tornadoes that need to be taking shelter in these areas. So Eldora, if you're living in that area, if you're in that area over towards Marshall County and towards Tama County, you may keep a lookout off towards the west. We have several storms that are producing tornadoes, and they are moving to the east. Around Story City, just to the south and west. Looking at a tornado or a storm that's producing some large hail. This is near the Story City area. just south and west. So we do have several warnings, tornado warnings, and a lot of these are observed tornadoes, and they are moving into our coverage area. This is still radar indicated tornado that is in effect for Butler County with the potential for large hail up to 1 inch in diameter. So please be careful in this area. I'm going to take a look inside the storm, see if you can see this. So, okay, so here's the scenario right in here. Let me grab this mouse here. Right here is where we have the possible tornado. It is south of Dumont, south of Highway 3, south and west of Allison. I'm going to zoom in a little bit tighter, see if we can get some more locations there. Just west of Kesley, this is Douglas Avenue, south of South Fork Park. That would be your location of the potential tornado. Heading northeast, so areas around Allison, Butler Center, Bristow, all in this tornado warning. There's the circulation getting a little bit tighter right in there. So it's just to the south and west. Any information with any of the others?
I have not, but we do have a photo of a potential tornado between Stanhope and Jewel. This is from Twitter. It's hard to see if that's actually reaching the ground as a tornado, but at least a funnel cloud at the very least. And this is coming from about 9 reports of tornadoes. This might be the same tornado that's being reported, but so far preliminary reports are of 9 tornadoes that have been observed. And we really need to keep a close eye on this Butler County storm as the latest velocities coming in, and that rotation does look to be tightening up. And as we mentioned, as Storm Track 7 meteorologist Brandon Libby, he is on that storm. He is on the safe side of the storm and will be tracking it for us. We also have Storm Track 7 meteorologist Joy Bettenhausen out in Storm Chaser 7. She's getting set up in Grundy County to keep an eye on these storms moving in. But so far, no tornado reported in Butler County, but we do have ongoing tornado warnings in effect for portions of Hardin and Franklin County. That was just updated until 5:15. That's a newly issued warning for Franklin and Hardin County for that potential of a tornado. It was located 9 miles southwest of Iowa Falls, moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. So we have multiple tornado warnings ongoing. If you are in any of these warnings, or even if you're in the path of these warnings outside, or the path of these storms outside of the warnings, keep in your shelter place, the lowest level of your home. If you don't have a basement, you want to find an interior room or closet. And if we want to pull up Max 2, we do have some tornado safety tips for you. Again, we've got your house here, the hallway, a closet, stairwell, especially beneath the stairwell, or the bathroom. Any place where there are no windows is where you want to be. You want to take something to cover your head because there is that potential for that flying debris. Again, we have had some reports of damage from trees and power lines being blown over by the tornado out toward Lake City there in central Iowa. And there have, again, been several reports of some tornadoes. So we're going to continue to monitor the situation for you. Again, the latest warning for our viewing area is Butler County, and that goes until 5 o'clock this afternoon.
And there's if you go to Max 1, we'll be able to see the circulation looking at the tornado that is just south of Dumont, a possible tornado south of Dumont, just to the south and west of Allison and north of Kesley. It is west of Butler Center, west of Highway 14 there, south of Highway 3. This will be tracking to the north and east here, and that is where the possible tornado is at this point. It continues to move in the northeasterly direction. Again, that is radar indicated so far. Meteorologist Brandon Libby is on this storm, and he hasn't seen, he's seen some lowering, but no confirmation of a tornado. So again, this is radar indicated, and it is to the north and west of Parkersburg, south and west of Allison. This other tornado warning here, this was just issued, was Kyle was mentioning, for Franklin and into Hardin County, for Alden, Buckeye, Iowa Falls, and Owassa. This is a radar indicated tornado, hail up to 3/4 of an inch possible, and we are looking at that storm to continue to move in the northeasterly direction. There are several tornado warnings just off to the west of Grundy County. All of these storms have the potential for producing a tornado. Some of these do have tornado warnings on them. Some of them have had a history of producing a tornado as well as some damage. So far they are just off to the west, but the warning so far across portions of eastern Iowa, our coverage area, would be for Butler County, including the towns of Allison, Bristow, and Dumont. I do want to show you the bigger picture here just to let everybody else know what's going on. It is quiet around the rest of eastern Iowa. So far it is quiet. Expect more showers and thunderstorms to move on into the picture, and some of these storms may be severe. Large hail, up to 2 inches possibility with some of these thunderstorms. The atmosphere is very muggy. You probably noticed that. It was a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, and any of these thunderstorms can produce a quick 1 to as much as 3 inches of rain in a very short period of time, and so therefore flash flooding is also a concern. With some of these thunderstorms, the primary threat would be damaging wind once these individual cells start to become merged together. When they start merging together or molding together, and they'll eventually turn into a line of storms, and then we'll see damaging winds associated with those storms as we get into the later part of the evening hours. There's also a possibility of some hail, but the wind will be the primary concern as we head through the evening hours, in addition to the short-term concern of a tornado. So some very heavy rain, maybe some hail with this as well now, just west of Butler Center, between Allison and Kesley.
Yes, and we actually do have Storm Track 7 meteorologist Brandon Libby joining us via cell phone. And Brandon, I know you were on this storm just to the north of Parkersburg, and I know you've noticed a little bit of lowering at times. What are you seeing with this storm right now?
Hey, guys. So right now I'm on J Avenue, kind of a dirt road in Butler County. Looking at my radar, I'm just to the southeast of this storm, and there's nothing on the ground right now, but certainly the clouds are very, very low. They're very dark, but nothing is on the ground that I can see. So just kind of keeping an eye on it right now. Lots of scud type of clouds, which may look like funnels at times, but not really seeing any funnel clouds right now or tornadoes, but certainly, like I said, things are pretty low to the ground, so definitely something worth watching here.
Is anything spinning at all, or is it just hanging low?
Not seeing too much spinning at this point. Certainly I can see the clouds moving fast, but they're not spinning.
Okay.
But certainly some lowering kind of scud-type clouds. Okay.
Yeah, we've just got an update here, and it pretty much it's approaching Highway 14 just south of Allison. So it's to the west of Highway 14, and it is northeast of Kesley. And the storm is intensifying, so some very heavy rain with this, as well as some hail. As Brandon said, there hasn't been any circulation with those lowering of the clouds, and there's a lot of moisture in these storms, and so a lot of times when you get these very muggy days and you got these storms or clouds hanging around, they can hang a little bit lower and get misconstrued of a funnel cloud or a tornado. So that's, again, the big question every time we get a report is it turning? Because that makes a major difference, whether it's just a low-hanging cloud or is that low-hanging cloud, is that turning? So stay with us, Brandon. Let us know if anything changes. We'll continue to go back to the radar here and look off to the south and west. So keep in mind where you are, you've got some storms, as you can see on the radar, coming to your south and west. So be careful on both ends there, because you've got some storms that are heading in your direction from the southwest. The tornado warnings continue off to the south and west, as mentioned here. Several tornado warnings. Some of these are radar indicated. Some of these are confirmed tornadoes. These are just to the west of our coverage area, southwest of Iowa Falls, west of Eldora. These are moving towards the northeast generally, and these are heading to the northeast. Now, this one's sitting by itself. A lot of times when these storms sit by themselves, not a good situation here in the short term, because what happens is a lot of the energy is taken up by just that one storm, and it's not spread out over other storms. So we've got this one that sits by itself, and watching it carefully as the storm continues moving to the northeasterly direction. Now keep in mind there is a severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect. I'll find the watch box.
Tornado watch.
Tornado watch.
Yes.
What did I say? Severe thunderstorm. Apologies.
Yeah.
It's all good. Tornado watch that is in effect, and this watch does include Fayette County, as well as Butler County, Bremer County. This includes Chickasaw County. This also includes Iowa County, Keokuk County, Tama County, Grundy County, Blackhawk County. All these counties and areas towards the west, this tornado watch is in effect until 9 o'clock. So large hail, damaging winds, tornadoes a possibility, as well as some very heavy rain moving on through the area.
And we just got an update on that tornado warning for portions of Hamilton and Hardin County. This continues for 15 more minutes until 5 o'clock rather. At 4:43, a confirmed tornado was located near Jewel Junction, or 16 miles southeast of Webster City, and this is moving off to the east at 30 miles per hour. So again, if you are in Hardin County, you do want to take this storm seriously. We just had that report of a tornado just a few minutes ago.
And these are going to be the situation where these storms develop very quickly. We were looking at this somewhere between 4 and about 6 o'clock time frame that these storms are going to develop, and they're going to develop really fast. And as they do so, a tornado is going to develop with these storms very quickly as well. So you can see there's several clusters of storms across portions of central and into parts of eastern Iowa. One cluster here, another couple of clusters actually right in here, another one back here south of Fort Dodge, another one around the Storm Lake area, and all of these all have the potential for producing damaging wind, large hail, and even a few tornadoes. So we've got a couple of tornado warnings that remain in effect. We continue this tornado warning that's in effect for Butler County. The storm is now south of Allison. Dumont, you look like you're in the clear of this. The storm will be to your east now. This will continue to move in the northeasterly direction. So if you're over around the Shell Rock area, Clarksville, over towards Plainfields, Waverly, this storm is heading in your direction. You're probably starting to see some rain push into the area. And as of this point, we've had only radar indicated circulation out of this storm. We haven't had any confirmation of anything touching down or funnel clouds out of this. But there is some circulation within this storm, and so the National Weather Service has issued, or did issue, a tornado warning. Still looking at radar indicated update there. Notice that, as I mentioned, their area to the west, Dumont, you're in the clear, and well, with the update they took your area out of the tornado warning and made it a little bit smaller on the back end there, but it continues to remain in effect off towards the north and east. That does include the city of Allison over Butler Center right now. The storm is crossing over Highway 14, heading towards Sinclair Avenue. So if you live in those areas, Butler Center Road, Sinclair Avenue, that intersection right there, and to the west and northwest is where the strongest part of this storm. And with that, there is a potential for some large hail, 1-inch diameter, which is about the size of a quarter. That could do some damage. So stay away from any windows. You want as many walls between you and the outside. Again, this is a possible tornado with this storm as it moves in the northeasterly direction. In advance of that, we have rain, and that extends all the way to the northeast, around Plainfield, over towards the Waverly area. And it does include Bremer, Shell Rock County Park, Sportsman Park there, Leper's Prairie Preserve, over towards Allison. And that's where the storms continue to move in the northeast, or this storm continues to move in the northeasterly direction with the possibility of some large hail. And
we did just get the update to that warning. Still radar indicated, as we've been mentioning. Also, meteorologist Brandon Libby just sent us an update saying that there's nothing on the ground right now, but there is a lot of low cloud cover and probably a lot of wind with this storm as well. So again, this is still radar indicated, and we're kind of getting a muddled picture on the radar due to the fact that we do have we're kind of on the edge of the radar site, but that's why we have Brandon on the ground there checking that storm out. He will also be updating our social media pages. So meteorologist Brandon Libby is on the phone. Brandon, real quick, where are you at right now, and what exactly are you seeing?
Hey guys. So this circulation that we're seeing on radar, it's just off to my north. In fact, the storm looks like it's kind of stopping maybe and changing slight amount of direction. So I'm actually backing up a little bit. Otherwise, this thing's going to be right over me. But there is a lot of wind. I can feel the winds coming out of the storm right now. There's nothing on the ground circulation-wise. Okay. Extremely low clouds, but I don't see any funnels or wall clouds, things like that. So far, so good here with this storm, but we'll keep an eye on it.
All right, Brandon, thank you very much. And again, Brandon's on that storm there in Butler County, which has had a tornado warning here for the last 15 to 20 minutes or so. We do have a photo from Jewel, Iowa. This was taken about 4:30 here from a storm chaser, and you can definitely see that that is a tornado that has been doing some damage there in Hamilton County. This is a tornado just to the southwest of Iowa Falls that continues to move off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. And again, we have had multiple reports of a tornado out of this storm. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that storm as well. We've had about 9 reports of a tornado here across the state of Iowa, really in the last hour or so. So these storms are developing very quickly, tapping into some of that really unstable air, rotating and dropping a tornado just like that. So this is why we are on the air with you, because this is a very fast changing situation. We were really keeping an eye on that storm in Butler County, and sure enough, probably 15 or 20 minutes after it developed, we went ahead and it became a tornado warning. So we are going to continue to stay on air with you and bring you updates as we get them. If you are under this tornado warning in Butler County, or if you are in Hardin County, you want to make sure you follow your safety tips and head to the lowest level of your home. If you do not have a basement, you want to find anywhere that does not have any windows. You do not want to be anywhere near windows. You want to take something to cover your head, whether that's a mattress. I know that's a little hard to get in a short notice, but take a blanket. If the kids have some bike helmets laying around, take that, cover your head, just protect yourself from potential flying debris. But of course, the best place to be is going to be your basement. So again, if you are in Butler County, that tornado warning does continue here for the next several minutes as we continue to get signs on radar of rotation. But as Brandon's been mentioning, he's not been seeing any lowering of the clouds, or I should say any rotation of the clouds. The clouds are definitely low, and that just shows you how humid this environment is. But just based on reflectivity alone, this storm does look like it is meaning some business here, and it's by itself, which we don't really like to see in this type of environment. It's a supercell thunderstorm, so at any given time it could easily produce a tornado. So that's why that tornado warning is in effect for portions of Butler County. And we're also keeping an eye on Grundy County as well, as those storms off to the west continue to track to the east. And Joy Bettenhausen is going to be... Joy is joining us right now from Storm Chaser 7. Hey, Joy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Kyle.
So, Joy, let the viewers know where you are and what exactly you're seeing, and actually where you're headed, because I know you're pretty close to some of these tornadic storms.
Yes, so we are on Highway 20 right now. We just passed Grundy Center. We're going to continue to go west just a bit, as we still can't see anything. I'll flip the camera for you here, and we're just seeing these kind of darker blue skies. We did see one cloud-to-ground lightning strike. I would say that was about a minute ago. Winds are starting to pick up, so that would be some of those inflow winds, bringing in some more warm air and moisture into the storms. But as of right now, no rain yet. It looks like we did see some rain off in the distance. Now we are heading again west on 20. I think our key note is where we're going to stop in Wellsburg, and of course that's headed towards the storm that's near Iowa Falls and Owasso and Steamboat Rock that is tornado warned. So I know no tornado has been reported with this storm, and again we aren't seeing much here, but of course we will keep you updated on where we get closer and as well as what we see.
Okay, let's go to the the radar. We just have a new tornado warning that is in effect. This now includes, back out here a little bit. This extends farther to the north and east of the storm that you were talking about into Butler County. This is a new tornado warning now in effect for Bremer and portions of Butler County. This is radar indicated, so there's still a potential for that same storm that continues to move in the northeasterly direction. So those areas that are now impacted would be Clarksville, Shell Rock. Look for Waverly, Allison. If you're in these areas, you need to be taking shelter now. Your devices are probably alerting you that a tornado warning has been issued. Sirens should be sounding for those that are outside in these areas. So there is a potential for a tornado to move into the area. This is now over towards Horton, Plainfield. This is bound Cedar Bend County Park. This will include the town of Waverly. This is just north of the Janesville area. It does include Coster and over towards Butler Center. And then the storm right now, currently over Allison, and it continues to move toward the north and east. This is a tornado warning that is in effect. It's moving towards the east at about 30 miles per hour. So I will put a track on this, give you some timing on how fast or the locations that this is going to be near. So put a track on this, the speed on that, and put it towards the northeast. So looking at 4:56, so right about now, Leopard Prairie Preserve, Sportsman Park, that'll be at 5 o'clock. Shell Rock County Park, that'll be at 5:06. Waverly Shell Rock High School, that'll be at 5:16. And around 5:18 will be in Waverly. So in advance of that, we do have some rain falling. So please be very careful. You take shelter at this point in advance of the storm as it approaches you. Damaging wind and large hail possibility, as well as the threat for a tornado. So please be careful. At this point, you need to be taking shelter now as the storm moves in the easterly direction about 30 miles per hour. The storm is just to the east of the Allison area and heading north, or east and northeast at about 30 miles per hour. We continue to monitor these storms off to the south and west. So Parkersburg, you're looking north and seeing that one storm, but don't forget you've got other storms off to the south and west. These are also producing severe weather. Tornado warnings in effect for several locations, including parts of Hamilton and Hardin counties, including Buckeye, Eldora, Owasso, and Sherman.
And that just got updated, and there is still an observed tornado. It was confirmed 12 miles east of Jewel Junction or 13 miles southwest of Iowa Falls. So this continues to be an observed tornado that we have seen for the last several minutes, and we're still seeing the signs of that rotation as well. So if you are in Hardin County, you want to stay in your shelter place. This storm is tracking east, and we'll be heading toward the Grundy County area. So meteorologist Joy Bettenhausen is going to keep tabs on that storm for sure, as it has had a history of producing a tornado. And then we've had, again, a history of some damage reported in the Lake City area, just to our west and central Iowa, where several trees have been down, some power lines have been down as well. So this is some pretty serious stuff, as we've now had damaging tornadoes that have been reported in portions of Iowa, and unfortunately they are tracking to the east into our viewing area, which is why we are staying on top of these storms. It's very difficult to keep tabs of all of these polygons, but just to listen to us if you are in these warned areas. We are certainly going to keep you updated, and we've got Storm Track 7 meteorologists Brandon Libby and Joy Bettenhausen out on these storms, and we are going to continue to keep tabs with them, keep them safe, and bring you the latest information as we get it.
Okay, yeah, Joy is just saying that she's mentioned she was off of Highway 20, and she's near the Wellsburg area. Now, you can see the storm just to the south or right over the Sherman area. So Joy right now is sitting right about here, somewhere about here near Wellsburg, about Highway 20, and then here's where the tornado threat is, and this storm is heading to the north and east. So Joy's probably listening, and she can see this, so she'll be it'll be heading toward or just to her north and west as of this point. We are looking at a confirmed tornado near the Sherman area. This is west of Eldora and south of Buckeye, moving to the east-northeast. We continue to monitor this storm here This is in Butler County as well. This is a tornado warning that is in effect until 5:30. Video from, this is in Hardin County. Right, this is from Hardin County.
Near the Eldora area.
And this is some lowering of the clouds, and not going to see anything. There was nothing there when it comes to funnel clouds, but you can see how low the clouds are. And you get these sometimes, you get a portion of the cloud cover to fall a little bit lower than other parts of the cloud, and that may be a bit of a concern because you see that lowering. And the first question that the National Weather Service or any of the meteorologists would ask, is it rotating? Is it spinning? Is it turning? That is the concern. If it's just low-hanging clouds, that's what we call scud, and then not necessarily going to be something that we'll continue to monitor, but a little less of a concern than if it was starting to turn or coming from an area that was turning. So the storms continue to move across the area, and that's one of the storms that's farther to the west. Go back to Max 1 there. You can see the storm approaching the Clarksville area. I wouldn't be surprised that you've got some hail out of this about to move into the picture. The storm is now east of Allison, so I don't want to give it all clear yet, but you're pretty close to getting that as the storm is now to the east of Allison. Shell Rock, you're still in this. Clarksville, you're going to be getting this storm very quickly, so please take shelter now at this point as the storm heads in your direction farther to the west. There are some more storms. You can see them around the Iowa Falls area, Sherman over towards the Eldora region, and the one near Buckeye and Sherman, that one has had an observed tornado with it, and it continues to move in the northeasterly direction. So we've got your circulation that would put the tornado sitting right about here, just north of Hubbard, east of Sherman, and west of Eldora. We're looking at Brandon's telling us he's heading now south as that storm moves away. He's going to get out of the way of this next storm because he doesn't want to get in front of this one.
And Joy is doing the same thing. So our meteorologists out in the field are watching these storms very closely, and they are staying a safe distance away from these possible tornadoes, but also trying to get you the information that you need to know.
Yeah, because Joy's still in Grundy County. Brandon is in Butler County. And these storms are heading north and east. And so the concern that we're watching for them as well as you, these storms right here, these are all moving to the north and east. And so those that have been joining us recently as we get towards into the 5 o'clock hour, tuning in for a 5 o'clock newscast, we are doing severe weather coverage with several tornado warnings across portions of central and parts of eastern Iowa now, as tornadoes have been observed in the area. Has done some damage out towards Lake City and just to the west of I-35, and these storms continue to move toward the east. The bigger picture here does show that we do have some more showers and thunderstorms off towards the west. We're in a situation where the environment is favorable for tornadoes to form in a very short period of time. These tornadoes are going to develop very quickly within the next hour or two, and they'll continue to move eastward. Eventually this will become a line of storms and then push across the rest of eastern Iowa with very heavy rain, damaging wind potential, as well as some hail. In addition to that, we do have a tornado watch that is in effect for portions of eastern, central, and western Iowa. That does include Bremer County, Fayette County, Grundy County, Chickasaw County, Buchanan County, Black Hawk County, Grundy County, I think I mentioned that. Also looking at Iowa County, Tama County, Benton County, and those areas around Interstate 80 there. So Dupawashee County all the way out towards the Des Moines region. And this is a potential as we get into the later part of the evening, depending on how these storms evolve. A new watch may get issued farther to the east and maybe farther to the north, depending on where the storms are and the severity of them. It may be a severe thunderstorm watch because the threat for tornadoes may diminish by the time those storms get there, because again, they'll start to merge together and eventually become more of a line of storms that will pass on through. So something we'll continue to monitor as we head through the next few hours here. This warning, this watch is in effect until 9 o'clock. So we have these tornado warnings that are in effect, one for Butler County, as well as into Bremer County. That is the western portion of Bremer County. That does include the city of Waverly. You can see the storm just to the east of Allison. Allison, you're now in the clear from this. Clarksville is where this storm is located and is heading to the northeast. Plainfield, you need to be taking shelter now as this storm moves to the north in east at about 30 miles per hour. Farther to the south and east, we have 3 storms and 3 warnings. And we have large hail, vivid lightning, very heavy rain, and the possibility of a tornado. This one is an observed tornado. I'll take a look at the radar here. Switch over modes, and the one that is more of the concern is this here, just north of Hubbard and to the east of Sherman. Farther to the south and west, also a report of around the just east of Story City, a tornado. And that one is a radar indicated tornado. So these tornado warnings remain in effect here through 5:45. The one in eastern Iowa, this one is until 5:30. So we'll at least be on the air till 5:30 as this storm continues to move in the easterly direction with very heavy rain, vivid lightning, also the possibility of some large hail. As these storms have the potential of producing, and don't have any reports of damaging hail at this point. I'm going to change this over to a different mode here and see some of the storm reports. And you can see this is from earlier today. That's across portions of eastern Iowa. These are the tornado reports that all came out in the last 12 hours, pretty much the last couple of hours here. All these reports of a tornado, and that continues to come in from the National Weather Service, and these are all going to be heading to the northeast as we head through the evening hours. As you can see, several tornado warnings remain in effect at this hour.
And in that Butler County supercell, we're still seeing a few signs of rotation, but Mark, one of the threats that you've been mentioning is the hail. And honestly, our Storm Track 7 live Doppler radar hail parameter is estimating the size of hail to be up to golf balls. So this storm is by itself. It's feeding into the environment. So it has a really strong possibility of producing that hail. So if you're in the Clarksville area, while there might not necessarily be a tornado, you need to stay in your shelter place because there's not only going to be lightning, but also the potential for large hail that could do some damage. We were mentioning that tornado warning just to the southwest of Iowa Falls. That was reported as on the ground as an observed tornado at 4:55, so about 12 minutes or so ago. So that storm has had a history of producing a tornado as it does continue to move off to the east. So these storms do mean business, so you want to stay in your shelter place. And if you are out ahead of these storms, you want to stay tuned to the weather because things can go downhill and change very quickly.
If they want to pull up, I just tweeted out something that Brandon sent from my Twitter account there. And it is a wall cloud.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
From the storm in Butler County is the one that Brandon is on, and he is south of this. So they'll pull that up here in just a second, and that continues at this hour with this storm. And that's the reason why the National Weather Service has extended that warning or issued a new warning to extend that farther towards the east to include Bremer County. So if we go to the graphic there, this is where Brandon is located, looking at this storm from the south, and you can see the lowering of the cloud base there, and that is where the storm is. So we do have a wall cloud from this storm in Butler County moving toward the east towards Bremer County. Wait for Brandon here, is going to report. I just asked, is Brandon available?
Hear you guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Brandon, yeah, we just sent that picture out, and they've got the picture that you sent me up on the screen. Tell us what you see in relation to what you sent me moments ago.
Yeah, so pretty much looking at the same thing. I'm just to the southwest of that storm. Definitely a well-defined wall cloud, but no tornado that's coming out of it. Nothing's on the ground, but certainly it does look like it's rotating just a bit. So right now I'm kind of just outside of, I believe it's New Albion. So kind of looking to the northeast at this storm. And again, nothing's on the ground right now, but certainly is very low, is rotating, moving pretty quickly. So keeping a close eye on it. I'll let you guys know if anything changes with that.
Okay, appreciate that. And again, that's the vantage point. That is the lowering of the cloud, the wall cloud, and that is where you're going to get, or where the tornado would be coming from. So we'll be watching that very carefully, and that lines up with the radar also. So we'll be able to see that here as well. In addition to that, as Brandon looks at that one, he's also watching behind him to the south and west of some storms that are heading in his direction. We also have meteorologist Joy Bentonhausen. She is in Grundy County. She has been on Highway 20, has been heading west on the western or central portion of Grundy County there. She was about the Wellsburg area. I don't know if Joy is available to talk or to get a signal.
So, yeah, she, I guess, has a pretty good shot from Storm Chaser 7. Hey, Joy, it's Kyle. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Kyle.
So, where are you located at now? And let us know what you're seeing.
We are just east of Eldora, and we are still heading in the southerly direction, checking out these storms here. Haven't noticed anything interesting to note. We got out of the rain. The rain was pretty heavy in a couple of locations, especially while we were on 20. So definitely, if you are going to be on those roadways, be safe out there. It was found in a clip. As of right now, these are probably the interesting clouds that we have seen so far. No rotation, not really any lowering of anything to note. Just a lot of rain associated with these storms and some cloud to ground lightning. Of course, that does pose a threat if you are outside. If you are going to be outside, of course, make sure you're not the tallest thing out on the roadways or out anywhere out on the road, as lightning is definitely a possible hazard here. Lightning actually has been picking up as we've been driving. This is what we've been seeing so far. You just noticed that lightning flash on the camera there. Of course, if we kind of notice anything more interesting or if we see any rotating wall clouds, of course, we'll let you guys know what we're seeing so far.
Joe, you mentioned I was doing something else, so reiterate, what road are you on? Do you know, heading south? Do you know what road are you on? 14?
We're on 175. We're on 175.
Going west. Going west. Okay.
175 going west.
Okay. As you can see there, those storms are coming in your direction, so be very careful as those storms, especially the one southwest of you, as that continues to move to the northeast. We just got update on that tornado-warned storm that you're heading toward, including the town of Eldora. Still radar indicated for Hardin County. This is heading northeast towards Steamboat Rock. So be very careful, anybody in that area. This storm continues to move toward the northeast. Look at all the lightning and the potential hail out of this storm here. This is the one that Brandon's been watching.
Yes, and that's the one where radar is indicating potentially up to golf ball size hail. And he's also noted that rotating wall cloud, and he just sent us an update saying that he's still seeing that, and it is getting a little bit lower and a little tighter. So that's definitely what we're seeing on radar as well. What we look at in the radar for the velocity, this is the wind inside the storm. So the pinks and the reds that you see, that is the wind that is blowing away from the radar site in Des Moines, and then the green is the wind blowing towards. So you get that differential in the wind. That's where you get that rotation, and the closer those colors are together and the tighter they are together, that's kind of more of a sign that those storms are rotating. So we definitely have probably some damaging wind gusts at the very least around Shell Rock. So if you're in Waverly, You need to stay in your shelter place right now. This storm is directly to your west, and it is heading east there along Highway 3. Again, no reports of a tornado out of that storm, but it is definitely rotating and potentially producing some very large hail up to the size of quarters or potentially even larger, as this storm is pretty tall up into the atmosphere, and it's a supercell, so it's on its own and it's feeding into the environment around it. There's a lot of warm air moving into this storm, and that's keeping its strength, maintaining its strength as it continues to track off to the east. So that tornado warning does continue here for portions of Butler and Bremer County, and we continue to keep a very close eye on all of these storms heading into eastern Iowa, because we have had almost a dozen reports of a tornado. Now, some of those reports could be, people seeing the same tornado, but regardless, we are getting the reports of the tornadoes that are doing some damage. We've had reports out in central Iowa of some damage. Haven't had any reports closer to eastern Iowa, but several reports of tornadoes being observed as they continue to move off to the east. So we are going to stay on the air with you here for this tornado warning. In fact, Schnack has the vertical profile of this storm in Butler County.
Look at the height on this. This is reaching up to 60,000 feet. So to get that storm to get to 60,000 feet, you've got some very intense updrafts in this storm. And with intense updrafts, meaning the air going up fast within the storm, there is a possibility of some very large hail from this storm as well. Speaking of large hail, we just got a report that came in, 1 1/4 inch diameter size hail in Clarksville. So yeah, so now the confirmation is coming in of some of these storm reports. These will be these storm reports.
And they just updated that tornado warning to include that hail size you were just talking about. So that tornado warning for Bremer and Butler County does continue until 5:30. Again, we are very concerned about that potential of the storm dropping a tornado, but also, as Schnack just mentioned, we do have reports of half-dollar size hail in and around the Clarksville area. So this thunderstorm capable of producing the tornado was near Shell Rock, just to the west of Waverly, moving east at 30 miles per hour. So Waverly, you are not out of the woods yet. Stay in your shelter place, and we're going to continue to keep a very, very close track on this storm, because right now, Mark, I don't know if you would agree, but I think this is the strongest storm that we have. Maybe that one out to the south of Iowa Falls. Those are two to really watch. But in our viewing area, at least, this is one that is likely dropping a lot of hail, certainly some very heavy rainfall, a lot of vivid lightning, and then on the south side of that storm is likely where we have that potential of a tornado, or at least just to the west of Waverly. So if you are in Waverly, please do stay in your shelter place, as this is a very, very dangerous storm.
Still no tornado, but still holding on to that wall cloud. It is very pronounced underneath that storm in Butler County, heading to Bremer County. And again, this is a storm that has a history. Let's go to max 1 or 2, if you could, so I can get off of this computer for the moment.
And I'll actually go ahead and put a track on this, the warned part of this storm as it continues to move off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. This potential tornado is right over Shell Rock right now. 5:27, that's about 10 minutes from now. This will be in Waverly. This will be in Bremer around 5:35. Artisan at 5:39. Tripola around 5:47, and the Wapsie Valley High School area just before the top of the hour here at 6. So if you are in any of these areas, please head to your shelter place. Denver, you're not officially in this warning, nor are any of the towns that I just mentioned. But Denver, you are close enough to the storm to be in danger. Just go ahead and stay inside. We don't want you to be going out to look at the storm. We have trained professionals. We have our own Brandon Libby out there keeping a very close eye on the storm that continues to show that very low hanging cloud, that low wall cloud that continues to rotate. So Brandon Libby is going to continue to monitor that storm. I'm going to put this back toward the radar, and you will certainly be able to see that Waverly is about to get hammered with some very torrential rainfall, as well as that potential for that hail up to the size of half $50 or larger. Again, this storm is about 60,000 feet tall, so it's got really strong wind going toward it, feeding in that heat and humidity that is around it. So we're going to continue to keep track of that storm. We're also keeping track of that storm in Hardin County. Right now it's a radar indicated tornado and does have the potential for $50 to golf ball size hail out of that one, as well as it continues to move east at about 40 miles per hour, and that potential tornado was located near Roland or 13 miles southwest of Eldora, moving off to the east at about 30 miles per hour.
Okay, we've got a picture. This one is, what was that, DJ?
And
south of...
We just got a new warning, Mark, for this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Blackhawk, Bremer, and Butler County. This goes until 6 o'clock, and this is for a potential of a tornado. So this is officially a severe thunderstorm warning. It does have that potential for hail up to the size of $50, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. But we are also going to be watching that potential for a tornado as well. And this is for that storm. So this is northern Blackhawk County. So this is for that same storm. So we're going to continue to watch it. Brandon Libby is on this storm and has noted a rotating wall cloud. So we're going to continue to watch that for the potential of a tornado. And actually, we're going to have meteorologist Brandon Libby join us right now on the phone. Brandon, what is your location and what are you seeing?
Before you talk, directors, I just tweeted out a picture that Brandon just sent me. So this will, if you can update that picture as Brandon talks. Okay, Brandon, go.
Hey, guys. So I don't have a current visual on it. I'm trying to get a little closer. I'm going to move east, kind of into the New Albion area right now. I just left probably about a minute or two ago, and nothing was on the ground at that point, but it's starting to get a little far away for me to see, so I'm going to try to get a little closer. But as of right now, I haven't seen anything.
Brandon, we're up on that picture. Is that rain in the distance that you saw underneath that wall cloud or past the wall cloud?
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of a rain shaft there coming out of the wall cloud, not a tornado or a funnel or anything.
But there hasn't been, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of rain with this, so we'll be able to, you'll be fairly be able to see this if it does become a tornado. I don't see a whole lot of rain so far with this storm with that photo that you sent.
Right, yeah, from my vantage point, it's a very good view of the storm. It's not really blocked by rain too much, so we'll be able to see what happens with it if I can get a little closer here.
Okay. All right. Be careful out there. Stay with us. We do have a new warning. This does include Grundy County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect with the town of Hardin County, or county of Hardin as well, Grundy and Hardin County, including Conrad, Eldora, Hubbard, Sherman. There is hail up to golf ball size, a possibility with this thunderstorm as it continues to move in the easterly direction. Winds up to 60 miles an hour are possible with the storm, in addition to a tornado. No warning on this when it comes to a tornado warning, but this storm does have a potential maybe to produce a tornado. This has a history of producing a tornado, so we'll keep an eye on this, but at least large hail with this storm up to golf ball size, a possibility, in addition to winds up to 60 miles per hour.
And we just got an update now to that Bremer-Butler tornado warning. So just to the west of Waverly, we do have a confirmed tornado that is located over Waverly, moving east at 45 miles per hour. So right now we do have an observed tornado near Waverly, moving off to the east at 45 miles per hour. So please, if you're in Waverly, please stay in your shelter place. Do not get out of the house. Now is not the time to do that. You need to stay inside, lowest level of your home. If you do not have a basement, go to your bathroom. Go somewhere where there are no windows. If you live in an apartment complex, go on the lowest floor. Go into a hallway. Seek shelter, take something to protect your head, and most importantly, just put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You do not need to be near a window, as there is that potential for that tornado near the Waverly area. So Brandon's listening to us, so hopefully he can get to a distance to kind of see what's going on here with that storm. But right now, that storm or that observed tornado is right around the Waverly area, moving east at 45 miles per hour, and there's also the potential for some hail. So please do take this seriously, as that tornado warning does continue for another 7 minutes or so until 5:30, and we'll have to see if the Weather Service extends this a little farther east of Waverly. If you do live east of Waverly, if you live around the Reedland area, Denver, Tripola, I would head to your shelter place anyway, because this storm continues to move off to the east fairly quickly at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. So we're going to continue to monitor this storm as well as that storm in Grundy County, but I'm going to go ahead and put a track on Max 2 of this storm that's over Waverly as it continues to move off to the east, and I'm going to take it outside of that severe thunderstorm warning, and we need to continue to monitor that very closely. And that severe thunderstorm warning has actually just been replaced with a tornado warning for portions of northern Blackhawk County, Bremer County, and Butler County. So at 5:23, so right now, a confirmed tornado was located over Waverly, moving east at 45 miles per hour. So again, we are talking about an observed tornado moving east at 45 miles per hour. So Waverly, it's over you right now. Bremer, 5:33. Denver High School, 5:41. Reedland Elementary School, 6:50. Wapsie Valley High School, 6 o'clock. Or I should say 5:50. Wapsie Valley High School, 6 o'clock. Orion at 6:06. So if you are in the path of this storm, please do take shelter immediately. You need to be in the lowest level of your home. Of course, you all know that's the basement, but I know some of you do not have a basement. And if you do not have a basement, you need to find a hallway, a closet, a bathroom. You just need to avoid a room without any windows. Take something to cover yourself, whether that's a mattress or some blankets. Head to the bathroom, take the kids into the bathtub, get them a bicycle helmet or something to potentially protect their heads from any potential flying debris. So luckily with this storm in Butler County, where we had that tornado near the Shell Rock area and heading to the east toward Waverly, no damage has been reported yet, but there has been an observed tornado. So we are going to continue to monitor this situation very closely, as we now have that confirmation of a tornado in Bremer County right around the Waverly area. So again, Bremer, Butler, as well as northern Blackhawk County. This does not include Waterloo or Cedar Falls, all under a tornado warning here until 5:30 for an observed tornado and that potential of hail up to the size of $50. So we were mentioning that potential of the hail. Not only are we seeing that over Waverly right now, but we are also seeing that potential for a tornado as it has been observed. And right now, that rotation is right over Waverly. So I've zoomed right over Highway 3 here. If you live around Bremer Road, just to the north of Janesville High School, heading toward Artisan and Denver High School, stay in your shelter place right now. It's very important that you stay safe here in this situation. Again, we're looking at the rotation inside of the storm. The green is going toward the radar site in Des Moines. The red is going away from the radar site. And again, just 2 miles southwest of Waverly, a train spotter reported that tornado at 4:23, and that's exactly what we are seeing here. In fact, that tornado is likely right over Highway 3 here, just to the southwest of Waverly, and it continues to move off to the east.
Downstairs, if you go to a Twitter account, we got a picture of the tornado. Keep going. Right.
Okay, so again, we do have that tornado in progress here right around Waverly that continues to move off to the east at about 45 miles per hour. So we are going to continue to monitor this storm for you. Brandon Libby is on this storm, and again, we do have that tornado right now that has been reported in Waverly. If we can go ahead and pull that up on the screen. Is this a tornado that you're talking about,
Yep.
Schnack?
Yep.
Okay, so there you go. That is a tornado. You can see that we do have that condensation funnel going to the ground. You can see that there might be a little debris there in the air. You know, it's kind of hard to see from the picture, but hopefully it's not hitting any buildings. But we're going to continue to watch that very carefully here for you.
Put Kyle up on 2 if you can. He can.
Yeah, I can point out kind of what's going on here. So, you know, a lot of times it doesn't necessarily look like a tornado. Like this might look like a funnel cloud to you, but what we can notice here is that we do have a little bit of that condensation down toward the ground. So we definitely have that tornado that has been confirmed by spotters, and that's why the National Weather Service has issued that tornado warning in effect for portions of Bremer County, northern Blackhawk County, and extreme eastern Butler County. So this is the storm right now that is just 2 miles southwest of Waverly. So if you are in the Waverly area, stay in your shelter place. If you're in Denver, stay in your shelter place. Reedling, you are in the path of this storm as well. This is the tornado that is potentially doing some damage. We can kind of see a little bit of that cloudiness here toward the ground of this picture here. It's very hard to see what exactly is in the distance, if it's just some trees or if it's a building. But regardless, we are seeing some cloudiness, which might indicate a little bit of that debris. So again, this is just 2 miles southwest of Waverly where this tornado was spotted, potentially doing some damage. So far, we've not heard of any reports of damage, but you can definitely see by this picture that we do have that tornado on the ground. So again, if you are in Waverly, stay in your shelter place. Please do. I've gotten reports from some of my family members in Waverly. They've decided to go in the bathroom and take a mattress to cover your head. That's exactly what I need you to do. You need to take this storm very seriously, as it does have that potential to produce some damage. So that tornado warning for northern Black Hawk County does not include Waterloo or Cedar Falls. Portions of Bremer County and extreme eastern Butler County, that tornado warning does go until 5:30 here this evening.
Stay right there. If you guys in the booth, same thing on my Twitter account. Just go to another page. Stacy Dunbar has been posting some pictures. You can see the tornado. This is the one that is located just west of Highway 3 and 218 near Shell Rock. That's the one that is heading towards Waverly, or should be around the Waverly area. If you're in Waverly, please take shelter now. This is a tornado that is moving through your area. This is a dangerous situation. We continue to monitor other storms. We do have severe thunderstorm warning in Eldora, over towards Grundy Center, but there's tornado warning and a confirmed tornado in Waverly. Please take shelter now in Waverly. We do have a tornado confirmed in Waverly, and it is moving to the east along Highway 3 there.
And now is not the time to be going outside to look out the window. You know, based on this picture right here, this looks like a fairly large tornado, fairly, at least a funnel. We can at least see the funnel. Again, it's very hard in the distance to see whether or not this is reaching the ground, but we do have trained spotters and meteorologists that are on the ground and have observed this tornado, Schnack.
Law enforcement right now, intersection 240th Street and Highway 218. That is where the tornado was located at 5:25. So about 5 minutes ago, law enforcement reporting a tornado near intersection 240th Street and Highway 218. Again, intersection of 240th Street and Highway 218, a confirmed tornado heading east, and this is about just southwest of Waverly. And this is at 5:25, so about 5 minutes ago, heading towards Waverly. So please take shelter now. This has been a confirmed tornado in this direction. We have not had any reports of any damage at this point, but something we are continuing to monitor. This is, let's see, we've got another picture if you want to take a look at that. From another storm chaser, Chris Wickland. We've got, there's a,
all right,
that's live.
So, DJ, can you let us know where this is again? I'm sorry. I know they're driving toward Waverly. All right, so they're driving toward Waverly. If we could get an exact location, that would be helpful. But we're definitely seeing these low clouds here on your screen right now. Again, our photographer, a couple of our photographers are heading toward this storm, staying south of the storm to stay safe from this tornado. And we can definitely see a little bit of rotation. So once we get that location, please do let us know. Right now, obviously, on your screen, I'm not seeing a tornado right now. So that's some good news. But again, we have had that report of a tornado over Waverly right now.
That may be Highway 3 there.
You think this is Highway 3?
May be Highway 3.
Yeah, once we get that location. But there's clearly, you know, it's hard because the camera's moving a bit, but there's definitely some rotation there, definitely some fast-moving clouds, and we do see just a little bit of rotation. So if you are in Waverly, stay in your shelter place right now, as this has had a history of producing a tornado. Also, you can see some flashes of lightning. So they are right now along Highway 218, just south of Waverly. So they are heading toward Waverly to check out any potential damage that there might be.
If you want to pull up my Twitter account, somebody just posted a picture of the tornado that was near Waverly, posted through the National Weather Service. This is just outside of Shell Rock. Notice a lot of people pulling off to the side because they don't want to run into the storm there. This is a live picture of Waverly in Bremer County. We're on Highway 218 there. There is rotation. There's a tornado warning in effect for Bremer County and the city of Waverly. This continues to move across town.
And this is not what we like to see, Schnack. There is another area of rotation that National Weather Service continues to monitor in Butler County, right around the Tripola area. So if you are in Butler County, this is some very, very serious stuff.
And that's tightening up on the radar, this storm over Waverly. So go to the video if you want.
Yeah, let's go ahead and
Jeff,
go to that
video that we had down there.
Yeah, so this is the video of that tornado near Waverly, and you can definitely see that we do have that tornado right there. You can see that kind of stovepipe look there, that condensation hitting the ground. That is your tornado right there. It might not look like your classic tornado, but it is a tornado nonetheless. So this was in Waverly here a very short time ago. This is from one of our viewers who sent this into the National Weather Service, and you can see very clearly right there that that is a tornado. And again, it's very hard to see what's beyond these trees here, but it is certainly potentially doing some damage and definitely has that potential to cause damage to not only trees and crops, but also homes as well. So if you are in Waverly, right along Highway 3 is where we had that last rotation. In fact, I'm going to pull this up on my phone so I can monitor it as well. But this is clearly a tornado. And what it's doing here, what you're seeing it do, is cycle. So sometimes this will kind of get caught up and go back up in the cloud, and then once again it'll spin right back down to the ground. So this is why you need to take the storm seriously. Even if you're not seeing a funnel cloud, you don't need to see it because you need to be in your shelter place. But sometimes these do go through cycles. But it is clearly doing the potential of some damage there on the ground. So this was just moments ago here near the Waverly area. And that storm continues to show some signs of strengthening. And it's still on its own. It's still a supercell feeding into the very warm and unstable air mass around it, Shaq.
We're getting some reports of significant tree damage and some structural damage about a mile south of Shell Rock. This is at 5:28, so this has now a history of producing some damage. So far, it's damage to trees and mentioned light structural damage, but structural damage for that person maybe a little bit, maybe not destroyed the structure, but there's some damage to that structure, and that is near the Waverly area. I see there's another tornado warning there.
And real quick, Schnack, we have another tornado warning that was just issued for Floyd County. So this is just around the Charles City area, west of New Hampton. This is radar indicated. This goes until 6:15. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Rockford, or 11 miles east of Mason City, moving off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So I'm going to go ahead and have you pull up Max 2, Jeff, and we will kind of get a track on that storm. Again, it is moving off to the east, and I'm going to put a track on this as it heads into Chickasaw County. So this will be around the Floyd area at 5:53, Charles City 5:59, Caldwell around 6:06, Twin Pond Park 6:24, New Hampton at 6:30, and Fredericksburg right around 6:42. So again, this is a new tornado warning until 6:15 for portions of Floyd County. This is radar indicated, so this is not confirmed as a tornado, but radar has shown signs of some of that rotation. So we need to take this storm seriously as it tracks toward Charles City and eventually into Chickasaw County right around the New Hampton area. But of concern right now is that tornado that's been observed near Waverly heading off to the east. So Waverly, Janesville, Denver, Reedland, Tripola, you all need to be in your shelter spots right now. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the velocity in this storm. And again, as we were just mentioning, this is bouncing between two radar sites, but there are a couple areas of concern that we are watching right now. So one area is right to the east of Waverly, right around Denver.
This is a live picture. This is Kyle,
we've got live video right here.
Where is this located? Where is this located? Downstairs? Waverly, Highway 218. This is a live picture of the tornado in or on from Highway 218. That's where our camera is. This is a live picture of the tornado in Waverly, Bremer County. You can see the circulation. This is a confirmed tornado now on the ground. You can see the circulation there. It looks like it's still on the ground, confirmed at this hour. We're now at 5:37. Confirmed tornado. Where on Highway 218, roughly? It is a little more specific on 218 into Waverly, if you can. Okay. We just know that they're on 218 in Waverly, so I'm not 100% sure, but this Wish we had
There
more
we go.
information.
There it is.
There's the tornado.
Yep.
It's still there. It's still on the ground.
It's important to note that this doesn't look like a large, huge condensation funnel, but we can clearly see that the funnel cloud is touching the ground, and that circulation is potentially causing some of that damage here into portions of Bremer County. So again, this is just south of Waverly, right along Highway 218. There's your tornado right here. Again, it does not look like your classic tornado that you would see from a supercell thunderstorm, but we definitely have that funnel right there, and there it might be a skinny little condensation funnel, but we continue to see that potential circulation there hitting the ground. So this is the tornado warning that is in effect right now for portions of Bremer and northern Black Hawk County. We can see that rotation right there. There's the rotation right there. So this tornado is still on the ground. This is still a tornado, and this is still potentially doing some damage in and around the Waverly area, right around Highway 218. So we're going to continue to keep a very close eye on this storm. Meteorologist Brandon Livy is on this storm as well. But luckily, our photographer and reporter are staying a safe distance from this storm. You can definitely see out ahead of it that we do have some pretty gusty wind as well. So they're doing a really good job here out in the field, guys, of keeping on this tornado. Schnack?
Yeah, we've got, it's moving to the east. Storm reports, as you can see, the tornado has been reported. There's been reports of debris being lofted into the air about 2 miles south of Waverly from a train spotter. So that would mean that there has been some damage that this tornado has done. So this is south of Waverly. This is a live picture. We've been watching this, and there is that funnel. There is funnel cloud so far. Since this does have a history of producing a tornado, that would be the exact spot that that tornado would be in there. And in your direction, so please take shelter at this point. Denver High School, 543. Reedland Elementary School, 554. Wapsie Valley High School, 602. Orange, 609. This will take it past the warned area, but the storm is heading towards you. Owine Municipal Airport at about 619, so at the airport there, and in Owine at 625. The areas that are in the path of the storm, as the storm reports keep rolling in here of a tornado still south of Waverly, or around the Waverly area and south and moving toward the east. Looks like at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. This has been an observed tornado. We've been watching this with our photographer, and you can see that on the bottom right hand side. That is a live picture from Highway 218 in Waverly. That is off in the distance there. There has been circulation with this. This has had a history of producing a tornado. I can't see where that would be at this point, but that doesn't mean any minute now that tornado could drop out of that cloud once again. What if they can zoom in just a little bit? Oh, they probably can't hear us, can they? Okay, yeah, hold that shot right there if you can. That's going to be the shot right there, and I'm not sure if they've called in. I wonder if they have an idea of a little closer to where we are. Reading, hold on one second. Hardin County, another report of a possible tornado. This one's a rotating wall cloud with possible tornado near New Providence in Hardin County. But this is in Waverly. This is the vantage point that you're looking at right now. It's harder to tell off in the distance there, because now that storm is moving farther away from the location that you are in. There's a tornado warning now that was for Floyd County that remains in effect, and it's moving toward the east. We've got some showers and thunderstorms. reading information from the National Weather Service about other tornadoes possible
and
into the air. Go ahead,
we have
Kyle.
meteorologist Brandon Livy on this storm as well. He's at a different vantage point of this, but he does note that the tornado seems to be jumping a little bit. So what that means is it's kind of cycling. So at some point it goes up into the cloud, and then another time it goes back down. So meteorologist Brandon Livy right now joins us on the phone.
Hold on 1 second, Brandon. Report coming in. This is a Denver tornado on the ground. About 4 miles west-northwest of Denver and Bremer County. So this is probably the same storm. Debris being lofted in the air. That was at 5:39, so about 4 minutes ago. Okay, Brandon, now what do you see?
Hey, guys. So I'm on 218 right now, so the storm's kind of getting away from me. It's very hard to see from my vantage point, but I did briefly see what you guys were talking about, what Kyle was talking about. Not your classic tornado, not a stovepipe or anything like that, but a bit of a funnel that did reach down to the ground, and it was kind of going back up and down. So that's what I saw for a brief moment, but it's moving away from me now, so I'll see if I can get back on it.
Okay, I do want to show you a picture. Thank you, Brandon. Let us know if you get a better vantage point, and be careful to get the storms off to your south and west. There's a line of thunderstorms that are starting to develop. Several of these thunderstorms running from that Bremer County storm southwestward. This is a tremendous amount of lightning. This storm west of Black Hawk County into Grundy County. This storm is going to produce some large hail as well as some damaging wind, but there are several storms off to the south and west to Marshalltown, to just west of the Des Moines area. All of these have recently developed, and here's a time lapse on that. Notice how within the last 30 minutes, all these storms just erupted, and at any point, any of those can produce a tornado as well. So we are continuing to monitor those storms as well. So those areas, Tama, Benton County, Lynn County, Tama County, Marshall County, Iowa County, even Lynn and Johnson County. Even though you're not officially in this tornado watch, these storms off to the west are moving eastward. So you've got a little bit of time to protect anything, bring anything into the shed or the garage that may be outside, bring it inside before these storms move on into the picture and then wind up being a projectile and blowing around and causing more problems.
And Mark, I'm going to keep tabs on the storm up near Charles City as well. That tornado warning does continue if you want to pull that up on Max 2 downstairs. This is just to the west of Charles City where we still have that tornado warning for a radar indicated tornado. In fact, as I just said that, the tornado is now observed. So at 5:44, so just about a minute ago, the confirmed tornado was located near Rudd, 9 miles west of Charles City, and that's moving off to the east here at about 35 miles per hour. So we're going to keep tabs on both of these storms. If you're in Charles City, stay in your shelter place. Deerfield, New Hampton, Chickasaw, stay in your shelter place, lowest level of your home. These are the estimated times that the tornado will be in your town. Floyd, 5:57, Charles City, 6:04, Caldwell, 6:12, Deerfield, 6:23, North Washington in Chickasaw County at 6:29. Do not wait for these specific times. These are radar estimated, but this is a confirmed tornado now in portions of Floyd County heading to the east into Chickasaw County. This particular tornado warning lasts for another half hour until about 6:15. So we are going to continue to monitor this storm as well. We'll take a look at the velocity. It might be, again, it's a little hard here because it's on the edge of a radar site, but just to the east of Norris Springs and northeast of the Rockford area, this is where we do have that rotation just to the west of Charles City and Highway 18. So actually this is just south of Highway 18. So if you know anyone on the road, make sure you tell them to get off the road. We do not want them chasing after this tornado or trying to outrun it. That is not safe. These things can take a jog east, west, north, south at just a very little moment's notice. But right now we do have that confirmed tornado here just to the west of Charles City, right along Highway 18 that continues to track off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. There's also the potential of some penny-sized hail with this storm as well. And we continue to monitor this storm here just to the east of Waverly, right along Highway 63, where we have had a history of a tornado that has done some damage and lofted some debris in the air. So right now, it's likely the strongest rotation. That tornado is right along Highway 3 or very near that on the north side of Denver. So if you are in these areas, you want to stay in your shelter place. Again, the best place to be during a tornado is in the basement. If you do not have a basement, if you live in a mobile home, head to a hallway or head to perhaps a closet or a bathroom, somewhere that does not have windows. You want to protect yourself from any potential flying debris.
We got some video also downstairs. I just retweeted another picture of a tornado as well. This is near Shell Rock. Video of the tornado near Shell Rock. This was this is the same tornado that we've been watching, and this is from different vantage points a little bit earlier. This continues have the potential for damaging wind as well as large hail with this storm. So that is just one vantage point of this same storm that we've been tracking here across Butler County and into Bremer County. And this continues to head towards the Reedland area. The other tornado, the other photo or video, I'm not sure which one it was I just retweeted. If we could pull that one up, go back to the radar, you could see the storm off toward the east of Waverly as it continues to move away. The worst of the storm is now to the east, heading towards Reedland, and that is moving in that direction. Let me, that storm that you're playing there, that is west of Reedland. This is the tornado. That is an image of the tornado west of Reedland a little bit earlier this evening. And this is what is coming to you or near you in Reedland at this point. So please be taking shelter in this area. This has a history of producing a tornado, has a history of producing some damage over towards the Waverly area, just north of Janesville. This is heading towards Reedland and Tripola. So please be careful. Take shelter now in your safe spots. You should be in your safe spot as the storm continues to move in the easterly direction. Tornado warning is in effect until 6 o'clock, so this is an observed tornado. There also is a severe thunderstorm warning for Grundy County. Meteorologist Joy Bentenhausen is just east of Grundy Center. She is just in front of this storm. And looking at some heavy rain. So far, it's just been a severe thunderstorm warning with large hail up to 1 1/4 inch. So that'll be a $50 size hail. I see there's a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out for Black Hawk County. I'm going to get to Joy in half a second. Let's just do this warning. There, Kyle, do you want that?
Yeah, I will take that. So there is a new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Black Hawk, Bremer, Butler, and Grundy County. This does include Waterloo, Cedar Falls, Dyke, as well as Evansdale. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds as well as penny-sized hail. So the main threat here is going to be the wind out of this particular storm, and I think from here on out, wind is going to be a primary threat as these storms continue to track off to the east and southeast. So this is pretty much right over Cedar Falls right now and is heading off to the east. So again, portions of Black Hawk, Bremer, Butler, and Grundy County are under this warning. So we are going to continue to track this very carefully. Do want to reiterate that this is not a tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, and this storm continues to move off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So I'll go ahead and put a track on this storm right now. Again, it's pretty much right over Cedar Falls, heading off to the east. If you live in Waterloo right now, you're likely getting in on some rain, but this does have the potential for some 60-mile-per-hour wind. So this will be around Cedar Bend Park at 5:57, Waterloo at 6:03, Dunkerton at 6:11, Jessup 6:31, and Independence just outside that warning here at 6:50. So again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30 this evening for Black Hawk, Bremer, Butler, and portions of Grundy County. So if you are in these areas, treat it like a tornado warning. This environment is favorable for tornadoes, not necessarily looking like a tornado in this particular storm, but treat it as if it is a tornado, and do go ahead and take shelter. We can pull up our Max 1 here where we have our Storm Track 7 live weather network camera in Cedar Falls. Definitely notice the very dark clouds in the distance there as that storm does roll in. Certainly some very heavy rainfall. Again, hail is not too much of a potential with this particular storm, but as I look outside here in Waterloo, the wind is starting to pick up as well. Also seeing some flashes of lightning. So go ahead and stay inside. If you know anyone who might be out on the road or maybe out at the grocery store, out getting dinner, give them a call, have them stay inside. I'm sure their phones are alerting them as we speak because of this severe thunderstorm warning that is rolling through. So if you are in the Waterloo Cedar Falls area, go ahead and stay in your shelter places. This is still a pretty dangerous storm, and we continue to also track the potential of that tornado up in Bremer County.
Okay, we have meteorologist Joy Bentonhausen, I believe she is along Highway 20 there. And tell me what you're seeing. Obviously, from what the sounds, it's some very heavy rain. Go ahead, Joy.
Yes, we are on Highway 20 now near Dyke, and we are heading east, and I'll flip it to you right now. This is what we're dealing with. I'm sure you can hear it over the microphone, dealing with heavy rain. Now, this is, of course, we are driving at a much slower speed, so if you know of anybody who's out there, of course, be advised them, use your windshield wipers, drive at a much slower speed if you have to be on out of this, but if not, definitely stay indoors. Visibility is greatly reduced, as you can see on the camera. We really can't see much about a mile or so in front of us. Haven't seen any hail, and the wind speeds haven't been too strong. We haven't felt our car being blown off the road or anything, so this is mainly just a torrential downpour event right now. But as of noticing on radar as we've been out, it looks like maybe a couple of hail cores have developed with this storm, although we haven't seen any hail. So, of course, be advised, not only just dealing with this torrential downpours, but those gusty winds and the potential for some hail, too. We're going to continue to track eastward. Again, if you don't have to be out right now, please don't. This is what you would be dealing with if you were out there right now. I'm going to send it back to Mark and Kyle in the studio. We'll keep you updated if we see anything.
All right, thank you so much for that report, Joy. Stay safe. I know you're keeping a really close eye on that storm. Okay, so we just have a new tornado warning issued for portions of Blackhawk and Bremer County for that same storm that we have been watching. So got a couple updates to you. So we're going to go over to Max 1, and we'll get an update on that new warning. This is for an observed tornado located near Denver, 12 miles east of Waverly, and this is moving off to the east. And so, again, this is that same storm that we have been on, that we showed you that tornado live on the air in Waverly. This continues to track east, and this does have a history of producing some damage and lofting some debris up in the air. We're not sure exactly what that debris is at this point in time, but regardless, it's doing some damage as it continues to move off to the east. So, again, this is located near Denver, 12 miles east of Waverly, and it is moving off to the east.
Right near Reedland there.
Yes. So if you are in the path of this storm, if you are in Denver, in Reedland, take shelter immediately. This is a very, very dangerous storm, as it has had a history of producing a tornado. We've had several videos sent in. A couple of our reporters have seen some of the videos as well. So this is, again, a storm that continues to produce a tornado as it moves off to the east.
Here's some of the storm reports that we've had off towards the west. So this has a history of producing a tornado as it moves from west to east. And you can see all the path of the reports as they came in across Bremer County and from Butler County to Bremer County as it crossed just south of Waverly, south of Highway 3 there. It did move, looks like, around Highway 3. I'll zoom in a little bit tighter, get a little better vantage point in some of the locations. You can see around Highway 3, and then it came south of town there, and then continues to move towards the east, and should be around the Denver area over towards Reedland Elementary School there. And this will be heading east, so please be taking shelter at this point as these storms continue, or this storm has a history of producing a tornado. And this does include the northern portion of Blackhawk County, but it's the far northern part of Blackhawk County here. It looks like probably more into Bremer County than anything else. It does not include the Waterloo Cedar Falls area, even though we are looking at a severe thunderstorm warning for Cedar Falls at this point, where the potential of winds of 60 miles per hour and hail less than 3/4 of an inch with this storm. And there's another round of thunderstorms off to the south and west, and these continue all the way down towards Des Moines area, and any of these do have a potential for a tornado. I do want to also show one thing here, is that there is a watch that's in effect for portions of eastern Iowa. This is until 9 o'clock. They are going to be issuing another tornado watch, which will take it farther to the east. Will probably include Dubuque, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City. Not sure exactly how far north or how far south that is, but the Storm Prediction Center will be issuing a tornado watch here shortly to include the rest of eastern Iowa as these storms continue to move east.
And the bottom line is, if you are anywhere in eastern Iowa, just stay on tabs with the weather. This is a very dangerous situation. It's a very fluid situation. Things are changing very fast. If we go ahead and switch over to Max 2, we do have an update on that tornado warning in Floyd County. This is another observed tornado. So we have 2 observed tornadoes right now in eastern Iowa. This is near the Floyd County Fairgrounds, where we do have a confirmed tornado. And this has been reported really the last 15 to 20 minutes or so, a cone tornado. So it's moving off to the east. In fact, just right now, 5:56, 4 miles southwest of Floyd, the fire department and rescue has noticed a tornado, and that's why they continue that warning here as we head until 6:15. So I'm going to go ahead and put a track on this storm. It's pretty much right over 218. Charles City, stay in your shelter place. This is still a very dangerous storm. This is going to be around Westwood Park at 6:02, Deerfield Wildlife Area at 6:19, Devon at 6:34, and North Washington there in Chickasaw County right around 6:28. So we did have some damage reported to a house near Rockford that is in Floyd County. So once again, this does have a history of doing some damage. So for the time being, we are going to toss it over to Ron Steele and Abby Turpin as we continue our tornado coverage here with Storm Track 7.
Okay, are we on the air here?
All right,
Yes.
I believe our
Okay,
mics
good.
are on. Yeah.
So good job, guys, keeping everybody safe out there
Absolutely.
tonight. A lot of stuff going on, a lot of active situation, fluid, as the guys just pointed out here with the Floyd County situation, Denver, Shell Rock. We've already seen some of the tornado video out of Shell Rock. We don't have any reports of injuries, luckily, at this point. We do have some damage reports, but it's early on, so those will be coming in a little bit later here. It's almost 6 o'clock.
Yeah, as Kyle just said, there is some damage reported right now in Floyd County. Also a confirmed tornado near the Floyd County Fairgrounds, we have just learned. Also rotation down near Denver, 12 miles east of Waverly, and that's heading east. So again, we've talked about this many times. They've been talking about it for the past hours.
That's right.
Take shelter if you are in those areas. If you're in the Denver area, the Reedland area right now, please take shelter. Those are the areas that are seeing very active situations right now.
Now, this one, Mark, has pointed out, is moving fairly quickly. What you said, 35 miles an hour, that's going to get it out of the area, but then it moves east, and that's still in the KWWL viewing area. So it's going to be an active night for the viewing area, that's for sure. And again, damage reports sometimes are slow to come in. We know there's going to be some damage, hopefully only in the rural areas if there is any at all. But the main thing is stay safe and use your shelters as you would, just using common sense. Yeah.
Also, the tornado watch. Of course, they talked about how they're going to be issuing this for a larger area coming up as well. We also have been talking about Waterloo and Cedar Falls. Of course, very dark clouds outside of our station. We can kind of see them right now.
I can see it right now.
And Kyle mentioned earlier, the real issue in Waterloo and Cedar Falls is going to be the wind. So something to, if you can stay off the roads tonight, if you can just stay inside, the wind is going to be an issue. Hail, not the biggest issue, but rain and wind are really what we're going to be watching in Waterloo and Cedar Falls right now.
Yeah, I don't know what the hail situation is. I heard Mark mention pea-size hail earlier. That's good. If you're going to have hail, that's not too bad. As far as if you're going to have hail, let's not have the baseball and golf ball size hail that we've seen earlier in some parts of the state this week. So the situation is always, we do cover tornadoes. When there's a tornado warning in the KWWL viewing area, we've had a policy for many, many years that we go on live, and it's what we call sometimes wall-to-wall coverage, and that upsets a lot of people because it does cover up regular programming. But the situation is the storms are potentially very life-threatening. We have seen lives lost in our viewing area over the years many times, so that's why we're on the air constantly when there is a tornado warning. Right now, as Abby mentioned, Blackhawk County is in a severe weather situation right now, severe thunderstorm. Let's go back over to Mark Schnackenberg and Kyle Kiel right now.
Yeah, this storm near Reedland, this one is producing a tornado. This is a confirmed tornado. I want to show you the radar here and get you some update. There's some circulation tightening up in this storm, and the storm is located pretty much right over the Reedland area. This has been a confirmed tornado observed. It's just south of Highway 3, and it continues to move toward the east, heading towards Orrin. So if you're in Orrin, you need to be taking shelter now. There's a new tornado warning that has been extended eastward just now. You can see this tornado warning That is now because of the confirmed tornado that is to the west. That now does include Fayette County, southwestern Fayette County, including Maynard, as well as Olwine. This tornado warning is in effect until 6:30. So this is a confirmed tornado because of this tornado being reported in the Reedland area. So if you're in Westgate, Orrin, Maynard, Olwine, all of you, or any place in between those locations, any place along Highway 3, north and south of Highway 3, straight east from the Reedland area, you need to be taking shelter now. There's a confirmed tornado, and it is moving in your direction. Please take shelter now. Lowest level of your building. Keep as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect your head at all costs. You grab a book, grab a backpack, grab a pillow, grab maybe a baseball helmet, maybe your brother's baseball helmet, or your sister's softball helmet or baseball helmet, anything, a football helmet. Grab that, and we got some more information from Kyle.
We do. Unfortunately, it's a new tornado warning just to the south of there, Schnack. It is for portions of Grundy County, Marshall County, extreme South Blackhawk County, and into Tama County. This is for a radar-indicated tornado. We did have a report of a funnel cloud at 6:01 just to the southwest of Conrad. So this, again, is not a tornado officially, but we've had that funnel cloud reported just to the southwest of Conrad, and now that storm's getting just to the east of Conrad there. So if you're in Buckingham, Garwin, Gladbrook, or Traer, you need to be in your shelter place, as there is the possibility of a tornado. In fact, just right along Iowa 96 there, this is the area that I'm circling right now. This is where we are seeing that pretty good sign of some rotation, which is why this tornado warning was just issued. This goes until 6:45 this evening. So again, a tornado warning, this new tornado warning in effect for portions of Grundy, Marshall, Tama, and just clips the southwestern portion of Blackhawk County. This goes until 6:45 for a radar-indicated tornado. So
go to Max 2 if you can. That's the storm he's looking at.
Yep,
Thank you.
Going to continue to track this one for you, and I'll go ahead and put a track on this as it continues to move off to the east at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. And notice I'm going to take this outside of the warning area as well, just to give you all a heads up. So this is going to be around Connens Park at 6:16, Traer at 6:33, Dysart at 6:47, and Garrison at 7:01. So last few frames of radar have really tightened the circulation up. So the velocity you're seeing, it's a lot of different colors on your screen, but the green is the wind inside the storm that's going toward the radar site, blowing toward the radar site in Des Moines, and the reds are going away, and the brighter those colors are, the stronger those winds are. So that's a pretty tight rotation there just to the northwest of Garwin. So we're going to keep tabs on this storm right now, and then I'm going to take you a little farther to the north into portions of Floyd County, where we continue to track this tornado warning right around Floyd. National Weather Service just updated this warning at 6:02. A confirmed tornado located over Charles City, and it's tracking to the east at 35 miles per hour. So if you live in Deerfield, in Chickasaw, in New Hampton, even in Nashua, you're a little farther south from the storm, but just stay in your shelter place right now, because this storm has had a history of producing a tornado right around the North Springs area just to the east of there, and it continues to move off to the east. So this will be in North Washington in Chickasaw County at 6:29, Devon around 6:34, New Hampton at 6:38, Lawler around 6:52, and Little Turkey at 6:56. So we have several tornado warnings ongoing at this point in eastern Iowa, and many of these have produced a tornado at times.
Okay, let's go back to Max 1. This is a tornado warning that is in effect for Bremer County as well as Fayette County. The tornado is near the Reedland area. It's moving towards the east at about 30 miles per hour. This is a confirmed tornado. Wapsie Valley High School at 6:07. So any minute now. Orrin at 6:13. Westgate 6:23. The Olwine Airport there at 6:24. Olwine itself 6:31. Maynard will be at 6:34. All these areas and any place in between needs to be, anybody in that area needs to be taking shelter now. This is a confirmed tornado that is heading in your direction at about 30 miles per hour. So right now the time is 6:06. You've got about 13 minutes before it gets to 7 more minutes before it gets to Orrin at 6:13. Westgate, again, 6:23. Olwine at 6:31. Maynard at 6:34. This continues to move in the easterly direction at about 30 miles an hour. This is a confirmed tornado near the Reedland area. This tornado warning is in effect until 6:45. The tornado warning that is for Bremer County, that is until 6:30. That does include the northern parts of Black Hawk County, but the storm is just to the north at that point. Switch modes here for a second. Stay with me. And you can see that there are some thunderstorms all the way down with this. So we have these storms. You need, Kyle, just screen.
Yes, so we've got confirmed tornado. I'm sorry, that's a delay report.
Okay.
Disregard that.
Okay, so we still have these tornado warnings here. Then this is a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Black Hawk County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning now. Here, this is for Buchanan County. Farther to the south and west, this is the one that just came out. This is the one for far southern parts of really not even Black Hawk County. It's generally Grundy County into Tama County, and even far southeastern, barely even into Grundy County. It's more of Tama County storm there as that continues to move towards the northeast. Now, keep in mind, we're still watching these storms up here. The one that Kyle was talking about in Floyd County and Charles City. There are some thunderstorms in our northeastern counties here. This is still a favorable area for severe weather of tornadoes. There's no official tornado watch, but there's still an environment where there's a possibility that any of these storms can produce a tornado. So don't let your guard down. Even across our northern counties here, that would be Decorah, Dorchester, Waukon, Lansing, Rossville, New Hampton, West Union, Postville, Prairie du Chien, all have the potential for these storms to produce severe weather to move on in. We're not done yet because we still have Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Williamsburg, all these storms off to the west. These are all heading in your direction. So now if you notice, we talked about this earlier in our coverage, that these storms, once they start, they will eventually become a line of storms. So I'm going to go back a couple of hours and you'll see what I'm talking about. Notice this was back here at 3 o'clock. The warnings will remain in effect, so those will stay there. Notice how these are all individual storms. These were all the tornadic storms producing tornadoes. They're all developing, and they're now all starting to form a line of storms. And you can see the last couple of frames there. This is becoming a line of thunderstorms now. And now once that line comes together, then there's less of a chance of these storms to be tornadic, or at least producing larger tornadoes. They would be more of the weaker kind, but the potential for damaging wind, it does the same thing. Whether it's a tornado or straight line winds at 70 miles an hour, it's going to do damage, or 80 miles per hour. So you want to be taking shelter, even at the vantage point, if there's a funnel cloud or a tornado at all. There's a report of a funnel cloud west of Conrad. With the storm that it moves on in. They're just coming in from the National Weather Service.
And, you know, you keep mentioning about the severe thunderstorms as these form a line. I'm looking at the velocity product, the winds inside the storm in Black Hawk County. And just to the north of Waterloo, around Dewar, heading toward Dunkerton, some very strong winds, 60 miles per hour possible as these storms move into the eastern portion of Black Hawk County, as well as into Buchanan County, which is that new warning that we do have. So, again, we're going to continue to keep a close eye on this storm. What you see on your screen right now is a new tornado warning in effect for portions of Chickasaw County. This also includes Floyd County, and this is until 7:15 for yet another observed tornado. This was near Charles City, moving off to the east at 35 miles per hour. So I'm going to go ahead and put a track on this storm. It's just to the east of Charles City, or right over Charles City, heading to the east. And this is going to be around Bassett at 6:21, North Washington at 6:30, New Hampton, get in your shelter place right now, 6:38, Boyd around 6:44, Lawler at 6:52, Little Turkey 6:57, and Jackson Junction around 7:03. So newly issued tornado warning in effect for portions of eastern Floyd County and Chickasaw County, including New Hampton, until 7:15 for an observed tornado. We've had 75 mile per hour winds reported at a couple of the truck stops there along Highway 18 and 218 by Floyd Fire Chief. So This has had a history of not only producing a tornado, but producing some damaging wind gusts as well. So again, newly issued tornado warning until 7:15 for portions of Chickasaw County. That tornado right now is over Charles City, heading off to the east toward New Hampton.
Kyle, you mentioned that the wind is starting to pick up, as you saw on the radar, Waterloo, Cedar Falls. I've also gotten some reports of the wind really starting to crank up in Cedar Falls at this point as the storm pushes on into the region. So the wind with that thunderstorm is going to cause potential damage here with a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Black Hawk County. So this is a severe thunderstorm. Kyle, I'm going to take over Max 1 here for a second.
Sure, go ahead.
And switch this over up to the, go back down here to Cedar Falls and Black Hawk
Jeff,
County.
if you want to go ahead and pull up Vedestra Cedar Falls, it's got a pretty good view of what people are or aren't seeing. I mean, it's some blinding rain coming down. We're seeing some heavy rain outside of our studio here in Waterloo. So right now on your screen is our Storm Track 7 live weather network in Cedar Falls, right on top of Cedar Falls utilities. You cannot see anything out because of the very strong wind and the very torrential rainfall that we've been talking about. This is a severe warned storm, so the strongest winds right now are over the Waterloo and Cedar Falls area. So we are going to continue to track this storm as well as many of the other tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings that we do have for our area. So there's, again, been estimated wind gusts in Floyd County heading into Chickasaw County of 75 miles per hour. Go ahead and pull up Max 2, and I'm going to get a track on this line of storms. And I'm just going to take it from Fayette County towards Tama, or just to the north of Tama. Again, we have a couple of ongoing tornado warnings for Tama County. That goes until 6:45. This is for a radar indicated tornado, and I'm going to take this out. It's about an hour and 15 minutes. Owine, you are going to be in the path of this storm here. It'll be there around 6:17. Schnack, you got some more updates?
Yeah, I got an update coming out of Bremer County here from law enforcement. They've got the tornado that we were watching earlier, about 5:35. They've got confirmation of a house being destroyed about 3 miles east-southeast of Waverly. So this is a storm that has a history of producing damage. This is the one up in Bremer County. This is moving into Fayette County. I also got a report just now from Jessica in Owine saying that the sirens are going off with the tornado potential of this storm. It's now located near the Orrin area, and it is heading towards Owine, Westgate, Maynard, Fairbank. The storm right now just to the east of Reedland, and this continues to move eastward at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. It's a confirmed tornado, and it has a history of producing damage. Excuse me, there's a radar indicated now. History of producing damage. It has destroyed someone's home, house there, and it is southeast. What did I say? East southeast of Waverly, about 3 miles. So they've got significant damage from that tornado that is now heading into Fayette County. There's a tornado warning that remains in effect. This is until 6:45, so that's about another half hour.
And we do have a track on that storm right now on your screen. So this will be in Orrin at 6:20, so that's roughly 5 minutes from now. This will be in the Owine area around 6:30. So between 6:28 and 6:34, it'll be in the Owine area. Stanley, your neck of the woods, around 6:43. Scott at 6:46. And around the Starmont area, Starmont High School at 6:57. So this is the tornado that we brought you live on TV as it was hitting Waverly, and it continues, maybe not consistently, but continues to drop a tornado at any given moment's notice, as we have had a history of this particular storm producing a tornado. So that tornado warning does continue here for portions of Bremer County. Waterloo, Cedar Falls area, the threat is not for a tornado. It is for some damaging wind gusts. Just looking outside in Waterloo, skies are definitely eerie. We're seeing some heavy rain here in downtown, but I don't see the wind as being too much of an issue right now. I think that's going to be more toward Dewar and Dunkerton, but we continue to track these storms very carefully for you. And right now we did want to show you some damage, and if we could get some updates on where that damage is in my ear, that would be great. But you can definitely see some barn damage here from that tornado. Where was this located again, guys? In Bremer County. Do we have a location? All right, we don't have an exact location as well, so keep me updated on that, on this exact location. But this is damage from the storm that we are talking about right now that is over the Orrin area, tracking off to the east in portions of Bremer County. So
and that's probably what the report that came in saying the house is destroyed.
Is this in Waverly?
This is south of Waverly.
This is south of Waverly. Okay.
This is the report came in about 3 miles south of Waverly, and this is the storm where they are south of Waverly. This is. Yes, Meg says our producer said the information they're south of Waverly. So this is some damage that the tornado has done. This is a live picture of damage south of Waverly of the tornado that is now heading towards the Olwine area, portions of Fayette County, the southern part of Fayette County. So please, if you're in that area, notice the debris being thrown into the trees, the siding there. Some decorations. Looks like there's the side of the building has been stripped. The National Weather Service obviously will go out and do some surveying for the next couple of days for many of these locations, as these storms have a history of producing some damage, and they'll go out and assess these. We currently have 3 tornado warnings that are in effect for parts of eastern Iowa. That will include Chickasaw County. That would include southeastern Bremer County into Fayette County and into the northern parts of Tama County. Those are the tornado warnings that are currently in effect. And then we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Black Hawk County and the northwestern portions of Buchanan County.
And we do have an update on that storm if we want to take Max to in portions of Tama County. Not only are we concerned about hail between Gladbrook and Garwin, but we are concerned for that tornado. In fact, at 6:16, so just a couple of minutes ago, Gladbrook Fire reported a little bit of rotation rain wrap. Not necessarily a tornado, but they're definitely noticing some rotation in the storm. And that's exactly what we are seeing here on Storm Track 7 live Doppler radar. This is the rotation. Perhaps a couple areas of rotation here in portions of Tama County, maybe one right here to the east of Gladbrook, and then one off to the southwest. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on this storm here in Tama County. This is just to the north of Tama. This does include Gladbrook, Garwin, as well as Traer. So this tornado warning in particular does go until 6:45 here this evening. And again, not only are we concerned about a tornado, but also the potential for some hail, especially there north of Garwin. This is headed right toward Highway 63. So if you know anyone who's on the road, please do maybe give them a call. I know they probably got the wireless alert to their phone. Hopefully they're finding a very safe place because this is indeed a very, very dangerous storm as it continues to track off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So I want to go ahead and zoom out the radar here, and you'll notice that severe thunderstorm warning continues here for portions of Black Hawk as well as Buchanan County. So no tornado, but we are looking at the potential for some 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Let's go to Max 1 here for a second. This is a look outside of our Storm Track 7 live weather network. The TechWorks building in Waterloo, where the wind running at about 18 miles per hour, but there's probably some higher gusts now as the storms pass on by. Visibility being reduced with heavy rain. Typically, when it's not raining so hard, you can see down the street there on 218 in towards Waterloo. The Sportsplex off to your left, and that is showing the very heavy rain pushing on into eastern Iowa, or the Waterloo, Cedar Falls area. In addition to that, some very gusty wind. Also want to show the radar imagery here. There is a watch now that has been extended. So pretty much all of eastern Iowa now under a tornado watch. The areas earlier were under a watch now until 9 o'clock. That has now been extended farther to the east to include the rest of eastern Iowa, into northwestern Illinois and southern parts of Wisconsin. That tornado watch is in effect until midnight now. So the potential for damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes, all a possibility with any of these thunderstorms as they move toward the east at this hour.
And if we want to go ahead and pull up Max 2, I've actually put a track on the entire line of the storms as they continue to move east at 30 miles per hour. So weather's going to get really bad in LaPorte City pretty soon here, about 10 minutes from now, around 6:32. This will be in Independence at 6:47, Lime Creek County Park at 6:53, Elkader at 7:02, Vinton 7:11, and Walker around 7:18. So I've taken these outside of the warning just to give you all a heads up that this is coming your way. As Schnack has been mentioning, we continue to track a couple of observed tornadoes there in Bremer County, which actually, as I say that, looks like that tornado is now radar indicated. So that's some good news, but we're still going to track it. But this is more becoming a damaging wind threat as opposed to a tornado threat, as not only are we losing a bit of daylight as we get closer to sunset, but these storms are combining into a line and producing some very heavy rainfall as well as some gusty wind up to 60 miles per hour. So that tornado warning for Fayette County does continue until 6:45. That is for a radar indicated tornado near Fairbank or near Oline, I'm sorry, moving east at 25 miles per hour. So like we said, you still need to stay updated and stay in your shelter spot if you are in the path of this storm.
Go to Max 1 if we would. This is the tornado warning update for Chickasaw County. The Floyd County into Chickasaw County. This is a confirmed tornado that is located into Chickasaw County. It is just to the north of Chickasaw, northwest of New Hampton. This continues near the North Washington area and will move toward the east. So if you're in North Washington, as well as New Hampton, Lawler, even just to the north, Deerfield, not officially in the warning, but that storm is near you, and it is tracking towards the east. So Bethany Hall, Alta Vista, also looking at some thunderstorm activity associated with this. This continues to move in the easterly direction at about 30 miles per hour. I'm going to put a track on this to give you a vantage point and timing, a rough estimate. I'm going to do the leading edge of this storm as it moves to the east, and I'll take it out even farther just to give you a little heads up, a little warning time there. New Hampton High School, 6:35. That's just less than 10 minutes, or a little more than 6:35, a little more than 10 minutes. Bethany Hall, that's at 6:39. Riley Settlement, that'll be at 6:43. Lawler at 6:54, and Jackson Junction at 7 o'clock. I'm curious, I heard Joy is near LaPorte City heading south. I wonder if we can get her online at some point, find out where she is going at this point. Kyle.
And as we're talking right now, while we're listening to the rain outside of our studio, I'm noticing the wind pickup. So right now, the brunt of that storm, if you want to go ahead and take Max 2, is in Waterloo right now. And it is producing some gusty wind and some lightning rain. In fact, we do have a video of a little bit of damage in Waterloo. This is along Huntington Road, where we do have some tree branches that have appeared to be knocked off. You can see some of those larger branches there in the distance. So it's definitely windy enough to provide some damage potential. So once we have that video, we'll pull it up on the screen. But you can see right now the heart of Waterloo getting in on the storm. And there you see some of that damage of some of the tree limbs that are down. It doesn't look like we have an entire tree down by any means, but certainly enough to cause some damage and wreak some havoc. If you come across any trees that are down or around a power line, you'd never want to go up and touch it. You never know if that power line is live. You need to treat it as if it's live. Definitely not a good idea to drive over any of the debris as well. And if you have any power outage due to the trees falling on the power lines, it's a good idea to give your energy company a call and let them know what you're seeing. But again, this is around Huntington Road in Waterloo. Again, no tornado, but definitely some damaging wind potential.
We're going to try and get meteorologist Joy Bentonhausen on the line here and find out where she is and what she is seeing. Meg, do we have Joy?
Yes, Mark.
Joy, can you hear us?
Yes, Mark, I can hear you.
Go ahead, tell us where you are and what you see.
And we're heading south. We are trying to get ahead of the Gladbrook storm. As of right now, though, we're actually seeing some clearing of the skies. So we are trying to get out in the rain-free portions. That's the kind of the best and safest place when you want to do some storm spotting. So right now we have just passed LaPorte City and we are about west of Mount Auburn. We are heading south, heading towards either Dysart or Vinton, and that's when we'll make a decision to south from there to get a view on that towards Traer. Right now, though, just dealing with just a little bit of light rain. Again, heading out of the heavier rain parts as we were on 20, though, heading east we're just stuck in heavy rain. So definitely.
We're cutting in and out there with Joy with her signal as the storm continues to move on in. You're looking at a picture for Tama County, tornado warning. This is a radar indicated as the storm starts to approach the Traer area with the potential for damaging wind as well as a tornado. It does include Buckingham, Garwin, Gladbrook, and Traer as the storm continues to move in the easterly direction at about 30 miles per hour. Tornado warning canceled for Grundy and Marshall County, so some good news there.
And Schnack, we just got a new tornado warning issued for Buchanan County until 7:15. This is a radar indicated tornado. So this severe thunderstorm that was capable of producing a tornado was located near Fairbank or 12 miles northeast of Waterloo, moving off to the east at about 25 miles per hour. So again, this new tornado warning is in effect for Buchanan County. So this does include Fairbank as well as Hazleton. Might be a little small hail with this as well. So we're going to continue to monitor this situation right now. So right now this storm is over Dunkerton and Dewar, and it is tracking to the east at about 30 miles per hour, and it does have the potential to produce a tornado. So that tornado warning, newly issued, does go until 7:15, and I'm going to go ahead and put a track on this part of the storm so you get an idea of when it's going to be near your hometown. This does not officially include Independence, but if you are in Independence, you're in that severe thunderstorm warning, so you'll definitely want to seek shelter if you are in the path of this storm.
We're going to hold on half a second. I was just going to toss it there. I just want to see what this tornado. Okay, Blackhawk County is, okay. We're going to toss it over to Ron and Abby, and they've got some pictures of some damage here.
Yeah, Mark, thanks a lot. And Kyle did a great job over there keeping everybody safe. A lot of tree damage, we understand, in some areas. We've, in fact, is this a live picture we're looking at right here? And look, and obviously you see the line is down because there's a sparking in the background from a line down, and this is near Waverly. We do understand, Abby, there was a report of a house destroyed in Waverly.
About 3 miles southeast of Waverly.
So this is, you can see the live line there, electrical line is down and arcing there. So as the guys mentioned earlier, do not approach those lines. Always assume that they are
Right. And now we're going to head to South Waverly. We have a picture of a tree down, if we can take that right now. Again, the area of Waverly tonight, please stay inside. Avoid that area. Take a look at that right there. That tree completely bent over. Again, this is in the Waverly area. Extensive damage right there. Looks like a shed is possibly down, damage to a farm right there. Silo still standing in the background, but also sustained some damage. So obviously things just thrown all over. You see a refrigerator right there as well. Car completely covered by debris. Again, this is in the Waverly area. That was sent to us from a viewer.
Well, think about this storm. The guys have mentioned, our meteorologist team, lots of storms, lots of reports of actual observed tornadoes, in addition to not just this area of Bremer County, but several reports have confirmed tornadoes over Charles City and Floyd County, all of this moving to the east at 30, 35 miles an hour. The Reland area earlier was moving toward Fayette County, as we talked about that. There was that new tornado warning for Chickasaw County. The New Hampton area, Lawler, Jackson Junction will be impacted by that. Then to the south, you have Tama and Marshall counties, and Joy, of course, is out in the storm chaser right now, and she was down in the LaPorte City area, and some heavy rain, of course, that they were running into there, and they were coming out of the Gladbrook, Garwin area from that storm moving to the east there just a few minutes ago. So kind of a fluid situation here tonight, a lot of stuff going on. Here's a live picture here of a tree down across the roadway here, and we don't. This is in Bremer County as well, so getting a lot of damage reports out of Bremer County at this hour. Remember, it's 6:30, so we've covered our newscast and nightly news tonight with the extensive wall-to-wall weather coverage, and there you see some people observing there in Bremer County. Again, if the lines are down, be careful.
Absolutely.
And, go to Max 1, you guys can talk about it.
Well, yeah, let's talk just a little bit about some of the safety measures. Is it on Max 1, you say?
Yep.
for tree lines, or I should say power lines, being down, because you should always assume on the down power line safety tips that we're going to show you here. And look at that, stay 30 feet away. I mean, that's a very good point there. Do not approach those lines at all.
Yeah, and of course, report any down power lines to your utility company immediately. You can do that online. You can also call and make sure, again, 30 feet away.
Now, here's the common sense one. Do not ever touch a power line. If it's down, you have to assume it's charged. That means it's ready to go. They're energized. They are deadly. They can be deadly.
Don't attempt to move power lines. Obviously, that seems obvious, but you know, when you're caught up in the moment during a storm and you get out there, again, don't attempt to move any power lines, even using items that are not typically conductive. They could still cause serious injury.
So those are some tips. Mark, thanks a lot for letting us know about those. We appreciate that, because these could be obviously life-threatening or life-saving. And obviously it is life-threatening. It could be life-saving, though. So the tornado warning that you're looking at right there, and this is kind of interesting, guys, because as Mark and Kyle pointed out, Abby, these storms started out as individual storms and now have produced this huge line that you're watching across the entire KWWL area tonight.
Yeah, and we just I would say about 5 to 10 minutes ago here at our studio in Waterloo, significant wind, rain. It now has calmed down in the Waterloo area. I can see some rain is still coming down, and we are just getting reports as well from our producer that there is some power out right now in Elk Run Heights as well.
So they're not watching us, you're saying?
That is very true.
Okay.
That is very true.
Mark, what do you have for us? You want to go back to you now, or should we?
Yeah, we were talking about how earlier this afternoon we were all watching and where these storms were going to fire up, and it was all eyes were pointing towards the Grundy County area, the Butler County and Bremer and Black Hawk counties were going to be the first spots they're going to develop. And we always mention this, and especially a day like today, these storms develop, and they develop individually. Those are the ones that are the more problematic ones when it comes to tornadoes. And now they all gather together as a line, and then this becomes more of a damaging wind situation.
Remember when I walked in this afternoon, Mark, what did I say to you? I said, where's the sunshine to produce all this, generate all this power? And you said, you're not going to need it today. So explain that.
Yeah, sometimes there's days where if we have a lot of sunshine, that's going to help produce severe weather. And if we had a lot of clouds, that's going to prevent severe weather from happening. We didn't need a whole lot of sunshine here for the day today. The atmosphere was very conducive for severe weather. What we call shear. We need a lot of shear in the atmosphere for these storms to really start to turn. We had a southeast wind. There's a warm front. I'm going to get a little technical here. A warm front was coming north. It was very muggy. You probably noticed how a lot more muggy it was today. Well, there's a lot more moisture in the air, and that's producing the heavy rain. But we had a southeast wind, and as you go higher in the atmosphere, the wind direction changes to the west. And so as you go in height, so I'm trying to use the pencil here. So if you come in this direction, as you go in height, it starts to turn. So in the atmosphere, you go up about maybe 10,000 feet, 15,000 feet. You get more of a strong westerly wind compared to a southeasterly wind, and you get that to get the spin, and then you get these thunderstorms to erupt inside of that, and that's where you get your tornadoes, and that's the reason why we have the tornado watches in effect.
Well, I heard you mention earlier today one at 60,000 feet. So there you're talking, but that's potentially for something bad.
60,000 feet, the tops of these insides of the storm go, and so you get the radar picking up the rain inside that storm up to 60,000 feet. That means the storm is going really high, and in that you got a strong updraft, and strong updrafts can help produce very large hail, and we've gotten reports of 1 1/4 inch diameter size hail. So those strong updrafts are really one of the ingredients needed for these severe thunderstorms, whether it's the hail or these tornadoes.
Well, we're hearing right now from our producer, there's more power outages. So I'm hearing 300 right now in Bremer and Butler counties, and then 185 in Black Hawk County. So obviously now power outages, we're seeing them slowly spread across all these different areas. So a lot of people are going to be affected by this, whether they think they're going to be or not.
Yeah. We have actually
go ahead, Kyle.
Updates on the warnings. Let's go ahead and take Max 1 right now. We have a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning. This is in effect for portions of Buchanan as well as Benton County. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and then hail up to the size of pennies. So I've kind of put a track on this whole entire line that extends north toward Olwine and then south toward Traer. This will be around Independence at 6:46, Vinton at 7 o'clock, Walker at 7:14, Manchester 7:30, Guttenberg at 7:41. So I've extended this line a little farther out just to give you all really advanced notice. And we also need to go back to that storm in Chickasaw County on Max 2. That's where that tornado warning goes until about 7:15, and this continues to be a confirmed tornado. This is right over the New Hampton area, just west of Highway 63. This is an observed tornado near Ionia or near New Hampton, moving off to the east at 35 miles per hour. And just got another update as we're talking of that observed tornado. It was over New Hampton, moving to the east at 30 miles per hour. So I've got that track right where that tornado likely is, just west of 63. This will be around Lawler at 6:55, Little Turkey at 6:59, and Jackson Junction as we head into just after the 7 o'clock hour. So this is a storm that has had a history of producing a tornado, had a history of producing a tornado in Floyd County near Charles City, and that continues to be the case as it moves off to the east into Chickasaw County. And once again, this storm is kind of hanging out on its own as well as it continues to move off to the east. We'll go ahead and put an hour loop here of the Storm Track 7 live Doppler radar. And even to the west of this tornado warning, we still have some pretty strong storms, potentially with 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts back toward Charles City as well as Rockwell. Looks like it is kind of forming along on a boundary down to the south toward the Hampton area as well. So this is all going to continue to move off to the east. Fort Atkinson, maybe even West Union, just to stay a heads up and stay in your shelter place as this storm continues to move to the east.
We've got some video from a little bit earlier. This is south of Highway 3 in Waverly. This was the tornado that we had a tornado warning for Bremer County, also Butler County. But this is the vantage point from just south of Highway 3 in Waverly. And this is the one that's also heading towards Fayette County. And that's the one that still has a tornado warning on it for Fayette County. That does include the city of Olwine, with the thunderstorms as that line continues to move toward the east. So that was the video from a little bit earlier today of the tornado in Waverly, just south of Highway 3. Back to the radar of, let's do Max 1, and we'll show you the storm. Let me clear this out here. And we've got the line of thunderstorms continuing to move toward the east. A couple of tornado warnings still remaining in effect. So this is the warned storm that had the tornado, the video that we just showed you there. That storm now east of Reedland. Things are a lot quieter. Maynard, Olwine. This is heading into the southern portion of Fayette County, southeastern part of Fayette County, so Strawberry Point. Those that live in Elkader, Strawberry, Guttenberg, any place in Clayton County, you're going to be on the lookout here. Watch out to your west. We got a line of thunderstorms heading in your direction. Minimum gusty winds and some heavy rain, but we do have a possibility of a tornado just off to your west. A couple of warnings there as you look towards the New Hampton area. This is a tornado warning. It's in effect for Chickasaw County. Looks like the storm is about near the New Hampton area, or just to the north, over towards Lawler, east of North Washington. So North Washington, I'd still be careful there because you got some storms just off to your west as well. And that continues to track off towards the east. Look at this, all the way back out to the west here, Fort Dodge area. Still with a tornado warning with some of those thunderstorms. This continues to move to the south. There's Des Moines, some showers and storms here. And so even though Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Monticello, Dubuque, Manchester, Williamsburg, Washington, Tipton, Maquoketa, all haven't seen any weather this afternoon when it comes to these storms, what will probably happen is you'll get this line of thunderstorms that'll pass on through, and you'll have very heavy rain, strong winds, and inside of that or within that line there may be an isolated tornado to pop up, and therefore a tornado watch is in effect for all of eastern Iowa between 9 and midnight. So please be careful. Now as the sun starts to get a little bit lower in the sky, it starts to get a little darker. And that would be a bit more of an issue. So sunset, I think, off the top of my head, 8:45. Yep. 8:45. So it's still a little bit late, but it's still pretty dark out there. Storms came through earlier this morning in Cedar Falls and Waterloo. It got really dark. It almost looked like nighttime in the middle of the day. And that'll be the same situation that any of these storms still that are coming through here before the sun goes down will get really, really dark before the storms move on in. Max 2 here, Kyle's got pulled up with the tornado warning for Chickasaw County.
And this is a tornado that is right over New Hampton and Highway 63 right now. As you can see on your screen, it is observed. Storm spotters have observed this tornado located over New Hampton, moving off to the east at 30 miles per hour. Did have some reports of damage back in Floyd County with these storms and this tornado moving through. Have not gotten any reports out of this particular area in Chickasaw County, but we still continue to get a report as of 6:35 of a tornado near New Hampton. And right now we're looking at the velocity, which are the winds inside the storm. And I'm circling the area where that tornado likely is, pretty much right over Highway 63. The greens are going toward the radar site in La Crosse, Wisconsin, and the reds are the rain inside the storm moving away from the radar. So where you get those two coming together, that's where we do have that rotation, that tightening of the circulation, and that's likely where we have the tornado. Again, it's over New Hampton, tracking east toward Lawler. So I'm going to go ahead and put yet another track on this storm. So again, if you're in the New Hampton area, you are not out of the clear. This is passing, especially on the north side of town. This will be in Lawler within the next 10 to 15 minutes at 6:58. Little Turkey at 7:03. Jackson Junction at 7:08. And then Fort Atkinson into portions of Wenatchee County, just outside the warning polygon. That goes until 7:17. So I'm taking these outside of the polygons because they continue to maintain their strength as they move east.
As the storms continue to move on in, producing some heavy rain, we're going to toss over to Abby and Ron for a second here for more information.
All right, thanks so much, guys. Great work over there. Yeah. Of course, we've been showing you guys some images, and we've been receiving many. If you can do so safely, of course, we really appreciate that. When you can send us any pictures or videos in of damage that you're seeing in your area. Again, you can do that through our Facebook page. You can also email us at news@kwwl.com. Now, right now, we want to go ahead and send things to Joy Bettenhausen. She is in the storm chaser vehicle right now. Do we have Joy there on the line? All right. Hi, Joy.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. You can kind of give us an update as to where you're
Abby.
located right now and kind of what you're seeing, obviously.
Okay, we are just south of Dysart. We are looking at the supercell now. We finally got a good view out of it. We finally got a good view at it just now that we've gotten ahead of the rain. As of right now, not seeing any rotation. Of course, we're seeing this berm, but once we get past this berm, you should be able to see it once again. We see some lowering in the cloud cover there. As we were driving past the storm, there was a really good inflow band of clouds. You can kind of see just to the right part of the camera there, those couple cumulus clouds that look like that are feeding into the storm. We did get to see that nice inflow band of clouds. No rotation that we can tell. What we're going to do, though, is we're going to continue to dive south to get ahead of the storm, and then we will track east to kind of follow the storm and kind of see what happens. As we have been driving, though, we have seen emergency personnel pull off, as well as trained storm spotters. So there's a lot of people following the storm right now, even a semi-truck that was pulled over to the side. So that's good news that people are heeding these tornado warnings and really taking it safely out on those roadways. So, of course, we'll continue to dive south. As soon as we get to Cloutier or even Elberon, I think that's when we're going to head east, and then we'll continue to track the storm. We'll let you know if we see anything.
Yeah, Joy, thanks a lot. And obviously, there's a lot of lightning in the storms here today, too. I've noticed that the lightning strike tracker that we've seen on the air, and again, she's in the Dysart area right now, and the storm continues to track to the east. 30, 35 miles an hour, so it's actually moving fairly quickly, so that's a good news there. Hopefully, we can just keep it in the air and not on the ground here.
Yeah, absolutely. As she mentioned, no rotation in that supercell that we were following there, so again, yes, very good news. Now, as far as what we have seen, we've seen a house destroyed, according to authorities, 3 miles southeast of Waverly. Of course, we also showed you some video earlier of power lines down. If you're in the Waverly area, again, please stay inside. Please be safe. Avoid that area. If you're supposed to go to Waverly this evening, do not do that. Also, the other things we're following, and kind of they can go through the basics of all the warnings we're following, but the newest warning is for Buchanan County that goes until 7:15. Grundy and Marshall, they are no longer under the tornado warning, but Blackhawk and Tama counties are until, I believe, 6:45. So I'm not even sure if that's renewed because we have just hit 6:45.
That's the one good thing about when they move. The storms move quickly. At least they're in your area and out of your area very quickly. And at one time, we had like 3 different tornado warnings going on at the same time. And the one that the guys were talking talking about just a moment ago in the actually east of the North Washington area of Chickasaw County. And if you're familiar with that area, that's just to the north and west a little bit of the city of New Hampton. So hopefully they'll be out of the clear here in the very near future. It is almost 6:45, so these storms have been hanging around for a while, and now they're moving quickly, and that's what we like to hear.
But we do expect it to be a busy night because pretty much all of eastern Iowa is now under our tornado watch until midnight. That was issued probably about 15 minutes ago. That goes until midnight now. It had originally been until 9 p.m. It's now until midnight. So that pretty much covers all of the area. If you can see us, you're probably under a tornado watch until midnight tonight. So you got to be on the lookout.
I can't really see outside of we're on the second floor of the KWWL building. We're right down the corner of East 4th and Franklin Street. We had some torrential rainfall and some pretty gusty winds here about 20 minutes ago, and now from my vantage point, it looks like our storm is pretty much gone, so that's good too. Yeah,
absolutely.
All right, Kyle, are you guys ready to bring us back up to date on what's going on?
We certainly can, Ron. Okay. We have a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning for Tama County, and this replaces the other tornado warning that was in effect. So as Joy was mentioning from her live report from Storm Chaser 7, there's not much in the way of rotation going on, which is obviously some good news, but there's still the potential for some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Still watching the potential of a tornado because, again, we have had reports, or a history, I should say, of these tornadoes being spotted. So this new warning does include Dysart, Garwin, Gladbrook, and Traer. This does go until 7:30. Again, this is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as the potential for maybe a little small hail or a tornado. So we have to watch these little circulations within the storm for that potential of a tornado. And right now, as I look at the velocity, it looks like perhaps just to the north of Traer, right around Buckingham, there might be a little rotation. We'll keep a close eye on that. As Abby mentioned, we have portions of Benton and Buchanan County under a severe thunderstorm warning. That is in effect until 7:15. This includes Garrison, Independence. This is just right to your west. Jessup, as well as Vinton. Vinton, this is likely getting pretty dark and noisy there as well. In fact, that flashing you see there on your screen is just a continuation of that severe thunderstorm warning. And then we continue with that tornado warning in northwestern portions of Buchanan County. In fact, between Fairbank as well as Hazleton, this is an area where I have been keeping a very close eye on the rotation there just to the west of Highway 150, between Olwine and Hazleton, and just to the east of Fairbank. This is signs of just a little bit of rotation, and honestly, we might have just a couple of little kinks here within this storm where we might have some weak rotation where there could be that potential of a tornado. So that tornado warning does continue here for portions of northwestern Buchanan County. This does include Fairbank and Hazleton. This goes until 7:15. Again, right now, this is just radar indicated, but there is that potential for a tornado at any given moment due to the fact that we still continue to have some rotation in that storm. Wanted to switch over to Max 2 if we could, because we're tracking that other tornado warning in portions of Chickasaw County, and this is for that tornado that has been observed right around the New Hampton area. The good news is we're not seeing that tightening of the reds and the greens on the velocity. This is the wind inside of the storm, but still we are getting some signs of at least some broad rotation here. Right along Highway 63 there, just to the north of New Hampton. So if you're in Lawler, Jackson Junction, Wacoma, you definitely want to stay in your shelter place as this tornado warning does continue, and now it's radar indicated. So as I was just mentioning, the rotation on the radar has weakened just a bit, and that's good that now the spotters that are on this storm have not spotted a tornado, at least within the last several minutes. But the thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Lawler or New Hampton, and that continues to move off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So I will put a quick track on this part of the storm as well. This particular storm has had a history of producing damage near the Floyd County Fairgrounds in Charles City as it continued to track east into portions of Chickasaw County as well. So again, this tornado warning does go until 7:15. The tornado warning for Buchanan County also goes until 7:15. So we are going to continue our coverage until at least that point in time, but also just because you're not under a tornado warning does not mean you're not going to get some heavy rain. In fact, if we go to Storm Track 7 live Doppler radar on Max 1, I'm going to go ahead and put a line on this storm from Fayette County down toward Tama County, and I'm actually going to take this out about 2 hours until it reaches the Dubuque area. This is, again, this line of severe thunderstorms potentially producing up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to be in Vinton around 7:05, so about 15 minutes from now. Elkader 7:09, Prairie du Chien 7:36, Guttenberg about 7:45, Monticello 8:21, Cedar Rapids at 8:25, and Dubuque, it'll be in your neck of the woods around 8:43. So this again is just a rough estimated timing, gives you plenty of an idea of when this storm is going to reach your neck of the woods. And of course, we are going to continue to monitor this line of storms for that potential to produce maybe a couple of tornadoes, as there have been signs of a little bit of rotation. And we're going to continue to monitor the situation very closely. Again, right now we do not have any observed tornadoes, so that's the good news, but we continue to track that tornado warning here into portions of Chickasaw County. That goes until 7:15, and even looking at the radar, the storm has weakened it just a bit, which is definitely some good news. Wanted to take a look at the wind inside of the storm, and I'm going to circle that area of rotation just to the west of Lawler, northeast of, that's the wrong tool there, just to the northeast of New Hampton, right along Highway 63, where we see that couplet of that little bit of red you see and the green. That is where we do have that rotation in the storm.
We're going to send it over to Ron and Abby.
And so we're going to send it over to Ron and Abby. They've got video of a tornado that we're going to see.
Yeah, Kyle, you mentioned there's no observed tornadoes now, but there certainly were a little bit earlier tonight. I wanted to show you one right now. Look at this well-defined tornado.
Yes,
and this
218
is
in
218, and this is near the Denver area. A lot of you folks up there probably observe this. You see the trucks going there on the highway, and that's you can look at the well-defined rotation of that. And as you can see, it is on the ground, so that makes it a tornado. When we call it a funnel cloud, that means it's in the air. You can see it. It looks like a tornado, but it's not really a tornado. It's a funnel cloud until it does this, Mark, right? It hits the ground, and that makes it a tornado. So
you can see the debris within this storm flying up. So it's got it's done some sort of damage somewhere. You can see in the bottom there on debris on either side, and at least a couple hundred feet up. Not sure what it hit. Could have been that building that we saw from a little bit earlier, maybe a tree or some of the debris. It could be anything that's been flying around. So you get to see that off in the distance there.
So this is what we call a loop, or we're going to show this video, and you'll notice the same trucks seem to be going by.
Right, yeah,
so that's what we call a video loop. So it's not just...
It's only a 10-second video.
Yeah, it's about a 10-second video. But watch here, as Mark was mentioning about the debris that gets lifted up by this counterclockwise formation here. It comes off the tornado, and the rotation, I mean, that is really something to see. It really is. Yeah.
Now, we can say that it's a tornado because there is debris, because if there wasn't debris, it would be hard to tell if that actually is a tornado, because if you see there on the bottom there, we've got trees. And so you can't, if it wasn't more narrow and you didn't have the debris, there could be a question that this is not a tornado, because you're not seeing the ground, that funnel touching the ground, because you've got a tree line in the middle. But because there's debris in there, we know that obviously it has reached the ground, and we can call that a tornado there.
Right.
And it's hard to tell how wide it is, too, at that point. We don't know the exact distance on that. It's not a really wide tornado, obviously, but it's still kind of deceptive, because we don't know how far away it is, actually.
Yeah, this is near the Denver area. And again, as Abby said, they're going to have to assess this as we get into the day tomorrow. National Weather Service will go out, and they'll be heading to this area. They'll be looking at this video. They've got all kinds of pictures and video that they'll put into place and look at that. And what they'll do is they'll go out. And tornadoes, their rating is based on the damage. So just by looking at this, you can guess what it is. But to actually go out and see the damage, or what it actually has done damage to or destroyed, what structure was destroyed, how was the structure built, is it old, is it a brand new structure, was it built the way it should be, or maybe some corners were cut or something like that. They'll look at all of that, and there's a lot of detail that they go through, and then they eventually will come up with the rating on that. And then now they take drones to see where they may not be able to get to. Sometimes they'll do that over an area where there's more of a wooded area, and they can see some of the trees that are knocked down that you wouldn't necessarily see from the road, but now you've got drones that can see more information.
And Mark, sometimes you'll see a big tree that's down, and that tree was ready to come down anyway, right? Because it's an older tree. It's maybe been a lot of moisture in the air or on the ground in the last few weeks or months, and
it could
all
have
of a
been
sudden,
a dying tree, and we just didn't know the inside.
Sometimes it doesn't take a lot of wind to knock those big old trees down, but it looks like it was just happened because there was a big force, and that's all it took, just to kind of push it over a little bit. Yeah.
We certainly appreciate the viewer that sent us that video. Now, of course, that video was from earlier. That wasn't a live video. And I do understand that right now what we're taking a look at, this is the video that we're getting from Joy Bettenhausen. She is in our Storm Chaser 7 vehicle right now. She's right ahead of the storm. So that is what she is seeing. Is Joy there right now that we can speak with her?
Hold on, Joy. Joy, before you go, we have a new warning.
And Joy, this is the storm right there in Tama County. This is an excellent view of this storm, Joy. We do have a new tornado warning. This is radar indicated. So, Joy, please do let us know if you end up seeing a tornado out of this. This is for Tama County, and this goes until 7:30 p.m. And this is where we did have a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Dysart, 15 miles northeast of Toledo, and it is moving east at about 15 miles per hour. So this is between Traer and Dysart, where we do have the potential for tornado out of the storm. And real quickly, I am going to show you the velocity, and it's right there along just 21 between Traer and Dysart, where we do have that rotation, that tight couplet of the reds and the greens coming together right there around, it looks like Highway V1 or V18, and that is where we have that potential tornado. So right now we are going to go to meteorologist Joy Bettenhausen in Storm Chaser 7. She's got that view on the storm. Joy, what can you tell us right now?
Yeah, Kyle, no, we actually got into perfect position of this storm, and it actually, when we pulled off to the side, we just started to see a little bit of rotation. We're in Cloutier, or we're just east of Cloutier right now looking at this rotation, so we are safe as this rotation is just to the north of us, but just definitely starting to see a little bit of some small rotation. We're seeing some inflow bands pushing into this, and scud. If you notice a little bit of kind of some clouds swirling around, you might think, hey, is that a tornado? Is that a funnel? That's actually scud, so it's just ingesting in kind of some warmer air. We are seeing a little bit of a lowering that could potentially be the wall cloud, and it looks like maybe some funnels are trying to form, but nothing really forming just yet. We've been tracking this storm, I'd say, for the past 20 minutes or so, so of course we will keep an eye on it there. We're actually going to kind of flip around and start heading east so we can keep up with the storm. So if we see anything new, of course, we'll let you guys know.
You're on the south side of the storm, all these safest place for you to be. I've noticed, Joy, you mentioned earlier you were trying to get out in front of the storm, and as you said, you really got in a really perfect position here. This storm moves across the Cloutier area, and that's in northern Tama County there, so just to the north and east of the Tama-Toledo area up there and east of Traer.
So again, the Tama County area tornado warning now until 7:30. That's between Traer and Dysart. And now we'll go ahead and send things over to Kyle.
All right, thank you so much, Abby. Just as Joy was talking, we did get a new warning issued. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. And we actually just got a tornado warning issued as well. So we're going to get you caught up here on the latest warnings. In fact, that tornado warning, if we can go over to Max 1, please. That is actually an extension to that storm that Joy was just talking about near Dysart. That is heading off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So I'm going to go ahead and put a track on this storm for you, and then we'll get to that latest warning in portions of Buchanan and Delaware County. But if you are in Garrison, near Rogers Park, Vinton, Eden, you need to be in your shelter place right now. Again, I'm taking these cones right outside of the polygon because even if you aren't in the warning, you're going to be very close to it. And sometimes these tornadoes can deviate north or south at times as they continue their move off to the east. So once again, this is a radar indicated tornado. As Joy was just mentioning from the Storm Chaser, she has noticed some rotation, and we're definitely seeing that here on the radar. So we are going to continue to keep track of this storm. Again, that's a tornado warning now is in effect until 7:45 here this evening as that storm continues to cross from Tama County into Benton County, as it's trading National Weather Service offices, which is why it's two different warnings. But nonetheless, there along Highway 21 near Dysart, that is where that possible tornado is. I'll go ahead and zoom in a little bit closer here. This is along V Avenue, X Avenue, heading right toward Dysart. So if you are in Dysart, that latest scan does show that the rotation is just west of town there along Iowa Highway 8. So if you are in Dysart, please stay in your shelter place. Do not go outside and look at this storm. We've got Joy Bettenhausen on the storm as well. And anytime Joy has an update, please let us know, because we will definitely take her live shot as that storm is continuing to tighten up a little bit as far as that rotation goes. I wanted to quickly put on Max 2. We've got the latest warning here for portions of Buchanan and Delaware County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning with the possibility of a tornado, and this is in effect here as we go until 7:15 for 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as some penny-sized hail. So I did put a track on that storm. Again, we continue with that potential for a tornado in northwestern Buchanan County, as that rotation is still indicated. And then Benton County does have that tornado warning, as I mentioned, until about 7:45. So on your screen right now, this will be in Manchester around 7:33. Milo Forest Park at 7:39, Hazel Green at 7:49, and Indian Hills Park at 7:55. So this tornado, or I'm sorry, the severe thunderstorm warning does go here until 7:45.
Let's go to some photos that were in Iowa Fall, or where was this? Falls Avenue.
That's Falls Avenue, Cedar Falls.
Falls Avenue in Cedar Falls. So we talked about earlier, as the storm came on through Black Hawk County, the wind really cranked on up, and yeah, it did. Look at the damage to that tree area. From this vantage point, it missed the house. Well, maybe not, or did it? Maybe it did hit part of the house. Well, so far from that vantage point, it looks like the house is okay, and it landed into the yard. So hopefully that is the case and everybody is safe. So thank you very much for sending those photos in. Again, if there are any trees that are up against any power lines, please stay away from that, especially staying away from the water that's near the power lines. It's a good conductor of electricity. We don't want you injured by taking photos because of the damage that is there, or just picking up the power lines, or assume if there's a power line down, assume it is live, and you stay away from that and call your utility company to help them, let them know. Again, don't assume somebody has already called in, because they may not know. So call the utility company and let them know that you've got some damage in the area.
All right, and we now have Joy Bettenhausen in Storm Chaser 7 once again, and we are continuing to track this storm just north of Cloutier near Dysart that has some rotation, and it looks like we got a lowering, so we're going to turn it over to meteorologist Joy Bettenhausen for another update on what she is seeing there in Tama County. Take it away, Joy.
Yes, Kyle. So now we are heading east, and you can see that lowering there, and kind of just developed within a couple minutes or so. We are too far away to kind of tell if it's rotating, but we are in a safe place, so we're going to kind of continue on this path here. That lowering has, kind of about, I'd say, for the past couple of minutes or so. It's looking pretty sustained as of right now. Looking at radar scans, it looks like the rotation has kind of increased on that, as looks like some of the older warnings have been trimmed down, so that's good. But yeah, we are passing just south of Dysart. We are east of Cloutier, and we'll kind of continue eastward and just pass just south of Garrison. Wall cloud looking a little bit more formed now. You can see kind of on the eastern edge of that wall cloud. And no, the storm has definitely been picking up in intensity. If we see anything more, if we get any new updates, of course, we will keep you guys updated, but we will keep this shot on this storm, so feel free to come back to us when you need to.
If we could split the screen and leave that shot up there, even if we are looking at the radar, just so that we have a vantage point of that storm, because that one storm has a potential for producing a tornado. The radar imagery is showing very significant possibility of a tornado at any moment out of the storm near the Dysart area. So leave that shot up as if we can, and then we'll just use the top left for the radar if we need to bounce around to another warning at this point. But this is a storm that is producing, or can produce, a tornado at any point now, and you can see that storm near the Dysart area. So Garrison, if you're in this area, Mount Auburn, Vinton, all these locations, you need to be taking shelter now. as the storm continues to move eastward. Areas, it's all south of LaPorte City, north of Keystone. Keystone, it's been pretty quiet so far. LaPorte City, we still have some rain out there. Traer, the tornadic part of the storm is to your east, but we still have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for you over towards the Cloutier area as well. But the tornado potential is right now right about over the Dysart area or just southwest of Dysart, and that is coming in your direction. So that seems to be the lowering of the cloud as well. If we can hold that shot on the bottom right there, that is the possible tornado. The radar, and you can see you can actually see the lowering of the cloud right there on the bottom right, and that is definitely rotating, and that is the tornado, or potential tornado. So again, at any minute, this tornado will be approaching the Dysart area. So please take shelter now. Cover your head. Get to the lowest level of your basement. Get to your safe place, wherever that is. Hopefully you've done the safety precautions we talked about yesterday to do because of the potential for today. We have this tornado potential moving in the Dysart area at this point. There's the circulation of the storm. Rotation is just to the west or right over the Dysart area. You can see the wall cloud. It is spinning. That is very distinct. And at any point, and this is what it's been happening throughout the day today, all these storms have been producing these types of just about the way it looks right there, circulations, and then eventually there's a tornado. And we've had a number of tornadoes do damage to either trees or buildings, outhouses, power build or pole buildings. And so we've got all these issues with the storm as they back out and have a bigger picture of the storm. You can see the leading edge of that to the right-hand side, to the left. Joy's putting the windshield wiper on the lens so we can maybe get a little cleaner picture as the rain starts to push into her area. But she's... Joy, you still there? Can you... Or you just got...
Yeah, I'm still there. Joy, I can hear you.
Whereabout... Are you on the south side of the storm? What location
yeah, we're on the south side of the storm.
You're on the south side of this? So, so this is going to be...
Yeah, we're north of Elberon.
Okay.
Directly due east of Cloutier.
Okay. So, all right. So you're in the perfect spot. So this storm is going to be moving from left to right on your screen there. And what road is that you're on?
Right.
You're straight east of Cloutier between Elberon and Dysart. Nope, not a problem.
Give me 1 second.
Yep. And go ahead, Ron.
We are on
Ron.
County Road East 36.
836. Okay, Ron, go ahead.
But they're going to get really torrential rainfall out of this, regardless of what happens with the tornado. It looks like, right?
Yes, yeah. That area is going to get a lot of rain, but this is going to produce a tornado. I wouldn't be surprised at all if this is a tornado producing
You can really see the wind picking up there on the corn right there. It's really starting to move.
You're going to start to see the inflow there. The storm is going to start to pull in some of the air there, so you start to see the corn blow a little bit more, start to move around just a bit off to the right, and that's going to pull in the air and it's going to start to spin. So we're about 7 miles from Cloutier. So this is the vantage point. She said she was just east of Cloutier. And so on the top left-hand side, the arrow is the location of where Joy is right now looking at that storm. At the bottom right, that is a live picture from our storm chase vehicle in Cloutier, or just east of Cloutier, as the storm moves across Dysart. So we have some very heavy rain. There's the radar update. It is right now over Dysart. So if you're in Garrison, please take shelter now along Highway 8, eventually going to Highway 218. Rogers Park at 728. That's in about 20 minutes now. Please take shelter now as the storm is about to produce a tornado.
And even if you're in Benton, you're not officially in the warning. You're likely not hearing sirens go off. take shelter because this storm has had a history of strengthening. You can see there on the bottom right of your screen that we do have that rotating wall cloud that could drop a tornado here at any minute. Doppler radar is very indicative of that strong rotation over Dysart there along Highway 8, moving to the east toward the north side of Garrison. Looks like the radar is still indicating that rotation here right around Dysart, maybe just south of Highway 8 there. So again, as Schnack was just mentioning, Garrison, Rogers Park, you need to be in your shelter place right now as this storm continues to rotate and potentially produce a tornado. Luckily, again, Joy is south of the storm. She's at a very safe distance. Her and our photographer are safe, but they are keeping you on top of this storm that has had a history of producing that rotation and that lowering that you see there on the bottom of your screen. And I also think I saw a couple flashes of lightning, so quite a bit of lightning with this as well.
Looks like looks like they're moving north there to get a little bit closer as the storm moves from left to right or west to east on their screen there. And so again, they're south of that, and so as storm spotters and storm chasers, the best place to be is to the south or southwest side of the storm. It's where there's the least amount of active weather, and all of it is in advance. A lot of times you get the heavy rain out in advance of that, you get the hail, and the next thing you know, you've got a tornado and it's too late, you can't see it. Storm chasers, we do these spotter classes during the late winter so that we're prepared for springtime severe weather. We tell them that it's the south and southwest side of the storm is the safe spot or the safest spot, because, and again, you got to watch where this goes, because sometimes they sort of wobble and turn, but for the most part, you got to keep in mind where the direction of the storm is going, and then stay away from it. And if it's coming, if you ever look at if you're at a tornado and it's not moving, then it is coming towards you. So you got to go perpendicular to it, either go right or left. If you don't see it moving across the horizon there for you, left to right or right to left, chances are it's probably coming towards you, and the storm keeps getting a bit larger. So so far this is still radar indicated, but there is a very tight signature of this on Highway 8. That is 12th Avenue, 13th Avenue, and just northeast of Dysart. Yes. If you're in that area, this is a potential tornado heading in this direction, heading to 170th Street. I'm going to name off a bunch of streets here. 59th Street, 57th Street, 130 or 13th Street, 14th Street, 60th Street, 111th Avenue. And this is all northeast of Dysart, and there's some very heavy rain with this as well. Notice the wall cloud, how large that wall cloud is there.
Oh, yeah.
Is that, trying to see if that's a, pull that, can you pull that up full, her video? Jeff?
Joy, do you see any indication that this is a tornado right now?
Because that looks really close.
So you want the full screen?
I want the full, yeah. He's working on getting that full up on the screen so we can get a little better vantage point there. Oops.
36, T36, I believe you said. You're still traveling east, right?
Yes, we're still traveling east. We can't tell if it's reaching the ground or not. It looks like there's a lot of rain near it, so that's kind of obstructing the view kind of in and around the circulation. But yeah, it looks like it's either widened or maybe lowered. It's just our vantage point is not the best at the moment.
And that's part of the problem, and why it may be still just a radar indicated, unless Kyle's going to tell me something different with the next update here.
No, they just dropped the warning for Tama County, so that's because that storm is now east of Dysart, or getting east of Dysart. So
that could be part of the reason why this is still radar indicated, is because we don't have any information because you can't see it.
And you call that the rain wrapping,
that
right?
could be rain wrapped.
And I'm going to retweet a photo here on Twitter. It does look like
what I do want to.
It is definitely
go ahead, you do that. I'm going to look at another vantage point. Keep that shot up there if you would, Jeff, please. I'm going to look at something else here.
Okay, here we go. We've got observed tornado in Benton County. This is located near Dysart or 11 miles west of Vinton, moving east at 25 miles per hour. So I'm assuming, do you see it, Joy?
No, she's just hearing you.
No, I see. So we do now have a confirmed tornado here near Dysart.
I can't see anything.
So yeah,
it's confirmed. That's what they're saying.
And Joy, you're about 7 miles away, right? So it'd be pretty difficult for you to actually, unless it's really, really well defined because of the rain wrapping, making it pretty difficult to see anyway. But
yeah, let's keep this shot up there. She is.
So this tornado was confirmed near Dysart or 11 miles west of Vinton, moving east at 25 miles per hour. So if you are in the Vinton area, if you are in Garrison, you need to be in your safe place right now, as we now have a spotter confirmation of a tornado that is potentially doing some damage here just to the east of Dysart. So that tornado warning in Benton County does go until 7:45, so just about a half hour from now. Meteorologist Joy Bettenhausen is going to continue to stay on this storm. She's about 6 or 7 miles south, and right now this is pretty much right over Highway 8, where we have that strongest sign of the rotation, and this is just now off to the east of the Dysart area. So this is where we do have that observed tornado moving off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So we're going to continue to stay with you here on air with this storm, as we now have had that confirmation of a tornado.
So far, we haven't had any reports of this, but sometimes that comes out a little bit later. So we rely on the radar, since it was rain-wrapped or rain within that, and in the circulation on the radar. Looking at a different mode of the radar, it doesn't pick up any debris within that's being tossed up. We technically call it correlation coefficient. It's tornado debris that's lofted in the air that the radar would pick up. So far, that has not happened. So that is good news that potentially, at this point, that it hasn't hit anything and lofted that debris into the sky, and the radar gets to pick that up so far. But there is definitely a tightening of this, and with this, it hasn't weakened at all. So those in advance of this storm, Garrison to Vinton, you need to be taking shelter now. This is a dangerous situation. Meteorologist Joy Bettenhausen is following along with this. She is just south of the storm. There are showers, and there's some rain just to your west, but it is on the lighter side. So they will continue to monitor and track this storm. Now she's running into some of the rain as you're getting a little closer to this storm. And
you guys turned north, it looks to me like. Did I miss that turn? I think you're going north now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yes, we turned north because we ran into a gravel road, so we didn't want to be stuck in a potential situation if we had to bail out of there. So the next turn that we can go east on, that's what we're going to be doing.
I want to let people know, too, also, we're going to be going live to Waverly here in just a couple of minutes. Daniel Perot is at the scene where apparently there is at least one person trapped in some debris. And Abby, should we go to him right now, I think?
I believe he is standing by right now. We've heard one person is trapped because they can't get to him because of down power lines. So, Daniel, if you are live right now, if you can hear us, go ahead and tell us what's the very latest.
Yeah, we are right now at Hilton Road and 235th Street in Waverly, just to the south and east of Waverly. Just a couple minutes ago, a Waverly police officer confirmed to me that they are currently trying to rescue a man from his house. They do believe he's alive. They do believe he is okay. They are just at this time not able to get to him because there are so many trees and power lines down. And if you look back behind me, you can see part of that power line is down back there. It's kind of where that police car is. A little bit past that is where the man's house is, the driveway to the house. I actually just spoke with one of his neighbors who said he tried to go and check on him, but he said he got to the house, saw one of the trees, and just, it was all covered in trees. It's just not even possible to get there. He said he saw his machine shed, and that was just completely destroyed. So he was concerned for his safety. Police say that they do believe he is okay. They're currently trying to get to him, but the issue, obviously, the live power lines that are down, you don't know if they're live, so obviously stay clear of them if you do come across them when they are down. They're currently working on getting that. They have crews out here. They had some power crews out here. They've got firefighters out here, obviously working to be able to get to him over the next couple of minutes and hopefully, you know, shortly here. We've seen plenty of power lines down really all around Waverly, a lot of trees down. We saw a barn that was completely destroyed earlier. The barn destroyed, but the house next to it completely okay. We have also seen some of those power lines actually sparking some fires here. Firefighters have been on top of those, mostly getting those put out. But for us where we are right now, 235th Street, just south and east of Waverly, the rescue operation is ongoing. Crews are working to get to that person who currently effectively trapped inside his home and with the power lines and the trees down all around it. So for now, reporting in Waverly, Daniel Perot, News 7, KWWL.
Daniel, thanks for the update. Obviously, a very busy night for the first responders in Waverly this evening. Some damage up there, and we'll be getting additional damage reports, I'm sure, as the night goes on. Yeah, and of course, he mentioned, you know, the barn, that at one point they saw a barn that was completely destroyed, and then right next to it a house that hadn't been touched. You see that a lot in storms like this. Very common, so you just don't know. It's important that everybody's taking the right precautions and staying out of the storm's way in general. We've also been talking about the different power lines, and Daniel mentioned this. We did have video earlier, you know, of a lot of sparks flying, so if you are in any area that is in the path of this storm, please just be aware, stay inside, stay safe. The man that's trapped obviously made a good decision by not going outside, calling authorities, and hopefully they'll be able to get to him very soon. Yeah, we really haven't heard of any injuries, luckily, and hopefully it'll stay that way. Joy Bettenhausen, meteorologist Joy Bettenhausen, of course, is to the south of us. She's down there in that east of Dysart now area, so that storm is traveling to the east pretty rapidly, and I can't tell, guys, what's any change as you're looking at this video in that storm. A lot of rain, obviously.
It's going to be hard to see that.
A lot of lightning.
It's going to be hard to see that. So really, for us, as the visual for what we're going to see on that camera, the leading edge of that heavy rain is going to be the biggest indicator for us to where we're going to be, because at this point, we're probably not going to be able to see it because there's a lot of rain in there that she's looking into. But there is, with the storm, with the radar, it is a tight couplet, meaning the wind is circulating within the storm, and it's moving pretty fast. And so it is likely that it's still a tornado. I haven't had any additional information confirmed on this. But I wouldn't be surprised that this is still a confirmed tornado still at this point, especially around the highway, just north of Highway 8, about 17th Avenue, south of 53rd Street, and heading towards Big Grove Wildlife area. It is going to be... we're going to move this back here just a little bit just to see a little movement to that. It may be north of Vinton that this stays, but it will be heading towards the Mount Auburn area. So if you're in Mount Auburn, you're not officially in this tornado warning, but they may have to adjust the track of this warning, because if you look at, I'm going to change modes here for a second. And we're going to, if there's the storm right there in the center, right center part of your screen, the movement of that is to the north and east, and so that's going to be closer to maybe south of Mount Auburn as the storm moves. So they may have to adjust that just a little bit. There's Mount Auburn there. Again, not officially in the tornado warning, but the tornado is right here. Let me grab a pointer so I can see. The tornado is right about here. So the concern is that this moves to the northeast a little bit. They may have to adjust something on the warning or add a new warning to this area. So Mount Auburn, I would be very careful. I'd be watching this storm system, and I would take shelter in this area it's between Vinton and Mount Auburn, somewhere in there. It may be just north of Vinton and just south of Mount Auburn, so it may catch across the southern or the northern portion of that, and still observed. So there's the latest update there.
Yeah. There's still an observed tornado located 1 mile north of Garrison or 7 miles west of Vinton, moving off to the east at 25 miles per hour. So weather spotters continue to confirm this tornado. And then Joy Bettenhausen is in Storm Chaser 7, and she is on this storm. I can't quite tell. Can you see? I can't quite tell if that's the tornado
Joy,
or not.
hit the windshield wiper and see if there's, maybe I could help clear that up a little bit. Not a whole lot. That's hard to say. Obviously, that's the leading edge of that storm that has the tornado in it. And that is the confirmed tornado right there, just to the south and west of Mount Auburn and north of Garrison. So it'll be sort of, put those as the goalpost, I guess. It'll go right between Mount Auburn and Garrison. Any place in between there, northeast of Garrison, south of Mount Auburn, any place between those two. And then areas to the east, like Vinton, even towards Urbana. Now we're getting to, now here's a part now, it's still light out. Now this is going to be moving, if this holds into place and it stays in this path, it will now start to approach Interstate 380. And so if there's a tornado in there, and then it starts to cross over Interstate 80. We got these cars and trucks that are driving along this. They may not know or may not be paying attention that there's a tornado pushing on in. So if you know of anybody that's going to be traveling around 380 between Urbana and Center Point, roughly about that area on 380, let them know that, give them a call. Text them, hopefully before they head out on the road, probably give them a call and say, hey, you got a tornado just off to your west. Are you going to be okay to get out of that area? Because you don't want to be caught in a storm that's going to move across the interstate there.
So yeah, that report of the tornado near Garrison was right along 18th Avenue, 1 mile north of Garrison. And that was reported at 7:20, so just about 7 minutes ago. So from what it sounds like is this storm is kind of going through cycles where at some points the tornado is a tornado and at other points it goes back up into the cloud as a rotating wall cloud or rotating funnel. So again, take this storm very seriously. Might be very hard to find the tornado as it's wrapped in some rain, but we are going to continue to track this tornado observed in Benton County near Garrison, 7 miles west of Vinton, moving off to the east.
And it's on the north side of this tornado warning.
Yes.
Just inside this tornado warning.
Yes, and as you can see, I mean, based on reflectivity, we've got quite a bit of rain with this storm as well. So that's why we're having a pretty hard time of seeing it from Joy's shots in the Storm Chaser because it's just got a lot of heavy rain with it as well.
For those that are not in any of these warnings, I do want to show you what's going on around the rest of the region. There's one severe thunderstorm warning that is in, or excuse me, no, tornado warning that is in effect for Delaware and parts of Dubuque County, that is including Manchester.
And we just got a new tornado warning for Buchanan and Delaware County as we've been tracking those storms as well. This is a radar indicated tornado. The storm capable of producing the tornado was located over Lamont or 10 miles northwest of Manchester. This storm also moving off to the east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. National Weather Service is also tracking an area of rotation near Winthrop that's also capable of producing a tornado. So a couple of areas there in Buchanan County as well as into Delaware County that we are watching for the potential of a tornado. So that tornado warning does go until 7:45. So it runs for the next 16 minutes or so. So that's going to be a storm that we continue to watch and continue to track for you here as we head throughout the next.
Yeah, you can see the circulation on that there as well. Right there, just west of Manchester. Also, farther to the south here, back to this warning, there may be a couple of spins here in this tornado warning. There may be a couple of spots that may be of concern. So the radar, now we're in a spot where the radar switches over automatically because we get covered eastern Iowa by 3 radars, one in Davenport, one in Des Moines, and one in La Crosse. And so what happens is with our system, it will automatically go to the closest radar to get the best view. And so this would be the best view of that storm, but if this would be the storm over towards Des Moines, and this would be the radar in Davenport. So a little bit closer. You notice the colors change, how things bounce back and forth. So this is the storm or the radar, and this is the one that picks up the storm better, because if you move it to the move it just a little bit and it picks up the Des Moines radar, it's so far away, the radar is so high into the sky, as the curvature of the earth, you're shooting up into the storm. And so you get the radar that's a little bit closer, and then it shifts over, and you can see there's some circulations. You get a couple of images there, a couple of spots in the radar where you've got the reds and the greens. So you've got this area. Get the pointer out here. There's an update here. So you got this area up in here. You got another spot that's down in here as a possibility. So one spot right here, just north of that warning, or right on the warning line, and then another spot, maybe some circulation down in here.
And we also need to watch down to the south. We've had some storms develop over Cloutier. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a possible tornado near Cloutier. So you can also see maybe a little bit of rotation there near the Cloutier area. So just heads up, Joy and Daniel Hampy. Be aware that you have another storm off to the west. So Joy, maybe check that out just to make sure you guys are in a safe location. That storm has really bubbled up here within the last 15 minutes or so. So if you are in Cloutier, you are getting some very heavy rain now with that potential. Looks like the rotation might be on the south side of town, but that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 7:45. So just be aware that this does have the potential to produce a tornado. If no tornado, there's definitely going to be the potential for some 60-mile-per-hour straight-line winds.
Still keeping a track that the bottom right-hand picture is a live shot with the meteorologist Joy Bentonhausen from our chase vehicle, and that is the leading edge of the storm that is in the Garrison area. The storm chase vehicle is south of there and looking north as the storm continues to move in the west to easterly direction, and I'm getting a little problem with the signal there, but the radar showing the heavy rain approaching the Vinton area, and this will continue to move toward the east. Now, as mentioned earlier, we've got this right here, and here's Interstate 380 right here. So we've got some very heavy rain about to move into the area, and again, the potential for a tornado right there, and maybe even right there, south of Mount Auburn and then north of Garrison. That continues to move toward the east, heading towards Center Point, as well as Vinton. Vinton not officially in the warning. Now it's radar indicated, so the spotter is no longer seeing the tornado, but there is still circulation within that storm.
Mark, if I could just say something really quick.
Please.
I'm hearing from our producer that we are finding out that about 2,450 people are without power right now in Blackhawk County, specifically in the Olwine area. So please be aware of that. Maybe if you're trying to reach somebody that you know that lives in that area, you can't get a hold of them. There is quite a power outage in that area. Again, around 2,450 people.
You can see several warned storms or widespread. I'll take the lightning off. You can see these thunderstorms around the area, and what's happening is now we're getting some very heavy rain, and this is becoming a line of thunderstorms, and this line of thunderstorms will produce some damaging wind as well as some very heavy rain. And the way that it's setting up right now across portions of Benton County and Tama County, these storms are running right over the same spot. So this area right here is has dealt with this storm, and it's still raining, and then there's still more storms behind it. So there's going to be a lot of water in this area. Hopefully there isn't any flash flooding, but there is definitely the potential for that with these storms. I just want to take a quick look and see how much rain has actually fallen around the region. Seeing some hot spots here. One spot up to the north here, there could be in excess of 2.5 inches of rain. Same thing around the Olwine area. A lot of rain there. Farther to the south, I haven't seen a whole lot. This is from earlier today around Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Williamsburg. It's been quiet this afternoon, but there are some showers and thunderstorms off to the west, so we're not done with yet as these storms move on through. So we still have that tornado warning. A tornado warning for Benton County. That includes the city of Garrison, heading towards Vinton. It is just south of Mount Auburn. Some hail possible, but the reason why we're still on the air is tornado possibility. Radar indicated there. And then farther to the south and west, not too far away, in Tama County, Cloutier, Dysart, north of Elberon, has the potential for winds of 60 miles an hour, some large hail, about penny size, and there may be an isolated tornado, or at least the potential for that out of this thunderstorm. So if there's any signs of that, then they'll issue a tornado warning, but that's following right in to the spot that's under a tornado warning. So we got two storms that we're tracking that'll go back to back here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's unfortunate that we have multiple warnings at once. We're trying to balance everything out. But if we go ahead and take Max 2, we'll show you that storm in Buchanan County. This is just north of Quasqueton and east of Independence, also south of Lamont. So this area right here, right along Highway 20 actually, is where we might have just a little rotation. Not a strong side of rotation. As you can see on the warning, that is a radar indicated potential for a tornado. But this is heading right toward Manchester there, east along Highway 20, or maybe just south of Highway 20. But it is tracking off to the east. So this is going to be around Masonville just a few minutes at 7:42. Manchester at 7:54. Maquoketa Valley High School 8:05. Indian Hills Park 8:11, Petersburg at 8:16, and into Dyersville in Dubuque County right around 8:23. So again, this is the potential for a tornado. Nothing confirmed, but definitely radar has had a history of producing that rotation, indicating the possibility of a tornado. Outside of that, there might be a little bit of small hail and certainly some very heavy rainfall. We've got just a very, very muggy air mass in place. And just to the west of Manchester there, that's likely where we potentially have a little bit of hail along with that lightning. So we're continuing to track this tornado warning for about the next 8 minutes or so in portions of Delaware and Buchanan County. So this does include Aurora, Lamont, Manchester, as well as Winthrop, and it continues to track to the east. So even if you're outside of the warning around Dyersville, Holy Cross, definitely stay in your shelter place.
Tornado watch does remain in effect. If you go to Max 1, tornado watch for just about the entire area. Tornado possibility with any of these thunderstorms as we head through the evening hours. Till 9 o'clock from, I'll say, roughly Benton County to Buchanan County, so about Old Line to just west of Cedar Rapids till 9. And then the rest of eastern Iowa up to Decorah into southern Wisconsin. That is until midnight. And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's Kyle.
We do. We've got new severe thunderstorm warning for Benton and Lynn County. This is for that same storm that is producing the potential tornado just west of Benton. And this is issued until 8:15 for 60-mile-per-hour winds and the potential for a tornado. This does include Atkins, Center Point, Urbana, and Vinton. So if you're in any of these areas, please do stay in your shelter place or seek shelter if you haven't already. And this is going to continue to track off to the east, Shaq.
Joy, go. What you got?
Yeah, making this, we did believe, hold on, I'm trying to adjust. It's like,
she's cutting in and out.
Now, it looks like a funnel.
Joy, can you hear us?
Can you guys at least see the video?
Yes. Repeat what you just said.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
It looks like there may be a funnel. Now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, yes.
Repeat what you just said.
Yes, it looks like we've been watching this funnel kind of drop just south of Garrison. I know, Schnack, you've noticed kind of two circulations. This is that most southern one just south of Garrison. We did see it just pop out. It just developed, I would say, in a matter of a couple of minutes or so. So there is a lot of rain associated with these storms. So that's why we are kind of losing visual of it. But it looks like it does appear that it is still a funnel. Not sure if it's reaching the ground. We saw it and we started to continue to move just for safety purposes. But this is what we are seeing right now.
So where are you again?
Try to zoom in. We are just south, more east of Garrison, but really close to Garrison.
Okay. Yeah, you got just north and south of you, two little circulations there. You can see that on the radar.
We're like sandwiched in the middle.
Yep. You're sandwiched in the
Yes,
middle
we're
there.
sandwiched in the middle with those circulations.
And the one you're looking at is
We're
the one
not
south.
seeing anything from the northern circulation. Right, we weren't seeing anything from the northern circulation, so I tilted the camera back. It looks like visually we lost it, but we're going to continue just to stay in between for safety purposes.
Okay. A little less circulation on the radar in the south with the last update, still more to the north. This is the area. This is the northern side. This is the southern side. She is right about here, near Garrison. So it's just north, so they're right in between where she is located. Obviously, some very heavy rain. If we switch the radar modes here, you're dealing with some very heavy rain.
Oh yeah, go. Yep.
Have you had any reports, or has it just been straight rain? Joy.
It's just been straight rain. That's all we've been dealing with. No hail. Wind hasn't been too heavy, but it's just been rain, and the rain's coming down at a real good clip.
Okay. So we may have some ponding on the road, so if you're doing any traveling, as you guys are, be extra careful here through the storm as it moves towards the east. Also to the north, this tornado warning. This tornado warning has a circulation that is near Masonville, just south of Masonville. And that is a tornado that is a possibility, and it is moving to the east and could be impacting the Manchester area here pretty shortly. Also, a bit of a circulation just to the north there as well. So we have two spots, one that's right here and another one that's a little more of a broad circulation right up here. So this one is the one more concerned in the short term, and it is right now here with this circulation that's producing the possibility of a tornado. This is radar indicated. It's not confirmed, but there's a good circulation being picked up within this storm approaching Manchester. So if you're in Manchester, it is raining most likely right now, looking at the radar, and it is looking at that last update is...
I'm very interested to see what they're going to do with this warning here that expires in a few minutes, but they did appear to replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Buchanan and Delaware County. That's that other yellow box you see just west of Dyersville. That goes until 8:15 for 60-mile-per-hour winds. But Schnack, as you were mentioning, there's a tight circulation.
In the last update.
Yeah, so we'll be interested to see what happens. We're definitely going to stay on the air with both of these tornado warnings and keep a really close eye on this storm near Masonville, as we have had some indication of some rotation and the potential of a large rotating wall cloud near the Masonville area or just to the south. So again, that tornado warning technically expires in just a few minutes.
We got
at 7:45.
both tornado warnings expiring at 7:45.
And
so
both have really shown signs of rotation. Joy has been seeing the funnel cloud, so we're going to stay on top of these storms.
So this warning that's in the Benton County there, that one is weakening just a little bit.
Yeah.
But as we've seen, that sometimes it's weakening and then it strengthens, then it weakens and then it strengthens. Right now, the circulation on this storm is just southeast of Garrison. So the concern right now would be right here in this spot. But there's also a spot up here that we're also watching. Oh, new tornado warning.
All right.
There we go.
There we go. The new tornado warning is in effect now for Benton County until... okay, and then we just got a new one for Buchanan and Delaware County as well. So, Schnack, you take
I'll take the first, take Benton County.
Benton
you
County.
take the other one.
All right, so the Benton County one, again, is in effect now until 8:15. This is radar indicated, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Vinton, tracking off to the east at 30 miles per hour. And then the updated tornado warning on Max 2 is for portions of Buchanan and Delaware County. This also goes until 8:15. This is, again, a radar indicated tornado. So there's that tight rotation there south of Masonville, just south of Highway 20. That's also 7 miles west of Manchester, and it is moving off to the east at 25 miles per hour. So that's that area of rotation that we have circled there on the radar. There's also the possibility of the torrential rainfall and the hail, but our most concern here is for that potential of a tornado just south of Masonville, and it looks like it's going to move parallel parallel to Highway 20. So around Milo Forest Park, it'll be around 8:05. Maquoketa Valley High School at 8:16, and Indian Hills Park there around 8:25. So if you are in any of these areas, please do stay in your shelter place. This area has been under a tornado warning, so just stay in your shelter place, as the threat for tornado is not done yet. The threat for severe weather is not done yet either, as both of these tornado warnings do go until 8:15 as we head into the evening. And these are right now our radar indicated, but Joy Bettenhausen is still in Storm Chaser 7. That's what you're seeing on the bottom right side of your screen. And then in the top left, that's where we have the other storm that we're keeping track of in portions of Delaware and Buchanan County, far eastern Buchanan County and into Delaware County, where we do have that potential tornado. And it looks like we got a wall cloud there with Joy on that storm near the Garrison area in Benton County. Joy, are you with us?
No.
Yes, I'm with you guys.
Let us know what you've been seeing here the last few minutes.
Yeah, so we are just south of Vinton, but we are north of that circulation. So we are stopped at the moment, and this storm is going to go kind of right in front of us as it tracks northeast there. Any funnel that we did see, that we did show you on our video camera, has since lifted. So we have not seen anything since then. We were kind of battling all of the circulations to get into a safe place with the other circulation that was near Elberon. So as of right now, we've just got this wall cloud here and haven't seen anything drop from it yet. We've just been stuck in torrential rain. I'm seeing corn, and that's kind of flowing. They're inflow winds, and so the winds are definitely picking up here. A lot of wind moving into this storm. So if we see anything else drop, we'll make sure to grab your guys' attention. If not, we're going to have this video stay focused on the storm.
I'm sorry, Joy, I might have missed it. Are you south of Vinton, or?
Yeah, so we're east of Garrison, southwest of Vinton.
Okay, perfect. And we're just looking at the radar here on our end, and it does look like that circulation is starting to tighten up again. So that might be an indication with that wall cloud we see. And is that wall cloud rotating from your vantage point, Joy?
It's hard to tell. There's a lot of rain. The
Sure.
kind of the camera lens looks better than what we can see visually ourselves.
Okay. Okay, so again, that's the storm in Benton County, right near Vinton, where that tornado warning was just issued until 8:15. So if you're in Vinton, if you're in Shellsburg, Center Point, even north side of Cedar Rapids, stay alert to this storm, stay in your shelter place.
Emergency management, looking at reporting a funnel cloud about 4 miles southeast of Vinton, and that matches up with the radar and what Joy is seeing. But we've got a report of a funnel cloud looking to the west, and they're located about 4 miles southeast of Vinton. So it's right there, just south of Vinton. We do have a funnel cloud that is moving toward the east. So that's Highway 218 is where it's crossing over right now, and that is moving toward the east. So Shellsburg over towards Center Point. Again, we've mentioned this earlier. This is heading towards Interstate 380. So if you know of anybody that is traveling either north or south on Interstate 380 through Benton County, and they want to let them know, and into Lynn County here, let them know that we've got a storm that's pushing on through with some very heavy rain and the possibility of a tornado. So that area, 218, that runs north and south, that makes the little shelf there, I guess you'd say, or seat if you want, near Vinton, just north. If you go north, make the left and then turn right to go north. You've got the storm just to the south, crossing over 218 south of Vinton, and this is moving toward the east. And I'm going to do a track on this because this is moving east at 30. I'm going to take this through Interstate 380 so we get a little, maybe a little better vantage point or timing of this for those that are interested in the 380 version here. So Center Point, we'll say, is just to the east of 380 there. That's at 8:15. So you've got about 20 minutes before that circulation gets to Interstate 380, roughly somewhere in that time frame, between 8 and about 8:15. So that's only about 10 more minutes as that storm moves toward the east. So Latest update here to get rid of some of the warning of this storm. This one is still radar indicated. You can see the storm south of Vinton moving east, heading towards Interstate 380 and Center Point, Schellsburg, and this will continue its eastward track pretty much right along 61st Street Lane, north of Eden or near Eden, north of Schellsburg. And still, if you're in Vinton, still remain in place as the storm continues to move toward the east. The other shots, let's go to the other Max 2, and you'll see this one as the circulation west of Manchester with a tornado warning here. That is running right along Highway 20. That is moving towards Manchester and Earlville, right now near the Masonville area, and just to the east of Winthrop.
Mark, also the Old Wine Community School District just posted, I heard from a friend of mine, John, that some damage at the Old Wine Dairy Queen and also at the Old Wine Community Schools, the Husky football stadium there. I got some pictures. I'll send them over to our producer, DJ Stewart. Hopefully we can get those on the air here shortly.
Okay, thank you. Hope everybody was safe. And
now, no injuries that we know of. In fact, I saw some comments about nobody being injured, so good news there.
Good news on that account there. We got two circulations, two tornado warnings. One in Benton County and one in Buchanan going into Delaware County. There, and they're both radar indicated, and they've got good circulations on the radar. And we got Joy out on one of these storms near Vinton. Joy, do we still have Joy there? I can see your camera shot. Joy,
I can hear you, Mark.
Okay, go ahead, tell us where you are and what you've seen since we last chatted.
Yeah, so we have not moved since we last talked. We are east of Garrison, southwest of Vinton. We're going to kind of let this storm kind of just pass in front of us. We can't see anything visually. I did turn the camera towards the corn. You can kind of see it. It is moving pretty rapidly, so that's your inflow winds there coming at a good clip. The rain is also kind of beating the back of the storm chaser pretty good here. So winds are very strong, but we have not seen anything visually. There's just a lot of rain that if anything is or isn't on the ground or a funnel, we can't see that. The rain is just coming down too good.
Yeah, and it does look like where that rotation is on Doppler radar, it's covered in rain. So it's going to be very, very difficult to see. And especially here as we lose daylight in the next hour or so, it's going to be increasingly more difficult, which is why you just stay in your shelter place right now. Again, Joy Bettenhausen is at a safe distance south of the storm and is keeping herself safe in the storm chaser. But again, I'm kind of circling or showing you the same area where we have that rotation. It's covered in rain, so this is not your classic supercellular type storm. But right now it's around 61st Street Lane, just to the north of Eden, heading toward 32nd Avenue in Schellsburg. So if you're in these areas, please do stay in your shelter place as this potential tornado does continue to track off to the east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. I'll put a track here on this storm. I'm going to take it to 380. As Mark was mentioning, this has the potential to head toward 380. And luckily on the track, we don't have any towns that are showing up. So luckily this is a more rural part of Benton County. But nonetheless, this does pose a danger as it continues to track off to the east. So even if you're in Center Point, you want to be sure to be in your shelter place. And we need to go back to the storm here in portions of Delaware County. I'm going to pull this up on Max 2.
As you do.
As we have a possible tornado here southwest of Manchester, right along 20. Law enforcement reporting that. So, again, this is a possible tornado located. I'm sorry, this is a tornado that law enforcement confirms southwest of Manchester, and this is really showing signs of that tightening circulation here right along Highway 20, where we do have that tornado just to the southwest of Manchester. And there's your update there with that observed tornado confirmed near Manchester, south of Highway 20. moving off to the east at 25 miles per hour. So if you're in Manchester, if you're in Delaware, Maquoketa Valley High School area, even in the Masonville area, even though this rotation's to your east, please do stay in your shelter place. If you know anyone who might be on the Highway 20 corridor traveling east or west through Dubuque, Buchanan, Delaware counties, tell them to get off the road, head to a gas station, head to some sturdy building to where they can seek shelter, because this is now an observed tornado just to the southwest of Manchester, pretty much right along Highway 20 as it continues to track to the east. So again, over Manchester right now, Milo Forest Park at 8:07, Delaware at 8:16, Earlville at 8:25, Indian Hills Park at 8:27, and Gilt Edge there at around 8:33. So this is yet another observed tornado just to the right over the Manchester area. So that's what you're seeing on the left part of your screen, bottom right. Joy Bettenhausen continues to be on the storm in Benton County, where we have a radar indicated tornado, and we actually just got an update from the National Weather Service on that particular storm, and actually it's a new warning.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. So the new warning,
and it's a new warning because there's a confirmation or observed tornado with this storm.
So yeah, so we have the confirmed tornado here for the Buchanan and Delaware County. The radar indicated tornado
is for Benton County.
Yes. So I'm gonna.
That's a new one. That's moving east at 25 miles an hour. So what was happening here is it was on the south side, and
is that a new? That's.
Yep. That's the. This one is the new one. The one. That's the old one. That's the new one.
Okay, so this is for the circulation just to the north of Van Horn?
Yes, it looks like it.
So the northern part of Benton County is until 8:15, and then the southern portion of Benton County here is until 8:30, and it is for this circulation here
near Van Horn.
Near the Van Horn area. So that is the newly issued tornado warning that is in effect. And we're getting some updates here on the other tornado warnings. So at 7:50, we did have a report of a storm chaser spotting a tornado 5 miles south of Vinton. So that's the storm that Joy Bettenhausen is on. And again, it's very hard for us to see that tornado because of the fact that we do have a lot of rain within this storm as well. So that new rotation for that new severe thunderstorm, or I'm sorry, new tornado warning that is between Van Horn and Garrison, that's where we are seeing a tightening of the rotation. So there's now 2 areas in Benton County that we are concerned for that potential of a tornado. Again, both are radar indicated right now. About 10 minutes or so ago, we did see that the tornado was observed. So that updated right now. I apologize, everyone. That tornado is observed near Vinton, or just to the east of Vinton, and that's where we have that tight couplet right here. So this is the part of the storm in Benton County, or the part of the tornado that is now observed, and this is the storm that Joy is on right now. And it looks like the video might be frozen a bit, so if we want to take radar full, we can do that until we kind of get Joy back. But we are going to continue to keep track of this storm, where we do have a tornado that was observed, and I'm going to get this updated for you. This was confirmed in near Vinton, moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is about to cross Lynn County line here very soon. So if you are in the path of this storm around Midway, 829, you need to be in your shelter place, as this is now a confirmed tornado here just to the east of Vinton, and it looks like we do have Joy live there. Again, very hard to see this storm because of the fact that we do have quite a bit of rain, and they're actually pulled over to the side just because they're kind of caught in between these 2 areas of rotation. So they are keeping themselves safe and not doing any more traveling. So Joy, feel free to chime in if you have any updates, but we continue to track that rotation here just to the east of Vinton, and also another area of rotation here just to the south of Garrison and north of Van Horn. This looks to be a more broad area of rotation, but nonetheless it is rotation here right around 66th Street north of Benton High School. So this is right around Benton High School and on the south side of Garrison. So we are going to continue to monitor this,
Kyle,
as well. Yes.
Kyle, go to Max 1 if you would.
Yeah.
We've got a tornado on the ground in Manchester.
Okay.
Moving east at about 30 miles per hour. at 7:57 reported a confirmed tornado over Manchester, and it is moving to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So we've got confirmation that the tornado is now observed, and it is moving east. It is currently over Manchester, heading towards Delaware. If you're in these areas, you need to be taking shelter now. Go to your safe place, please. There's a dangerous situation going on now. Manchester, again, right now, it's over you. West Delaware High School at 8 o'clock, which is pretty much right now. Delaware, Indian Hills Park, that's at 8:20. Gilt Edge, that's at 8:25, and Dyersville will be at 8:33. Again, we do have a confirmed tornado over Manchester, and it is moving toward the east. The second tornado was on the ground near the Manchester airport. So we've got two. A confirmed tornado located over Manchester, moving east, and a second tornado located over the airport. So we've got dual tornadoes on the ground in Manchester, and they are moving, and I say they because there's two now, moving east at about 30 miles per hour. One was over the town and one was over the airport. These are two different reports, two different tornadoes that are moving east at 25, what is that? Moving east at 30 miles per hour.
And I'm going to go ahead and put a track on this, just kind of this batch of storms, because, again, we do have two circulations here of confirmed tornadoes, and just got the updated scan of velocity, and it's definitely showing signs of that, no signs of weakening, unfortunately. So, again, this is over Manchester right now. This is heading toward Oneida in about 10 minutes at 8:11. Earlville at 8:20. Indian Hills Park, 8:22. Dyersville at 8:35. This is a confirmed tornado. We have two confirmed tornadoes in the Manchester area. Take this seriously. Do not wait until these specific times. These are radar estimates. Take your shelter right now. Lowest level of your home. The basement is the best place to be. If you don't have a basement, head to an interior room. We're talking a hallway. You can head to a closet, head to a bathroom. Take something to protect your head. Take something to protect your children's head as well, because of the potential of some flying debris. But right now we have two tornado warnings, or two tornadoes confirmed in the Manchester area. So there's a look at your tornado warning on the top left, and then on the bottom right, that's where we have our severe weather safety tips. So again, we did have spotters reporting two separate tornadoes. One is about to cross Highway 13 north of Highway 20 near Manchester, and the other is 3 miles west of Manchester. So again, we are tracking two confirmed tornadoes here in Manchester, tracking off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So this is a very dangerous situation. If you're in Manchester, stay in your shelter place. If you are in Earlville, Oneida, I would say even Delhi, New Vienna, Dyersville, even outside the warning, take your shelter right now. We never know how strong these tornadoes are. The fact of the matter is we have two observed tornadoes that are likely doing damage in the Manchester area. So if you know anyone who is along Highway 20, make sure you call them. Make sure that they get off the road safely. Don't try to outrun this tornado. You'll lose. We just don't want to mess with Mother Nature here. So again, that tornado warning does continue here until about 8:15 for portions of Delaware County as these tornadoes continue to track to the east. Luckily, the circulation here to the north of Delaware, or I'm sorry, north of Manchester rather, this particular rotation is weakening just a bit, so that's still some good news. But again, we are kind of on the edge of some radar sites, so we're having a hard time getting it just a bit. But again, two confirmed tornadoes near Manchester. One is 3 miles west, and the other one is about to cross Highway 13. So we are zoomed right into where the tornado is, right over Manchester. So if you're in these areas, stay in your shelter place. If you're in Delaware, if you're in Indian Hills, if, again, you're in Dyersville, you want to be sure to stay in your shelter place as we continue to get this observed tornado moving to the northeast here at about 20 miles per hour. Mark, do you have any other information?
I do not. I'm working on two cameras along 380.
Okay, perfect.
So downstairs in the booth, DOT panel 1 and DOT panel 2 are along 380 around the Center Point and Urbana area as that storm gets closer. So
and again, we are tracking 3 separate tornado warnings now. So I'm going to go ahead and briefly break away
from the Manchester one.
Okay, Schnack is going to get Manchester. We'll stick with Max 1 and just to the west of Center Point, right around 32nd Avenue there in Benton County. That's where we do have that circulation of that observed tornado. So this is, again, just right about over 32nd Avenue. Radar might be delayed just a couple of minutes. So if you're in Center Point, now is the time to take shelter. This storm is just to your west and will continue to track east. So this is about to cross over the I-380 corridor there as you head from Benton into Lynn County. So if you are in Center Point, please, please, please take shelter right now as this storm is heading your way. And also around Alice, Alburnett, these are all areas that are in the path of this storm. Again, this is an observed tornado. So if you are in these areas, Alice around 825, Alburnett area around 833, take shelter as we continue to look at that potential of a tornado or that confirmation of a tornado, and it's likely going to be rain wrapped. We continue to track this circulation, and I'm just going to go ahead and put the radar on here so that you can see just the heavy amounts of rain with it. You step outside anywhere in the viewing area and it was just very, very muggy today. That's where we do have that tornado just to the west of 32nd Avenue heading to the east. If you're in Urbana, stay in your safe place. The storm is to your south, but you definitely don't want to head out in this as we're still seeing some very heavy rain and likely some gusty wind. We're also tracking a little farther to the south, just north of the Big Grove Wildlife area. That's where we want to keep a close eye on that potential for some rotation and the potential of a tornado. The rotation does look a little bit weaker right now, but it is still there on Doppler radar. This is going to cross Highway 218 and head east toward Eden and potentially into the Shellsburg area as well. So there's 2 areas of rotation that we are keeping close track of in Benton County. The one of most concern right now is just to the west of Center Point, north of Shellsburg, right around 32nd Avenue. We get a little deeper here. This is about to cross into 58th Street as well as 29th Avenue Drive. This is the area where we likely have that tornado. So again, if you are in the Center Point area, you need to stay inside. Go to your shelter place right now. If you do not have a basement, you need to find the bathroom. That is going to be a good place. Maybe hide yourself or your family in the bathtub. The latest scan does continue to show some rotation. Probably not as strong sign of rotation or as strong of a sign of rotation, but still right over 32nd Avenue, just west of Center Point. That's where we do have that rotation. I want to check just to the south of there on that rotation, just to the west of Shellsburg and Eden around Highway 218. This one, unfortunately, has now shown more signs of tightening. So you get the idea here. These storms will weaken and tighten. And in fact, as I say that right now, we just got a new tornado warning, or I'm sorry, a continuation of a tornado warning for Benton County. They just kind of took away that western edge of it. This is for a tornado located near Shellsburg, 8 miles east of Benton, moving to the east at 25 miles per hour. So that is the update to that blinking on the screen. That warning does continue until about 8:15, Schnack.
Go over to Max 2, and this is the tornado warning for Delaware County. This is the one that is producing a possible tornado. The circulation is a bit weaker, and you could tell this is a bit more broad of a low circulation. So a lot less of a green showing up there, but still a fair amount of the red. So as the storm slides from Manchester eastward, there's less of a circulation than what as you saw what Kiel was showing you with the other storm, where colors were bright green and bright red real close to each other. We don't have that anymore as we were over Manchester, and these continue to move toward the east. Oneida at 8:16, Petersburg at 8:33. And this is going towards New Wine Park at 8:42. Another report coming in just south of Manchester. Emergency manager reporting the tornado. And it's been doing some likely damage report of a damaged convenience store and power lines down on the southwest side of Manchester. So we've got reports of some damage to a convenience store as well as power lines down on the southwest side of Manchester. As we were talking about how this storm has been producing a tornado over Manchester, it has done some damage to a convenience store and with power lines down on the southwest side of town. That was reported at 7:53 when we were talking about that. So that's the circulation of this storm that continues to move to the east. The circulation has weakened a little bit, but there is still that potential there, moving into the area of an atmosphere that's still been untouched when it comes to severe weather, and still a potential for severe weather. So Greeley in that tornado warning, and then as we get closer to Dyersville, Holy Cross, and then heading towards Dubuque eventually with these thunderstorms. So if you live in Dubuque County, stay up to date on the weather over the next hour as thunderstorms roll into the picture, and some of these could be severe, producing some large hail as well as some damaging winds.
And Schnack, I'm pulling the radar out just a bit. It's been a while since we've kind of given an area-wide update. Looks like we have some more strong storms in Grundy County heading to the east toward the Waterloo area. These are not severe, but definitely have a punch of their own as far as the heavy rain goes and the lightning. You can also see up toward Decorah, we've got some locally heavy rainfall. Owine over toward just south of West Union, Elkader, Strawberry Point, all dealing with the very heavy rain. But right now the focus is on three tornado warnings, two of them in Benton County. One of them is in portions of Delaware County, right around the Manchester area, where we have had 2 reports of a tornado. And as Mark was just mentioning here earlier, it does look like we are seeing some weaker signs of rotation, but we'll have to watch maybe north of Oneida. That might be another area that we need to watch for a potential circulation, and maybe here just to the south of Oneida as well. So we're going to keep close tabs on this storm, as well as the couple of circulations that we're keeping track of here just to the south of the Vinton area.
Hey Kyle, real
Yes.
quickly, I'm just now getting in about a minute ago, and there is some damage reported, a damaged convenience store and power lines down on the southwest side of Manchester.
Okay, so that is with that couple of tornado reports that we have been getting. Have you guys been hearing any other reports?
Yeah, I was going to say, do we have those pictures yet out of Owine? Because I did get a report from the Owine Community School District Facebook page. They had some damage out at the Husky Stadium. That's the Owine Community School District High School football stadium. Also, the Dairy Queen in Owine apparently has suffered some damage tonight. Sustained, I should say, some damage tonight from the high winds, or perhaps even a possible tornado which went through Owine earlier tonight. So a few damage reports out of Owine, and as soon as we get a chance to get those pictures up out of Owine, we'll do that for you.
Yeah, and one of our producers also took a call from Owine EMS. She said most people in Owine are out of power. This was about a half hour ago.
There we go, right there on the screen. Yeah.
Asking everyone to stay out of the southeast side of Owine specifically. Probably safe to say stay out of Owine in general, because there are many down power lines and trees.
And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning out for portions of Delaware and Dubuque County. This does not officially include Dubuque, nor does it include Dyersville, but it does include Colesburg, Greeley, Holy Cross, and Oneida. So we were talking about that little bit of rotation there near Oneida. That's where we're going to watch for the potential of some 60-mile-per-hour winds. It does not look like we have any huge signs of rotation out of that storm, but we still have a little bit of rotation just to the west of Colesburg. Kind of a little muddled here, but right around Greeley and Oneida is where we have some potential rotation. So that new severe thunderstorm warning here for portions of Dubuque and Delaware County does go until 8:45, and we are continuing with that tornado warning for Manchester and Delaware County until... looks like they just expired the tornado warning, so that was going until 8:15. So they're expiring the tornado warning and then extending it as a severe thunderstorm warning here for portions of Delaware and Dubuque County.
And we're not done yet, because even to our west into Marshall County, there's a new tornado warning now being issued. So we are still tracking some thunderstorms that are off to the west. This is a tornado warning even farther west than that.
Yes, in Marshall County.
Marshall County.
Yep.
So just south of Marshalltown, we've got a tornado warning that's in effect for that area. It's a tornado warning, and you can see that area right around Melbourne over toward Haverhill, Laurel. Circulation there just north of Baxter, between Melbourne and Baxter, and this continues to move to the east. So notice Tama is not too far away from this, and so this storm continues to move in the easterly direction. So
do you know how fast that storm's going?
I did not see. I can get that here in a second.
Okay.
It is moving east at 20 miles an hour, so it's pretty slow moving.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put a track on this as well as it continues to track to the east toward Laurel and Gilman. And I'll even take this into Tama County, about an hour or so now from Tama County, but this will be in Laurel around 8:45, Ferguson around 8:55, and Gilman around 9:05. So this is radar indicated? Correct?
Radar indicated, but there's a number of funnel reports associated with this, and so that's the reason why they issued the tornado warning, because they've gotten several reports of funnel clouds with this storm in Marshall County.
Okay, and then you're going to notice that the radar is going to switch colors. We're just switching between radar sites, looking at the winds inside the storm. So as I go back over to Benton County, we're going to switch to the radar site in Davenport. And I just wanted to show you this storm just to the west of Shellsburg near Eden. This is a storm that meteorologist Joy Benthausen is on in Storm Chaser 7. Joy, where are you located right now? I see you guys are on the move, and what are you looking at in the distance? Looks like we do have a little bit of a lowering there.
Yeah, so we are just south of Vinton, and we are looking at that circulation that is just southeast of Vinton, heading towards Shellsburg. We were finally able to get a little bit of a visual on this. I think we're going to be moving a little bit here. We were on our way to Vinton to see if there was any damage, but I will move the camera as we move here. We did see a little bit of lowering as the rain finally cleared out. We were finally able to make of something of what was going on from that storm, and it looks like we're just seeing that lowering now. A little bit of scud that we've seen, so some clouds moving into the storm, but this is likely what we are seeing, and that's it. We are on the backside of the storm, so it's not completely a clear picture, but yeah, that's what we're seeing as of right now. We were pelted with rain, I'd say, for probably about 20 to 30 minutes and couldn't see anything from both of those circulations that did pass on by.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of heavy rain with that storm, which has really made spotting the tornado a little bit more on the difficult side. Joy, just as you were talking, we had yet another warning issued here for portions of Benton and Linn County, and this is for that same circulation that we're tracking there just to the south of Vinton. This is for a tornado possible, but also some 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail up to the penny size. So hail kind of a secondary threat here. But this is right over Center Point right now. Hiawatha, Robbins, and Urbana are included in this. North side of Cedar Rapids, stay in your shelter place as you're likely getting some moderate rainfall right now, but the heaviest part of the storm does look to stay to the north. I'm going to go ahead and back this out just a little bit and kind of give you a track of these storms here, basically from Dubuque County down toward Manchester and just to the west of Cedar Rapids. These storms continue to move off to the east at 20 to 30 miles per hour. This will be in Dyersville around 8:30, Cedar Rapids at 8:38. Farley 8:49, Epworth 8:56, Monticello 9:01, and downtown Dubuque area right about 9:10. So these storms are capable of producing some gusty wind up to 60 miles per hour, and we're still keeping track of that potential of a tornado. So we're going to keep tabs on this storm. The good news is that the tornado warning in Delaware County has been allowed to expire, and again was replaced with that severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for northern portions of Delaware County as well as northwest portions of Dubuque County, including Colesburg, Greeley, Holy Cross, as well as Oneida. And real quickly, I just wanted to take a look at the rotation inside the storm. I'm not seeing anything that's a very tight rotation, but just to the southwest of Colesburg, between Colesburg and Oneida, that's where we are seeing just a little bit of rotation. So that is definitely going to be a storm that we want to continue to watch. A little farther south, we'll get you on that tornado warning here for Benton County until 8:30. I'm assuming that they're going to update that warning
Got a little
just a bit.
tightening of the circulation there west of Shellsburg, northwest of Shellsburg.
Yes, most definitely, and that's the storm that Joy is on. Looks like they're relocating positions right now, but yeah, Mark indicated that we do have that tightening of that circulation, and that's exactly what we're seeing here between Vinton and Shellsburg. So that severe thunderstorm warning, again, was just issued there for portions of Benton and Linn County until 9 o'clock, and it's got the tag of a tornado possible, and it's possible because, again, we have had a history of this particular storm producing a tornado here in portions of Tama and Benton County. So that's why they're putting that tag there, possible. This is all radar indicated. We've not had any particular reports of a tornado right now, but it certainly bears watching as that circulation continues to tighten up. I'm going to expand this out here on Storm Track 7 live Doppler radar. We'll go ahead and put this out to a DMA view, or I should say oh, never mind. And we're going to go right back down to that storm because there is a new tornado warning that has been issued here for Benton and Linn County. This includes Eden, Palo, as well as Schellsburg. So this is the storm that Joy Bettenhausen is on with Storm Chaser 7 rather. So this is right to the north of the Schellsburg area where we have that rotation. This is radar indicated, and this tornado warning does go until 9 o'clock. The severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Schellsburg or near Vinton, or just to the east of Vinton, moving off to the east at 20 miles per hour. So if you are in Schellsburg, Eden, stay in your shelter place. If you're in Palo, you need to seek shelter right now. Even if you're in Center Point, Alburnett, Midway, you're in the severe thunderstorm warning. Hiawatha, you're in the severe thunderstorm warning. Just go ahead and stay in your shelter place. Treat this as if there was a tornado right over your house. There's a look at some tornado safety tips, and we're going to kind of zoom this into a house, and we're going to highlight the green areas, which are the best places to be. Of course, the basement is going to be your best bet, but if you don't have a basement, head to a closet, head to a hall, head to a bathroom, somewhere without windows. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Take something to cover your head just in case there is a bit of flying debris.
We have a new tornado warning that is in effect for Benton and Linn County now, and this is radar indicated, and the storm is to the northwest of Schellsburg. As that tornado warning, as you mentioned, it continues to move in the easterly direction. They haven't had any reports of anything when it comes to any hail, but that has been on the lighter side or smaller side, less than 3/4 of an inch in diameter, but some very heavy rain expected out of these thunderstorms. The one in Manchester that we've been watching very carefully, the threat for severe weather there, or the tornadic threat, has been weakening, so that's some good news there, but some heavy rain continues at this hour. So at this point we only have these two tornado warnings that are currently in effect, that are in Benton and Linn counties, and then there's that one in Marshalltown near Melbourne and Ferguson, between those two locations with thunderstorms. But we still have some rain. Those that are in Black Hawk County to roughly Decorah, if you draw a line from Black Hawk County to Decorah, you're done with the thunderstorms. Thunderstorms are off to the southeast, so you sort of draw a line from Sumner or Waterloo to about Sumner northward. There's a couple of storms south of Decorah, but for the most part, anything in our northwestern counties, your threat for severe weather is over. Everything off to the south and east is still of concern. But the chances of severe weather being a tornado closer to that line are starting to go down just a little bit. We're losing the heating of the day. This is now becoming a line of storms, so sometimes you get a little spin up within these storms, and it's also going to be a whole lot harder to see at this point. It's producing some very heavy rain, these thunderstorms, and you probably, if you look out in the fields now, in the ditches, they're pretty soaked. We do need the rain, but not that fast.
I know, it's too much of a good thing. At some point it ends up being a bad thing. Update on that tornado warning in Benton County heading into Linn County. There was a funnel cloud reported north or northwest of Palo just a few minutes ago. So this storm continues to show signs of rotation. Again, this tornado warning does continue here until 9 o'clock this evening. Again, this is just north of Schellsburg, south of Center Point, moving off to the east. Even if you're in Alburnett or Robbins, be sure to stay in your shelter place as this storm continues to move off to the east at about 25 miles per hour. This will be in Lafayette around 9 o'clock, Alburnett exceeding the warning time at 9:09, Rogers at 9:16, and Central City at about 9:25. And as I understand, we do have some damage pictures to show you out of Manchester, and this is of was it a business? Can you repeat that in my ear, please? Bard Construction there on the southwest side of Manchester. You can see a little bit of damage. Looks like we have some debris perhaps hanging from one of the power lines, if I see that correctly. So this is damage of the tornado. You can see parts of the building are wrapped around those power lines. If you ever come across something like this, never want to go touch the power lines. Just always assume that those power lines are live. But that is some of the damage from one of two tornadoes that we did see a little bit earlier in the Manchester area. But as Mark was just mentioning, you know, looking at radar, that threat for a tornado has definitely weakened a bit in the Manchester area, which is obviously some great news. But we're continuing to track a little farther south on either Max 2 or Max 1, where we do have that potential tornado there just to the north of the Shellsburg area that is heading to the east. So it'll be around Toddville at 8:44, Lafayette around 8:47, Albernette at 8:54, and Rogers just before 9 o'clock.
And there are some reports now of funnel clouds associated with that storm. Just north and northwest of the Palo area. So would not be surprised if they get some confirmation of a tornado at some point as the storm moves to the east.
And that storm has really been holding its own as far as the velocity goes. It hasn't really, it'll let up a little bit, maybe going through some cycles, but we're still continuing to see scans.
It started all the way out in Tama County.
Yeah.
So it's been moving across, and we've been talking about how it starts to approach the interstate here pretty shortly. And so we were talking about how this comes here between 8 and 8:30 and getting closer to the 8:30 time frame as it has slowed down a little bit. And so those that are traveling, one, along Interstate 80, it's very heavy rain. So visibility is being reduced. And so as this storm heads east towards 380, north of Robbins, south of Center Point, you're going to be dealing with the potential of a tornado at this point on Interstate 380. So if you know of anybody that's on 380 in Benton and Lynn counties, let them know or give them a call and tell them that there is some severe weather pushing on in. It's not just heavy rain. There is a possibility of a tornado that will be crossing the area.
It's going to be very hard to see the tornado because it is rain wrapped. It's a very humid air mass. If there was one, you might be able to see it from the south, but we're definitely not encouraging anyone to go out in this whatsoever. If you're watching and tuning in from Waterloo, Independence, and Manchester, we do have a line of heavy rain that does continue to move east along Highway 20. So we are going to have to watch things very carefully for any potential flooding. I have not heard of any issues with that so far. But we are still going to continue to watch that. We're also watching that tornado warning just to the south of Marshalltown and west of Tama. That's where we have had some signs of rotation as well. So we'll go ahead and zoom on into that storm just real quick, just to kind of give you an update on where that rotation is. And we're still seeing that rotation here just to the southeast of Melbourne and north of Baxter, heading toward the Gilman area and eventually into Tama County. So if you are in this area, be sure to stay in your shelter place, lowest level of your home. I'll take this out about 50 minutes to include Tama. So in Tama, the Meskwaki Indian settlement, it'll be there between 9:07 and 9:13. So we want to continue to keep you aware of this storm just to the west of the KWWL viewing area, as that will potentially track into Tama County with that potential of a tornado. Again, it's just radar indicated, and we are certainly seeing that rotation here on the radar. So zooming right back out, I'm going to take you here toward the area just west of Center Point, north of Shellsburg. That's where we do have, again, that radar indicated tornadoes, the potential of a tornado. We'll zoom right on down here. This is right over 32nd Avenue heading east toward the Lawler Access Road, as well as Center Point and North Center Point Road, and around the Midway area, as well as Alice Road. So if you are in any of these areas, do stay in your shelter place, as this is a particularly dangerous situation with the potential of a tornado. Joy Bettenhausen is in Storm Chaser 7, and that is the photo that you are seeing, or the picture that you're seeing right there. That is live from our storm chasing vehicle. Joy, where are you located? And she's continuing to relocate, and as you can see, get her camera set up. So Joy is going to continue to monitor that storm. That's an interesting lowering there. So if we can find out where exactly Joy is, I believe she is just south of where the storm is. So she's hey Joy, we see a very interesting lowering there. What's going on, and where are you located? Looks like it's rotating.
Yeah, so we're in Vinton right now. We kind of pulled off to the side as you were mentioning the Schellsburg storm. We were kind of waiting for clouds to kind of clear out in a way. And then I noticed, I was just watching radar and weak rotation, but it just started picking up. And I actually hopped outside Storm Chaser to get a better view, and we started seeing some rotation. So this is all of as about, I would say, 2 minutes ago or so.
Okay, so
we are safe. We are south.
I'm sorry, Joy. Are you looking? Are you looking east at the storm?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see anything?
We're looking northeast at the storm.
Okay. And do you see anything to your northwest as well? Because the latest scan of Doppler radar does show maybe a little weak rotation on the backside, right around Vinton once again. So let us know if you're seeing anything out of there around Vinton. But this is where she's looking at.
We can't see anything northwest.
Okay.
We can't see anything northwest because of rain. All we can see is this kind of rotation right now and a little bit of lowering. But we are safe. We are south of it. So we're just going to camp out here and kind of see what we can get from the system. But yeah, this happened as a matter of a couple minutes ago. Let me know if you hear any more about something potentially northwest. We've got like a home and business kind of behind us, so that's kind of obstructing our view at the moment.
Yeah, that's it could be some scud that sits there as well. Hard to say.
Yeah.
It's not moving as fast as the other storms were. The lower clouds there.
Right.
Look like they're just sitting there. And there is some circulation just to the east of Vinton in there. You can, if you look.
It's weak.
Come back to, come to the plasma. Kyle's going to point something out. If you take the graphics full, or come to Kyle, you can see some circulation in there. Kyle's going to point that out.
Yeah, we're definitely looking at, you're looking at the velocity there on the right part of your screen, and now you're looking at this tornado, or I'm sorry, this photo of the storm, and you can kind of see a little bit of that rotation there, but it's not a tight rotation. You see that this is a very broad area, and when we're showing you the radar, when we're showing you tornadoes on the radar, we have that tight couplet of circulation, but on the view that you just saw on Storm Track 7 live Doppler radar, that rotation was a little more broad, and it's very great to see this in a visual, from a visual view, a safe vantage point from the storm, because we can see that this cloud is still rotating. This is still a rotating cloud, likely a little scud there on the bottom of the screen, but there's definitely some rotation in this storm, which is why this tornado warning does continue.
Joy, can you pan the camera just to the right a little bit? I think we have a little better vantage point on the right-hand side. The top right hand of the monitor.
Yeah.
You can pan that just to the rotation, because you can almost see those clouds in the back. If you can pan a little bit, you'll be able to see a little bit there.
You can definitely see the movement there. I'm not sure if you can see it when it's not full screen, but there is clear rotation there right on the right-hand side of this screen where we do have that rotation within that storm here just to the north of Schellsburg, which is why that tornado warning does continue. So there's a kind of a bigger view of it. You can kind of see we do have that little bit of rotation. It's not a tight area of rotation, but you can see the cloud as a whole does not appear to be moving in a circular motion or a counterclockwise motion. A lot of scud here. And a lot of times you'll see this here when we have storms in a very humid air mass, just a lot of low clouds that look scary. But this is definitely a rotating storm that Joy Bettenhausen is on. And she is going to continue to monitor this storm very carefully in Benton County. Again, this is the storm that is heading from Benton County into portions of Lynn County. So if you are in these areas, you need to stay in your shelter place. That tornado warning does continue until
now 9, because there's a new warning.
All right, so a new warning. So let's go back to Schnack to get kind of an update on that warning, and we will keep Joy here on standby. And Joy, let us know if anything changes. Definitely some very interesting views here from Storm Chaser 7.
Yeah, so that tornado warning, this is a new one now issued by the National Weather Service. Tornado warning with the storm that's located near Center Point, and it is moving east at about 30 miles per hour. This is a radar indicated tornado, and it's got some circulation as we've been talking about and we've been seeing. This tornado continues, or potential continues, to move toward the east at about 30 miles per hour. The storm is located near Center Point at this point, or just to the south, and the circulation would be right there. So there's Center Point, and it's just the south. Now here's 380. Here's the point where it's now going to start to cross over Interstate 380. We've been talking about this for about half hour or so, 45 minutes, that this storm holds together. It will cross over Interstate 380, and that is what it will be doing here. And it will be crossing over between, let's see, there's Center Point, and farther to the south there, that would be Midway, and then you get in towards Cedar Rapids. So there's the location just south of Center Point, is where the circulation is, the tornado. So Center Point Road, and that's along the exit there of 380, and this will continue to move to the east. So if you know of anybody that's traveling along 380 there, south of Center Point, there is a tornado possible moving across the interstate within the next 5 minutes, if not sooner.
And we do have some video out of Palo, just south of Palo, looking to the north at this storm. So if we can go ahead and pull up that video when you get a chance. This is a storm that Mark was just talking about. In the bottom left or bottom right of your screen, you're seeing that wall cloud associated with that storm in Schellsburg. And again, we also have some video, I believe, of rotation near the Palo area. And we will get that as soon as we can. But this is a very interesting view from Storm Chaser 7. You saw some lightning strikes there, and there's that video from Palo, and you can definitely see funnel cloud, at least right there. So that's looking into that storm near Schellsburg. So there's definitely a funnel cloud there. Can't really tell if it's a tornado, if the condensation is actually reaching the ground, but it's definitely a funnel cloud at least. Again, this is south of that storm. Looks like that might be a little scud there on the side, but we definitely do appreciate these videos as long as you can do it safely. This person is south of the storm, so they are definitely safe from it. But Joy Bettenhausen also has a really good view of the storm just to the southwest or southeast of Vinton, I believe, looking at that storm, where we do have a lowering of the cloud with some rotation, and you're also noticing some flashes of lightning as well.
And you've got the circulation right where she is looking at. So
yes.
If you can double box the Max 1 and the live shot there, you can see the bottom right, that is the circulation, and here is the circulation that we are looking at the radar, right in here. So that's where she is located, and that is where the storm is circulating. You can see that lowering of the clouds, the wall cloud, and that's your circulation. Yes, you are not under a tornado warning in this area. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning with the potential of a tornado. So something that they may get upgraded, or as the storm moves into the tornado warned area, they may change the configuration of that as we get through the next hour or half hour as the storm moves to the east. So Center Point, there it is. We're now seeing this possible tornado crossing over Interstate 380 just south of Center Point. If you're in Center Point, you should have been taking shelter, and your safe spot, this is heading towards Alice and off toward the north and east. So right now it is moving across Interstate 380, and it is coming across with some very heavy rain, and it has been doing so here for just a bit, and that rain extends all the way up to Black Hawk County. And you can see some heavy rain all the way up to Waterloo. It lightens up as you get towards Cedar Falls, and that heavy rain extends westward towards Grundy County into Grundy Center, and that all continues to move to the east. No warnings associated with any of that. The only warning right now is this tornado warning that is in effect for the Center Point area, and that has the circulation crossing over Interstate 380 just south of Center Point at this point.
And we are continuing to monitor this storm from several different angles. So if at any point, Jeff downstairs, if you want to take our Cedar Rapids Videstra camera, I've got it on channel 4. We can look to the north of this storm, where we have from time to time seen some flashes of lightning. Nothing too ominous from our Cedar Rapids camera, but you definitely see some vivid lightning there. And with that lightning illuminating the sky, we don't really see any lowerings in the clouds, at least from what I can see here from this vantage point. But the skies are definitely getting dark in Cedar Rapids on the north side. Again, Cedar Rapids is not in any sort of a warning right now, no severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning, but that storm is just to your north, and you're likely seeing quite a bit of lightning out of that as well.
You guys will take a break here
Sure,
just for a
go
second,
ahead.
give you a chance to regroup a little bit here. We're going to show you some pictures of some tree damage. We saw some earlier in the Cedar Falls area. And Abby, I think this one comes from also in the Waterloo, Cedar Falls area,
Yes,
Magnolia Parkway, I believe. Yeah. So we'll take a look at those when we get a chance here too. And there you go on the upper part of the left part of your screen there.
And thank you to everybody who has sent in some photos, either through our Facebook page. We've also gotten a lot of emails. If you can safely take any photos, if you have sustained any damage on your property, just email those to news@kwwl.com. And again, you can also send them to us through our Facebook page.
There again, tree down on the roadway there. Lots of tree damage all across the KWWL viewing area and the communities which were hit by severe weather. I can't really see that. What is that car?
That is
Looks like it
a
landed
van
right
or a
on top
truck.
of the
It looks like a van.
Van, yeah.
Van with the tree on top of it.
That is
I'm also
a
seeing
definite bummer, yeah.
through our Facebook messages, I'm seeing maybe 2 or 3 messages. One says bad damage in Dysart. No pictures provided, but that is from a viewer, a report that there's damage. Also, another viewer has said Dysart has several homes damaged on the southwest side of town. Now, we are not confirming any of these things. These are just viewer reports. But again, maybe Dysart has also sustained quite a bit of damage from this storm.
And that's where Joy was in that area earlier, about maybe 30 minutes or so ago. And that storm, again, like the others, moving to the east. And that's a situation where it was like going fairly quickly, I think 30, 35 miles an hour. Then I heard Mark and Kyle say it was down to 20 miles an hour. So that has significantly slowed down the pace of the storm as far as it getting out of the area. Yeah.
And of course, right now is when it kind of gets, I guess the word could be scary, as it gets dark outside, because there's so many unknowns that can happen when you have tornado warnings going through areas when it is dark outside, as many people know.
Yeah, it's a lot harder.
The tornadoes in Lynn County, it looks like they just activated the Cedar Rapids tornado sirens, Mark. We just got a note
Lynn
there.
County, that's with the tornado potential over Center Point, that continues to move toward the east. Also, there's a bunch of pictures and video on our Storm Track 7 Facebook page that viewers have been sending in as well, so the folks downstairs can scan through some of those pictures and videos, and they've got some unfortunate damage photos there of trees and some other damage that has occurred with these storms as they push eastward. And so you're looking at the bottom right, this storm that is near Vinton. Got rid of that warning there, and that warning will continue to the north and east. And so this is the only warning left. This is the only tornado warning that's left, is this one right here. We got 2 circulations within that. One right there, and that's crossed over Interstate 380. Another circulation right here between Urbana and Center Point, and that's got some circulation there, and that will cross over Interstate 380. But this circulation here has gotten a little bit tighter as it heads towards Alice. So that circulation just south of Center Point, it's between Center Point and Lafayette there, that continues to become an issue for those folks. And then as it continues to move northeast, that will be Central City and over towards Coggin, or the northern portions of Lynn County here.
And Mark, one of the things we really haven't talked about yet tonight, when a storm goes through like this with these torrential rains and high winds, we have a lot of crop damage. And I think we do have at least one photograph that has come in already tonight. We see a little damage there, and that field, I can't really, I'm a little bit away from the monitor, so I can't see exactly what it shows, but is it a cornfield?
It's a cornfield, yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to have some corn damage here. Look at that, it's knocked over. That is well over.
Well, here's, looking at the leading edge of this, it's bent over, but it's not snapped.
It's not snapped, which is a huge,
so that makes
significant
a big difference.
Factor. But it has been taken down by the winds there, and then obviously
you can see some debris on the right-hand side that was.
So that's something we really haven't thought about too much or talked about, and we should be, because crop damage at this time of year is wow, a significant impact that can have.
The positive side, it's not snapped.
Yeah.
So it's bent over. I'm not a farmer, but hopefully, from what I hear, that may come back, or has the potential to come back up if it's not snapped, and if it's strong enough. And it didn't been too much. So
I heard you
hopefully
say
that's going to be too good.
Mark, I heard you say the other day that the knee high by the 4th of July went out a long time ago. And that picture right there is a pretty good example
More
of
like
it.
shoulder high or head high by the 4th of July nowadays.
If our producers could hear me, we are getting some photos, and we just mentioned damage in Dysart. And if you could go onto our Facebook page, we've gotten some really good photos from a viewer of a certain neighborhood in Dysart. A lot of roof damage to, it looks like, almost every home on one street. A barn down, it looks like, across the street from this neighborhood. So if you could maybe grab some of those and we could share them with everyone.
Yeah, so obviously a lot of damage across the entire area here tonight in certain regions, and the storms are moving away, but they're still very much impactful because we have these warnings that are still in effect right now.
We still have some rain that's off to the west, so those areas may still be dealing with rain. So you got the roof off, then you got some rain on top of that. You know, sometimes the storm will come through, do the damage, take the roof off, and then the sun comes back out and it's dry. But this is not the scenario. We've got some more rain still in the picture across the region.
Yeah, and I'm hearing we have those pictures right now from Dysart.
We can, so we understand the damage, roof damage, as you can see in that home in the community of Dysart, south of Waterloo, at about 24 miles, I guess, or so.
See some roof damage right there.
It's a roof truss in the middle of the street there.
It is, isn't it? Look at that, yeah. How about that?
So that came off of somebody's, whether that's a new one or somebody,
could be new
construction that got blown there, or somebody's roof came off and then the truss came off. That I don't know.
And you can see.
Yeah, there's a roof.
There's some shingle damage there, obviously. Terrible roof damage there. That needs to be covered in advance of the storm. Tree down there. And
shingles off on the
nice
left-hand side
too, obviously.
Tree down.
So these are out of the community of Dysart, south of Waterloo.
And
those areas are still dealing with, so that's Dysart, and they're still dealing with some rain. So, and there's still some thunderstorms off to the west, because we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to take this for a second. Go to max 1, if you would, just for a second. We'll go back to the pictures there. New severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. This is for Tama County. This is including Brooklyn, Grinnell, Malcolm, and Toledo. Winds up to 60 miles per hour. Again, a possible tornado as the storm moves to the east, and hail less than 3/4 of an inch expected. This severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 9:30. That's all part of some more showers and thunderstorms off to the west. Another cluster, widespread thunderstorms here. Again, all is quiet north here. So running from about Prairie du Chien to Waverly. Waterloo still dealing with some rain and some thunderstorms, a little drier. Back towards Cedar Falls and Parkersburg, still some showers and thunderstorms in Grundy Center. A couple of warnings in Marshalltown, as well as in through Tama County. And then we still have these warnings, or this tornado warning. 2 circulations here. One now crossing Interstate 380. That was the second one. The first one that crossed 380 is now farther to the east here, just north of Alburnett. The other one back here crossing over Interstate 380. So that's the latest on the tornado warnings, and these are all radar indicated so far. But it's getting a little harder to see this because it's getting darker outside. So, and there isn't a whole lot of lightning. We'll flip this over here for a second. There's not a whole lot of lightning there, so that's going to be hard pressed to be able to see any of this. And a lot of times today we haven't had the case, especially farther to the south. We've had a lot of them with rain wrapped or.
And the Waverly area, we talked about that quite a while ago. That storm has since passed. We do have some new pictures, and this is coming from the Waverly community here in Bremer County, so hard-hit area up there as well tonight.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see exactly from our vantage point what exactly we're looking at.
There's trees down that looks like some sort of...
There's a light post down.
Light
obviously.
Post there. You can see several trees off in the distance there onto the tree. There's a tractor there. Hard to tell what the other stuff.
And you're probably saying, why can't you see that? Well, we're about 10 feet away from the
a small
monitor, so viewers, it's not.
So there's a damaged vehicle, probably from the tree. I'm guessing. I wonder if the vehicle got tossed or flipped over. Hard to tell on that vantage point. There's a part of what
significant damage for
was
sure
a building.
there.
That's,
wow.
That's significant damage. That may not. You might have to just. I don't know if that'll make it. Maybe we can fix that.
No,
I mean, that's,
doesn't look like it. We're back to the original picture that we started with. We've had quite a number of reports, and a lot of you have been sending your photographs. We do appreciate that. A lot of tree damage there. And back to the tornado warning.
At this point, obviously, the good news, we have not heard any reports of any injuries along the lines of the storm, which, I mean, I think we've been on the air now at this point for a significant amount of time, about 3:30 this afternoon. So, obviously, that's the best news we can report to you, is
we
that
did
there
have
are no
the
reports of any injuries.
Daniel Perot was reporting on a man who may have been trapped in his home in Bremer County, but the initial word was that he was okay. They just couldn't get to him because of all the power lines that were down surrounding his particular residence.
And one of the things, we're talking about somebody being trapped in a tornado. We tell you to get to your safe place, and in your safe place you'd have, you may think it's silly, but it's the little thing that you may think, as the radar updates, I want to just show you that, you still have these two circulations that are located in this tornado warning here for Benton and Lynn County, or Lynn County here. You can see the circulation there and the circulation around Center Point. But in those areas that you're supposed to have a safe place is maybe an air horn or a whistle. Because if you're trapped or you get injured where you're trapped, it takes, if you have to yell help where I am, it takes more energy to do that. And if you're injured, that would be hard to do. Blowing into a whistle is a little less energy, and it's loud. Air horn, it's very loud and a lot less energy. So those little things that you should have in your safe place are one of the few things that you should have in your safe place in case you do get trapped or injured in a storm that does some damage to your building or wherever you are, and to let people know of what's going on. One of the other things is, shoes that have not rubber soles but are hard, so that you don't, if you come out, you don't step on any nails, and that's all part of that.
Let's go back a couple of minutes, Mark. We were talking about crop damage, and you mentioned the snapped corn, or what they call the green snap sometimes, is far more significant as far as yield loss. Sometimes that can be 50% loss, particularly if it's about this time of year, as opposed to the corn stalk just being knocked over where you don't have the snap, when the green snap didn't occur. So we're going to have obviously some significant corn loss or some crop loss from the fields from this storm.
That was just one picture. I mean, there could be a bunch of areas in other spots where you get the stalk and it snaps. But that picture there, that had more of it bent, and so that, if there's looking for a silver lining, that would be a little bit better than it's being snapped.
Well, the assessment of damage, is it typically done within the next day?
They'll do it tomorrow. They will do it tomorrow. They've got the reports. What happens is, and it takes time, because you got to go out there, you got to travel. So these offices are in the Quad Cities, so they're going to have to travel there, or Des Moines is going to have to travel to Waverly. And so it takes a while to get there. So they'll go first thing in the morning. They'll meet up with the emergency manager, because they're already know, they're working with the people that have got the damage. They know where these places are. And so the National Weather Service will meet up with the emergency manager, and the emergency manager will step them to say, hey, here's where the damage is. And then the National Weather Service will go through the surveying of what is damaged and talk to the homeowners. If it's a building, they'll look at the tree damage. They'll look at when the building was built. Is it an old building? Is it a recent building? There's a lengthy checklist that they go through, and then they comes to a point and then sort of look at all of it and say, okay, is this the EF0, EF1, EF2 on a scale of 0 to 5, 5 being the strongest, and EF0 being the weakest. So you don't know until you actually go out and get out there on the ground and do that kind of.
But it's so much more difficult with a storm like this because it's so widespread. It's not just in one small area. I mean,
and it takes days.
It's all over the place.
It's not one of those things. So we may have, it may take a point where we may see that there are going to be 1 or 2 tornadoes that we get information before the newscast tomorrow evening, say. But there may be times that it may be, today's what, Wednesday, so maybe Thursday or Friday, they may come out and say there was a tornado in such county because we've got video / pictures / we went out and did the survey and say, okay, now here's an additional tornado. So it's not all done at one time, and there's only a finite amount of time during the day, and they have to do it during the day so they can actually see what's going on.
A couple of very interesting pictures again out of Bremer County tonight. We're going to show you them right now. Here's more significant damage. And that looks like, well, gosh.
That looks like a trailer.
Trailer.
Camper, maybe.
Camper was damaged here tonight in Bremer County. We have a couple of other photographs we wanted to show you. Look at this interesting metal wrapped around the tree there. The winds are, in my coverage of tornadoes in my career, Mark, I've seen some very interesting things where you see, you know, a stick or something driven.
I'm never surprised.
Right through the side of the building, and just like it was an arrow shot right from 50 yards away. You know, just incredible.
I've seen pieces of styrofoam through a tree. I mean,
it's
think
incredible.
about it. And they say when it happens is it's just got to be right, and you can almost tell that there's a tornado there because the research is there is a little twist in the tree and there's a little weakening, and it just has to hit at the right time, right speed, and everything else to get it to go into that. Because you think, okay, a piece of styrofoam like this wedged into a tree, how does that happen? How does that happen? But the tree bends just a little bit, and the fibers of the tree just barely pull apart, and the speed of this and the just exact right direction.
That vacuum turns it into a projectile. That's exactly what happens.
And that's what it is. We have to watch out is all the stuff that gets tossed is how everybody gets injured. So we always want to say protect your head, because I'd rather get hit in the arm by a 2x4. I'd rather not get hit by a 2x4 or a leg, that kind of thing. You always want to protect your head at all costs. And so that's, you know, a helmet of some sort, bicycle, football, any of that kind of thing. All right.
What do we have going on now, guys?
So, I did want to give you guys an update on the severe thunderstorm warning in Tama County. We could take max 2. This storm is right over Tama right now, potentially producing some 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as the potential for a tornado. In fact, there's a little bit of a circulation there near Highway 63, just to the south of Tama, which I'm going to show you here momentarily. This storm continues to track east at about 30 miles per hour, and it'll be around Gladstone at 9:01, 9:10 around Brooklyn, Hartwick around 9:17, Belle Plaine 9:22, Keystone at 9:32, and Marengo at 9:45. So again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, some very heavy rainfall, and lightning are possible out of this, as well as a possibility for a tornado. As I mentioned, just south of Tama, near Highway 63, north of Sheridan, might be a little rotation here within this thunderstorm. So that's why the National Weather Service is putting a tag of a potential tornado within this severe thunderstorm warning. So this is going to be a storm that we continue to monitor very closely. And of course, we continue to monitor the storm just to the north of Cedar Rapids near Center Point, where Storm Track 7 live Doppler radar continues to indicate some rotation. In fact, we just got a new tornado warning for portions of Lynn County, heading north into portions of Delaware County, just to the west of Hopkinton. This is for those 2 rotation areas that you see just to the north of Center Point and northwest of Central City. This is until 9:45, so tornado warning until 9:45 for portions of Lynn and Delaware County. The severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Paris, or 17 miles north of Cedar Rapids, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. And once again, we have a secondary area of rotation that we're tracking within this area of the warning in Lynn County. This is just north of Center Point, moving to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So I'm going to circle these areas for you. It's just to the northwest of Central City, southwest of Coggin, as well as northeast of Center Point. These are the 2 areas of rotation here in northern Lynn County. So if you're watching us from Cedar Rapids and you're looking to the north, you're likely getting a little bit of a light show with the lightning. You are not in the tornado warned part of this storm. Areas that need to be in their safe place right now do include portions of Center Point, Central City, Coggin, and Hazel Green as you head up there into portions of Delaware County. So I'm going to put a track on this storm. I'm going to It's very difficult here with the two areas of rotation. So I'm going to start first at this rotation here to the north of Central City. This is going to go to the northeast. I'm going to take it right outside that polygon, so it includes Hopkinton. This will be around Savage Park at 9:14, Castle Grove around 9:43, Hopkinton around 9:57. So this is just one area of rotation here in northern Lynn County. And then I'll put a track on the rotation near Center Point as this continues to move off to the north and east, or more east than north. This will be around Pinnakin Ridge Park at 9:28. Savage Park around 9:35. So again, that's one of the areas in line of the first area of rotation. And this will be around Prairieburg at 9:47. So this is a very dangerous storm here in northern Lynn County, as we are tracking the potential of two circulations, or we actually do see two circulations here on the radar that continue to track to the northeast, and some of these areas might be hit twice with this rotation. So again, as you see on your screen, this is a radar indicated tornado as it continues to move off to the east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. So if you are in the path of these storms, again, you want to take your tornado safety precautions. You want to be in the lowest level of your home. If you do not have a basement, the best place to be is going to be any room that does not have windows, any interior room. The hallway is a good place, a closet, maybe head to the bathroom, head into the bathtub, take your family, crouch down. Bring something to cover yourself from any flying debris. And again, the best place to be, as you all know, is in the basement. So if you are in northern portions of Lynn County, we do continue to track two areas of rotation right around Central City as well as Coggin. Farther to the west, we have some general thunderstorms around Independence, Waterloo, LaPorte City, Hudson, over toward Grundy Center. No severe weather threat for that area, but we continue to track that heavy rain. And we're also tracking that severe thunderstorm warning into portions of Tama County, where a tornado is possible. That's going to continue here until 9:30, and this includes Brooklyn, Grinnell, Malcolm, Tama, and Toledo. Looks like the worst of the storms are just to the south there of Tama, right south of Highway 30, Mark.
I'm going to try and put a silver lining on this. If we go to Max 1, we need rain. And here's some rainfall amounts. Those that have received some thunderstorms, we've got several reports of 1 to 3 inches of rain. Areas across our southern counties haven't seen much in the way of any thunderstorms here today, so your time is coming here with showers and thunderstorms pushing on in, so we're only about 1/10 of an inch of rain there, but areas north of Highway 20, 1 inch to 2, in some cases almost 3 inches of rain in those areas. So if there is a silver lining here, we do see some beneficial rains out of these storms as they passed on through the region here for the day today. As for the storms themselves and the reports of the storms over the last 12 hours, you can see where all the storm reports are. These include the morning ones that came through, as well as the ones this afternoon. The ones that are in red are either a funnel cloud or a tornado, and the ones in the lighter blue, those are damaging wind reports, and then there's the darker blue, and those are either flooding or very heavy rain reports.
And that tightening of the circulation on Max 2 for that storm near Center Point has gotten a little concerning, as we are seeing some pretty strong signs of rotation there just north of Central City Road, right around Alice, and just west of Troy Mills Road. This is the area where we are seeing that rotation. Again, we're on the radar site in Davenport, so the green is going toward, that's the wind inside the storm going toward that radar site in Davenport. The red is the wind taking the rain and pushing it away from the radar site in Davenport, and that's where we're getting that counterclockwise rotation, and that's where we have that potential tornado right near Alice, just west of Troy Mills Road and north of Central City Road, and this continues to track off to the east. And I'm going to show you here, just loop this back a couple of frames, and you can see right over Center Point, Urbana Road, that's where we have had that rotation, and now it has tightened up just a little more where that red and green is coming together. So it continues to track off to the northeast, and we continue to track right around Paris Road of that potential rotation there just to the west of Highway 13. Right over Paris Road, in fact. I just got the latest updated scan. Right around Paris is where we have had a report of a broad rotating funnel cloud heading halfway down from the cloud base toward the ground. So that's why this tornado warning is in effect. And really this rotation just northeast of Center Point, right around Alice, is probably the most concerning one at this point as it continues to tighten up just a bit. So right around Troy Mills Road and right around Alice, just to the west of Reamer Road and north of Central City Road, that is where we have that potential tornado, where we have the strongest signs of rotation at this time. And it does continue to track off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So I'm going to go ahead and put a track on the strongest part of that storm, which is that rotation near Alice as it continues to move off to the east. Coggin, Central City, Cass, please stay in your shelter spot. This is going to be around Central City at 9:28, Prairieburg at 9:44, and Cass right around 9:55. So the good news when we're putting this track on, we're not seeing a lot of cities pop up, so this is not a very populated area. But if you do live in these smaller towns, you do need to take this storm seriously, as there are some signs of rotation and that potential of a tornado.
I was going to say, not to make light of this at all, but one thing about severe weather coverage is you hear about a lot of communities that don't get a lot of news coverage normally during the course of a year, like Alice and Cass, for example, on your screen there.
We could zoom in really tight down to the street level there.
Yeah.
Get the smaller communities that not a big population, but hey, their life is just as important as somebody living in a bigger city. So we are on the air for those people just as much as somebody in a bigger metropolis.
I just have a feeling that some people are going, I'd never heard of that community.
Yeah.
I'd never heard of that little town, you know, and that's the case for a lot of these storm
some people
coverage
say,
nights.
That's my home.
That's my home. That's right. I was born there.
Yeah. There is some damage we were mentioning about the Dysart area. They have some new pictures in that, if I'm not mistaken. I think, okay, coming up here in just a bit. But still that circulation, tornado warning that remains in effect. The warning between now and about 10 o'clock. The warning is in effect until 9:45, so we'll continue with that. And there's the video from Dysart, and it's a short little video that is showing the damage. Look at also in addition to that, if you look at that house also had the garage blown in to that, and so that's also a concern. A lot of times you get damage to a garage and garage door, and that wind gets in that, and it just would lift up the roof and has a bigger problem. Sometimes in some locations there's different kinds of garage doors, some that are a little more reinforced than others, just to prevent things like that. And they do that with down in the south with hurricanes. They have the garage are a lot more of those homes have a little sturdier garage doors to prevent the lifting off of the rooftop there. But that's the same kind of thing. But if we can have that here, yeah, we can have some damage to the rooftop there, shingles across those towns.
Yeah,
across those roofs.
We're also seeing some reports through our Facebook page that areas of Dysart are without power. So that is in addition to Olwine, we've heard. Many people have lost power in the Olwine area. I'm not sure the latest update on that. That was quite a while ago. Hopefully the power has come back on for some, if not all, in that area.
They could pull up I think there's a link that has the power outages.
Meg, can you pull that up?
I wonder if they can. The booth? Okay, she's going to work on that, our producer.
All right,
I know that Mid-America has that. Alliant Energy has a page like that. Black Hills, all the
this is one. It's a good map because it shows you who's without power. So it gives you a vantage point. You can see Fayette County has power. People that without power, 1,400 without power there. Delaware County, about 750 without power. Looking at Blackhawk County, you've got 1,500, almost 1,600 without power. And then into Tama County, about 127 people without power. About 50 in Butler County. I think Bremer County's got about 50 there as well. What's out west there? Out towards the west, you got 1,200 people in Calhoun County with some earlier storms, as well as into Carroll County. You get some power outages there. So most of the power outages so far have been into Fayette County and into Delaware County there so far, but 1,500 people without power. Still looking at these dual circulations, these things have been together for quite a while. And we go to max 2. you'll be able to see the circulations there. And these were the two tornado warnings. These are radar indicated. These warnings are in effect until 9:45.
And we just got an update, still radar indicated, so there's not been anything spotted. But keep in mind, we're now after sunset, so it's going to be very hard to see these storms.
Real hard.
Especially because of all the heavy rain that's with it as well. But there is that potential for a tornado located over Paris, where we've had reports of funnel clouds, or about 17 miles north of Cedar Rapids. So Cedar Rapids not in the tornado warning, but it's just to the north where we do have that potential of a tornado. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning out for portions of Benton and Iowa County, and this is with that that storm that we were talking about in Tama County, and this continues to produce the potential of some 60-mile-per-hour winds. So this includes Belle Plaine, Marengo, Victor, and Williamsburg, and this does go until 10 o'clock, and the storm continues to move off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. Right now it's just west of Belle Plaine, right over Brooklyn, heading off to the east, so we'll go ahead and put a track on that. It'll be in Hartwick around 9:13, Belle Plaine at 9:19, Ledora at 9:31, Marengo at 9:40, Upper South Amana at 9:52, Amana Colonies around 10:01, and Fairfax at about 10:10. So it looks like this storm is also going to go south of Cedar Rapids. So we have the threat north and south of Cedar Rapids at this point in time. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds as well as hail, perhaps up to the size of penny, going to be the main threats out of this. Rotation might be a little broad circulation there just to the west of Belle Plaine and north of Brooklyn, but certainly not a very tall tale sign that there is some rotation going on. But this is definitely something that we are certainly going to continue to track. And of course, we continue to track those two circulations here up in northern portions of Lynn County, right over Paris, just right along Paris Road, west of Highway 13. In fact, just right over Highway 13 near Savage Park. That's where we have one little bit of rotation, but the stronger side of rotation is right over Paris and Paris Road, just south of Troy Mills. These are the areas that do have that potential for a tornado. As I put the radar on, you're going to notice that there's quite a bit of red indicating the heavy rain, lots of flashes of lightning as well. So this is likely going to be rain wrapped if there is anything at all, and that just is a big concern here. As Abby was mentioning earlier, once it gets nighttime, these storms become a little more dangerous because you can't really see them, and we can't really get a good sign of what is actually going on unless it's really illuminated by lightning. But at this point in time, we do not see any indication that there is a tornado on the ground, but it is potential rather with that. Okay, well, now we do have an observed tornado. We just got an update from the National Weather Service. Tornado warning continues until 9:45 now for Delaware and Lynn County. This is for an observed tornado located over Paris, and it's still tracking to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So I'm going to zoom right on into Paris, where we did have that rotation that we've been talking about here the last several minutes. This is just to the west of Pinnakin Ridge Park, just to the northwest of Central City. So right now that tornado is likely over Aviary Lane, Seven Hills Road, and toward the Justin Road area. So this is an area that is likely seeing that tornado right now as it continues to move off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So once again, I do want to put a track on this as we continue to see this move off to the east. Coggin, even though you're not on this track, stay in your shelter spot. You're still in the polygon for the tornado warning. This will be in Prairieburg around 9:41 and Castle Grove there as you head off to the east of that warning as we head toward 9:57. So we're going to continue with that tornado warning because of the funnel clouds and tornadoes coming from train spotters. And we're very much in an environment that's conducive for these storms to maintain themselves and produce the tornado. So we're seeing just enough spin in the atmosphere to get these to spin up the tornado.
Yeah, in addition to that, we were talking about rain's a good thing, but too much rain is not a good thing.
Yeah.
And if you look at Max 1, we've got thunderstorms that are running right over the same areas. They've already had a flash flood warning in through portions of Marshall County, but there are several severe thunderstorm warnings running from Tama County into Benton County, and then into Iowa County, and then all these thunderstorms here continuing to move across the same area. So now these storms have pushed on in, so this area right now is getting some rain, but look at all this rain out towards the west. If this doesn't come south a little bit more, we're going to deal with some possible flash flooding on Interstate 80 or around Interstate 80, just north or just south of it, if this doesn't start to drift southward, because there's some more storms back all the way to the Des Moines area, and if it travels right on Interstate 80, just either north or just south of that, there could be a potential for some flash flooding, because we're not done. These thunderstorms continue to extend all the way out towards the Des Moines area and that are just developing. So we will have to wait for all of this to slide south of our area, and still Iowa City, over towards Tipton, Washington, Williamsburg, over towards Maquoketa. Still haven't seen anything here for the day today when it comes to thunderstorms, but your share of thunderstorms will be coming over the next couple of hours as they move on through. Hopefully these will be just thunderstorms and not severe thunderstorms or tornado producing storms, because that makes it a little more difficult now that we are after sunset here and it's pretty dark out there. And there is a fair amount of lightning, but it's still going to be hard pressed to find these tornadoes if they were.
Mark, we just got word that people in the Olwine area who are without power, of course, hopefully they're maybe watching us on their computers or something, or some way on their tablets or cell phones. You're going to get your power back, we're told, around 11 o'clock. That's the goal anyway, so hopefully that'll come true, but we do know that there's some power outages in Olwine. They are shooting for a goal of around 11 o'clock tonight to restore the power there.
Yeah, and I'm seeing an email from one of our producers. It says most of Olwine still doesn't have power, just the northeast side of Olwine has it. So it looks like most of the community is still, again, without power. And as Ron said, 11 o'clock is the estimated time.
That's the goal anyway, yeah.
There are still a few showers around the Olwine area, but most of the thunderstorms are to the south and southeast of Olwine, but mainly in through Buchanan County into Black Hawk County, eastward along Highway 20.
So that one asks you guys a question. That picture out of Cedar Rapids, very nice high definition video. Is that storm is the one coming into town now, or
no? This one's staying north. So we have the camera at the Alliant Tower looking off to the north. So it's looking at that tornado. So it's going to be north of the city, and the other one was going to be south of the city. Correct. Okay. Yep. Good. Correct. So definitely a lot of lightning with that storm as well, which you're seeing flashing on your screen right now. You know, I've pulled up the camera back here, and I'm not seeing any lowering. Of course, we are, again, about 17, 20 miles south of where that tornado-warned storm is, but there has been some confirmation of at least one tornado and some funnel clouds right around the Paris area, just to the northwest of Central City. Yeah. And we're also tracking a little rotation right around Savage Park as well, just to the northwest of Prairieburg. So still a couple areas of concern north of Cedar Rapids.
Well, that's it just went away. That radar really did show how the storms kind of split the city of Cedar Rapids there.
Yeah, I can go back to that for a second. Yeah. Here's where Kyle was talking about as well. There's Cedar Rapids right there. Storm to the north, and then the line of storms to the southwest along Interstate 80 there, that's going to go southeast. So it may fill in a little bit here, but chances are that's going to be on the low side. So looks like downtown Cedar Rapids will bypass a lot of these thunderstorms, or at least the heaviest of the storms, as the watch really starts to trim down. As you can see, this is what's left of the tornado watch, and that's all where the storms are currently, and then off to the south and east. So pretty much where there are warnings, there is a tornado watch. So once that moves away, then all is quiet for the rest of the night. So areas that are not under that watch to the north, no more severe weather expected. You may have some rain, may have still a thunderstorm, a possibility, but no longer a threat for any severe weather when it comes to hail, high winds, or tornadoes. It's all to the south of that area that's been cleared out. You can see where the warnings are with these thunderstorms. I'll take the radar off for a second. First I'll take the lightning off. You can see all the rain located right there, and there's the warnings and there's the radar. So there's what's left of the warnings. So you got that one tornado warning, and then there's sort of along that line in Tama County, southern parts of Tama County, over towards Iowa County, that has the severe thunderstorm warning, and that continues to move towards the east, and that's the very heavy rain that we have. But that warning continues, the tornado warning. Circulation still there, just north of Central City, and there's maybe even a little bit of circulation right in here. So this is the main concern, and then there's a little bit of circulation right here north of Prairieburg, but generally north of Central City. Here's Highway 13 right here. Look towards Paris Road, or just east of Paris Road, where the storm is. So areas to the west of Highway 13, just about out of the coverage area. So if you're in that area right about here, anything to the west of that, you're in the clear. Anything to the east of that, they'll probably get an update from the National Weather Service, and they'll chop back the tornado warning up to maybe about this point, and you'll see that the threat for severe weather is to the east of that line. Still, the circulation is still there. Still some very heavy rain, as well as the possibility of that tornado at this hour. Max 2. Kyle's got the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for Benton and Iowa counties.
And that continues until about 10 o'clock, and this is right now over Belle Plaine and Highway 21, and it's heading right toward Marengo and likely going to clip the Williamsburg area. So the main concern with this severe thunderstorm warning is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as hail, perhaps up to the size of pennies. This does affect Belle Plaine right now, Marengo, Victor, as well as Williamsburg. We'll go ahead and put a track on the strongest part of this storm, which again is right over Belle Plaine, kind of traveling there along Highway 6 to the east. It'll take it a little farther out of the warned area. This will be around HLV High School right now at about 9:20, Blairstown at 9:34, Marengo 9:39, Norway at 9:51, Walford 9:59, Amana Colonies at 10 o'clock, and then the Eastern Iowa Airport there south of Cedar Rapids. That will be around 10:12. So this is storm capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as that heavy rainfall and some lightning. Looking at the rotation, again, kind of switching between radar sites, there might be a little broad rotation there right over Belle Plaine, right about here, but I'm not seeing any bright green colors, which would indicate that that rain inside the storm, the wind taking it toward that radar site in Des Moines. So not very strong signs of rotation, so the main threat here is going to be those straight line winds, which are likely going to be in this part of the storm that I'm circling right now, just to the northeast there of Brooklyn. So we are going to continue to keep an eye on that storm, and then we just got an update on the tornado warning in portions of Lynn County as well as Delaware County. As Schneck was mentioning, they trimmed it up just a bit. This is no longer an observed tornado. This is just radar indicated right over Coggin, or 15 miles south of Manchester, moving off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So still, we are seeing that rotation, a good sign of that rotation couplet there right north of Central City. So I'm going to go ahead and put a track on this as it continues off to the northeast. This will be around Prairieburg. We've been mentioning you, Prairieburg. Hopefully you're in your shelter place. This will be over you at 9:33. Castle Grove at 9:50. Monticello, of course, this is outside of the warning. That'll be around 10:09. So I'm putting these outside of the warning because these storms have maintained themselves as they cross these county lines and these polygons. So I just want to give you all a heads up. Even around Hopkinton, I know you got hit with some pretty bad storms earlier. Got some more bad weather coming your way here as we head over the next half hour to hour or so. And then a little farther out to the west, we still have just some general thunderstorms here from Manchester back toward Independence and Waterloo. I know we keep hearing some rain pounding our building here in Waterloo. Also to the north around Elkader, Strawberry Point, Guttenberg, Holy Cross, Dubuque. Just seeing some general rain and thunderstorms. So we're not necessarily seeing severe weather that far north, but definitely getting those beneficial rains that Mark was talking about as these storms continue to move off to the east. And we really need to watch maybe southern Tama County. It looks like that heavy rain continues to train over the same location. So we have a flash flood warning near Ames as well.
I'm going to switch over to Max 1 here for a second, a little perspective on the thunderstorm that's producing the tornado warning. There's a cross-section of this that gives us an idea of how high the storm is. Earlier today we had storms that were up around 60,000 feet. This storm is a little bit weaker. It's only up to 50,000 feet. So we're watching this as well. So as the thunderstorm begins to, or is not as high, the storm is not as strong as the previous storms that we had a little bit earlier in the day today. So the updraft is not pushing the precipitation as high. This one, it's still pretty high, but up around 50,000 feet. Earlier today, we were up around 60,000 feet. So it gives you an idea that the storms are not as potent as they were a little bit earlier today from with the heating of the day. Now that the sun is down, we could turn this around as well. We could spin this and get some perspective on this. You can see still up around 50,000 feet. We'll move this and how it drops off. But that's the strongest part of that storm right over Central City. And there could be a possibility of some hail within that Central City or northeast of Central City to about the Prairieburg area. So just another way of looking at that storm in a different perspective. As for that velocity, there's the circulation there, and you can see it still in place around Central City. I'll zoom in. I got to turn this to a different angle here. Give me a half a second. Turn this back up so you can get this upright, and there you go. There's your circulation around Central City, and there's the heading over towards Prairieburg. The tornado warning remains in effect. This is until 9:45, so still another 20 more minutes. And this is a storm that's been all the way out to Tama County. So this thing has been holding together.
And it's had multiple areas and multiple areas of rotation at that as well. So
yeah,
it's really maintained itself here. And as you were mentioning, it's been moving over an area that's really been untouched or hasn't been touched from any of the storms that we saw earlier today as well.
And even the ones earlier today in the southern part didn't produce a whole lot.
Not at all.
So we have an atmosphere that's, you know, untouched, unused energy down to the south. Still under a tornado watch at this hour. That runs until midnight. So, but I don't think the threat for severe weather will linger till midnight. Looks like this will probably linger till, I don't know, maybe till 10:30. Looks like. Here, you look at that. I'm going to switch modes here for a second. I just want to see something. If you can go to max 2.
Yeah, so we have the tornado watch pulled up, and basically, as Schnack was mentioning, west of that line of storms, you've been cut away from that tornado watch. So these tornado watches are going to continue to get trimmed away as those storms continue to move east. So again, we're going to keep an eye on these storms here for the next hour or two, but as Mark mentioned, that threat of severe weather should wind down here as we head toward the midnight hour. But again, that tornado watch was in effect for a good chunk of the viewing area, but as the storms continue to move out of those counties, those storms are meaning that the tornado watch can be dropped. So that's definitely some good news. Not so good news is that we have that tornado warning that does continue here into portions of Delaware and Lynn County. Again, this is just to the west of Prairieburg. I'm going to go ahead and zoom on in so you can kind of get a closer look. Definitely quite a bit of lightning strikes here in the last few minutes. You've been looking at the Cedar Rapids camera on top of the Alliant Tower there on the bottom right of your screen. You're definitely seeing some flashes of lightning. If you wanted to, you could probably take the radar full screen if you wanted to, since there's not much to see out of the Cedar Rapids cam for the moment. But we continue to look at that rotation inside the storm, and it does look to be between Coggin and Central City, just to the west of Prairieburg. So Prairieburg, please do stay in your shelter spots. Looks like this circulation is continuing to track to the east-northeast. So this is going to clip probably the Prairieburg area here as we head over the next several minutes. This is heading toward Castle Grove around 9:52. And notice I just put that cone, that track on there. Castle Grove is the only town that is showing up. So this is going over a low populated area, which is good news. But for folks living inside this polygon, you just need to seek shelter and take this warning seriously. This is still a radar indicated tornado. So earlier it was observed. Now it is not observed, but that's not saying there's not a tornado there because, again, as we've mentioned, there's a lot of heavy rain with this, and that is causing this to be rain wrapped, so you're not going to be able to see it, you know, regardless of if it was dark or not. If it was light out, you probably couldn't see it either. That was the issue we were having on seeing that storm toward Vinton a little bit earlier today. But yeah, that tornado warning is going to continue here for about the next 18 minutes or so until 9:45 for Delaware as well as Lane County.
Update on power outages, you guys. Across the state of Iowa tonight, right now, as of 9:27 or so, 7,200 power outages, 1,500 in Blackhawk County still. I think it was 2,400 earlier, and 1,500 in Fayette County. So that, of course, is the old wine area. So
I see some in Benton County as well. All
and
of a sudden.
in Delaware, it's around 750.
Yeah, so that's all with the storms that are pushing on through.
Right.
Hopefully the storms are going to be a bit weaker here as we head through the rest of the overnight, and that is the plan at this point. There are some showers and thunderstorms possible here tomorrow. Those will be mainly south. But once that passes on by, your 10-day forecast, that is dry. Lots of sunshine Friday through next weekend, and temperatures 80s and low 90s, overnight lows in the 60s. So those that missed the 5 and 6 o'clock newscast, wondering what the weather is, got some showers and thunderstorms.
I was going to say, are you doing the newscast right now?
No. Is it 5 yet? I mean, we've been on the air since 3:30, so we've been on the air for 6 hours here. Not sure. Is this the morning show here? I'm not sure of that. But
So,
yeah.
at least, given the fact that we have had a lot of damage, it looks like we are going to have a quiet period after we get past tomorrow. And tomorrow's rain chance is really going to be in our southern counties, so areas like Dysart, like Vinton, might have a little rain to deal with, but the farther north you live, Waverly, you might have some more dry periods tomorrow to clean up some of that damage from that tornado that tracked through a little bit earlier. I know we definitely need the rain, and I know a lot of you probably not liking that dry stretch that you saw on the 10-day. But I think those folks who have been dealing with the storms need to be continuing to enjoy the dry weather so that they can clean up. We do have a new tornado warning, and I think you just saw that as well, Schnack. This is for Delaware and Jones County, so this is extended a little farther to the east. This goes until 10:15. So we're going to be on the air with you until 10:15. So this is an extension of that warning that is just to the north of Central City. This is radar indicated. Hail size could be petty size or less. The storm was located over Prairieburg or 12 miles northwest of Anamosa. That's moving off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So we have that storm there on Max 1 with that rotation here just to the north of Central City, right over the Prairieburg area. So this new tornado warning does include Hopkinton and Monticello. So if you're in these areas, please do stay in your shelter, as this storm has had the history of producing damage. This will be in Castle Rock around 9:41, Monticello at 9:54. And the Cascade right around 10:12. So if you are in these areas, do continue to stay in your shelter place. And I know I'm going outside of that warning area. Cascade, you're not technically in the warning area, but I just want to give you a heads up that the strongest part of this storm, potentially producing a tornado, is moving towards your direction here as we head over the next hour or so. So again,
that tightened up there, north of Prairieburg.
It did. It's been kind of doing some cycles where it'll weaken a little bit, and then the next scan comes in and it tightens up. So that's why this tornado warning is continuing. Even though we have not gotten confirmation from a storm spotter on the ground, it's obviously showing some signs of strengthening here as we take a look at the radar, which is why we continue on with our tornado coverage, because of that potential rotation there just right around Prairieburg on the north side of town there as it continues to move east.
Yeah, it continues to be a bit of an issue. That's a new tornado warning, including Monticello as well as Hopkinton. I do want to show you the radar here, but I want to show you a time-lapse or loop of, or a track of when this is all about to end. So we're going to go the back side here, and we're going to do a track from here and take it in this direction. So this is the back edge of the storms, roughly. So this timeline is when the last of your thunderstorms will be coming to an end. So in Independence, pretty shortly. Tama, a little after 10 o'clock. Cedar Rapids, probably 11 o'clock. Dubuque, we're getting closer to 11:15. Galena, 11:45. Maquoketa, a little after midnight. That is when the storms are expected to be pushed on through the area. So this is sort of the end of these storms. I'm going to do a track on the same kind of track, but I'm going to do a little bit farther across the south here to catch some more of our southern counties on this. as it moves to the south. And so you could see Williamsburg maybe 11:35, Iowa City roughly about midnight, Wilton High School about 1 o'clock, and again Tama pretty shortly. So that's the time frame on the back edge of this area of thunderstorms that continues to move across the region. So that gives you a rough idea of when this winds down. You can see the thunderstorms ending by midnight. It should be out of our coverage area,
Mark,
roughly.
If you want us to take over just for a moment, if you guys want to take a break. I understand we have a live look right now in the community of Waverly as they are doing some cleanup there. Of course, earlier this evening when it was still light outside, we talked about the extensive amount of power lines that were down in that area. We asked you to avoid that area at the time. That remains the same right now as those crews are out and about. As you can see, many trucks out there cleaning up those power lines to make it a safe situation for everyone.
Yeah, I don't know if this, we can't really tell because the truck is a little farther away, but this could be from Waverly Utilities, Waverly Light and Power. They handle most of the electrical power grid up there in the Waverly area, so we assume that they're going to have a very, very long night. I assume, Mark, also tomorrow there'll be a lot of insurance drones going up in the air to survey the damage bright and early. Yeah,
Insurance, big thing. So tomorrow or tonight even, take as many pictures as you can. From what we did, there's an actual story about this when it comes to insurance on our website at KWWL.com on the weather section. We did Surviving the Storm. Meteorologist Brandon Libby did a story on insurance and what to do if you do have damage from a storm and what you should do for insurance purposes. So that if you have the ability to do that, maybe on your phone or tablet if you don't have any power, or maybe somebody that you do know that you can communicate, you can see that. It's on the weather section there, and you can just scroll through and just take a look and see that. But as many pictures as you can. They don't want you to start putting things together just yet. I know you want to do it as fast as possible, but they want to be able to see the damage. Obviously you want to prevent any more damage from occurring, so if there's any more rain possible like there is tomorrow, you obviously want to cover up the roof there. These guys and men and women there putting the power lines back together, getting rid of these. Can't tell if that's a tree up on the power line or what's
maybe leaning
hard from that point.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, it really
hard
is
to tell
difficult.
where that.
And of course, it's 9:35 right now. That tornado warning has been extended to 10:15, so of course we will stay on full weather coverage. But our reporter, KWWL's Daniel Perot, he is live there in Waverly right now, and hopefully we'll be able to get a live report from him here within that 10 o'clock half hour when we're on for our news at 10 o'clock. And he can kind of give us an update on what is happening, because of course a very active situation there still in the Waverly community.
Yeah, can't tell if that's Waverly reliable power from the Waverly Utilities, but we can tell that they got their truck from Don's over there in Fairbanks. So Don's truck's over there. So, and they've been in business long too. In fact, I was just reading up, Waverly Utilities actually providing the power for about 5,000 customers in and around Waverly area, and they actually go back to 1904. I don't know if they provide all the power up there. I don't know if Mid-America's up there or what else, but Waverly Waverly Utilities has been the public power entity up there in Waverly since 1904.
And the weather's quiet for them for the rest of the night, so that is good news for those that are out there. And the power companies know they wait for the severe weather because the safety of their employees is important. So they wait for these storms to pass by before they actually send them up in the buckets there, risking their lives. They don't want to do that. So Prairie Berg, just off to the south, get an update there, just north of Cass, southeast of Prairie Berg. And that is where the circulation is located, and that continues heading towards Langworthy Avenue, Langworthy to 151 there. That'll take you up to Monticello. The storm is south of Castle Grove, and that'll continue to move in the easterly direction as the possibility of a tornado in that area. So we've had significant rainfall amounts exceeding 3 inches in some spots. We've got more rain to go in our southern counties here for this evening. Also some more rain on the way here for tomorrow, as mentioned, in our southern counties, but no risk of any severe weather. Those are just a few scattered showers and a couple of thunderstorms expected. After that, it is quiet. That storm heading towards Monticello, it has a lot of lightning with that. So you could see, let me switch over, and you'll be able to see all the lightning associated with that storm as it continues to move in the easterly direction. Anamosa, there's Cedar Rapids. We talked about how the storm would split Cedar Rapids, or one on either side of it. Still got some rain in Cedar Rapids, but not the widespread rain that's moving across northern parts of Lynn County and also to your south and west and through parts of Iowa County near Marengo, and that continues to track east. But Iowa City will be dealing with some of the rain as that storm moves towards you and around Interstate 80. Again, this continues right along Interstate 80, and as it does so, Interstate 80, traveling along Interstate 80 is probably pretty tough right about now, with some very heavy rain as well as some vivid lightning from about the Williamsburg area, or just west of Williamsburg, to the Des Moines region. As it continues to rain in Des Moines, that rain's been pretty steady the last half hour to 45 minutes in there. Same thing around Newton. Dealing with some very heavy rain. No flash flood warnings yet at this point. I do want to show you how much rain radar estimate we have had in the last 24 hours across eastern Iowa. And the yellow shaded areas, that's 1.5 inches. And you get into the red shaded areas, and that is in excess of 2.5 inches of rain. So you can see we've had some heavy rain area wide, many spots seeing at least 1 inch of rain. South of Cedar Rapids, still haven't seen a whole lot. Again, we'll get in on some tonight and into the day tomorrow. So I wouldn't be surprised that with that rain tonight and tomorrow, we could see some spots up around 1 to 2 inches of rain in those locations. But the good news is hopefully there won't be any more severe weather here for later tonight. And the warnings that are out right now are the last of the warnings. Something we'll continue to watch. Tornado warning does remain in effect till 10:15. Let's take a closer look at that. As Dubuque is about to get in on some rain, there's your tornado warning. That is in effect until 10:15. That does include southern parts of Delaware County and the northern half of Jones County, Castle Grove, Hopkinton, and Monticello. Radar indicated tornado with this storm, and that is located on the west side of the county there. And that continues to move eastward pretty slowly, about 20-25 miles per hour.
And the good news is that on the southern edge of this line, the severe thunderstorm warning for Benton and Iowa County has been canceled. You can definitely on Max 2 see that the storms have certainly weakened as they have moved a little farther to the east, but still packing quite a punch though in Marengo and Williamsburg. There's likely going to be 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts and the potential of some very heavy rain along with some of that lightning. That continues to go north into Newhall as well as into the Cedar Rapids area, getting in on some heavy rain. And of course, as we were just mentioning, that tornado warning does continue until 10:15 for portions of Delaware and Jones County. This does include the Monticello area, also up toward Hopkinton as well. So we'll get a little closer on the storm. Again, you know, it's nighttime, so it's going to be hard enough seeing the tornado, but this is completely rain wrapped as well, as that rotation is just right now near Castle Grove, I should say. That's right about here where we are seeing the rotation, right around County Road E16 and heading toward County Road D62 just to the west of Monticello. So again, if you are in this area, you do need to seek shelter right now. Might be a little weak rotation here near the Hopkinton area as well. So definitely no signs of tight rotation, but definitely rotation nonetheless, which is why this tornado warning does continue here for southern Delaware County and northern Jones County here as we head through 10:15.
And the tornado warning does remain in effect for that time frame, as the watch remains in effect until midnight in those areas. As we back out here, what's left of the tornado watch is included for Dubuque County, Dubuque, Monticello, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, and we're looking at Tama and the Des Moines area. So we do have a tornado watch that does remain in effect for somewhere between 9 and midnight. The western part of that is 9 o'clock from Cedar Rapids, Iowa City east. That is until midnight. We've got that severe thunderstorm, or excuse me, tornado watch that's in effect for that time frame. Again, 9 o'clock from west to Cedar Rapids, from Cedar Rapids to Iowa City. It is in effect until midnight. Do we have an update on that? Is that what that is?
They just expired the one toward the Prairie Berg. They're going to expire the one in Linn County and Delaware County, but the one in Jones County in Delaware County is going to continue here as that storm moves out of Linn County until 10:15. So Castle Grove, Hopkinton, Monticello, all in the path of the storm. Monticello, this is not the strongest part of the storm right now. You're just getting some very heavy rain along with some vivid lightning. The rotation is just off to your west as we pull this up on Storm Track 7 live Doppler radar. And again, it does look like this rotation is
doesn't want to give up.
No, it does not. It does what we call cycle, and basically it will kind of become a little more broad rotation, weaken a bit, and then just as quickly as it does that, the next scan comes in and it tightens up. And that's exactly what we're seeing here just north of Cass and west of Monticello. If you're in Monticello, please head to the lowest level of your home, which obviously is the basement. If you don't have a basement, be sure to head to an interior room with no windows. Take something to cover your head because, again, this is where we do have that little bit of rotation there right around, it looks like 220th Avenue as well as County Road E16. This is the area where we do have that circulation with that potential of a tornado. Again, the latest update at 9:32 was that this was radar indicated. But again, it's going to be very hard in this sort of situation with the rain around it and the fact that it's dark. You know, you're not going to be able to see anything. You might get something illuminated by lightning, but it's going to be covered in rain because we have some torrential rain falling as well.
And we haven't seen anything, and these have all been radar indicated so far.
Yes, yep.
So we haven't had any confirmation with this, and we haven't had any damage reports associated with this. Haven't seen any debris being lofted into the sky, because that's what we look at even more now as the sun has gone down and it's dark, that we look for debris being lofted in the sky. We look at a different mode on the radar. We don't see any of that, so there has not been doing at least enough damage to lift that debris into the sky in the tornado. But we still have that circulation, a little bit more of a broad circulation, as we've been mentioning, Kyle's been mentioning, strengthening, weakening, strengthening, weakening, strengthening, weakening, and the last update there is weakening just a little bit. So that's the area of circulation that was a bit stronger. You can almost see that if you go back in time. You could see it strengthen and weaken and get tighter of a circulation and a little bit weaker, and then tighter of a circulation and a little bit weaker. But because it keeps cycling like that, they're going to continue to issue these warnings until it doesn't do that anymore, until it comes down and then all of a sudden the storm falls apart. But it's not doing that. The storm has been in our coverage area since Tama County, and it continues to move towards the east as it eventually heads towards the Mississippi River. And again, those areas east of the Mississippi River, we do have a tornado watch that does remain in effect. So it's following right along just north of Highway 30 there, and then crossing over 151 and eventually heading towards the Mississippi River there. So it's just west of 151, just south and west of Monticello. So if you're in Monticello, you are under that tornado warning. You should be taking shelter because there's a possibility of a tornado with this area of rain that's pushing into your area. And that will continue here through the next at least half hour. And as it does so, there may be some gusty wind. So even if there's not a tornado, there may have some wind gusts up around 40 or 50 miles per hour. Latest scan there, again, a bit more broad, not as tight for that area, but as Kyle circles, hard time talking, I've been on the air for 7 hours here, circles that area, that is County Road E16. And it looks like it'll be on the south side of Monticello as it continues to track toward the east.
And that update you see flashing there on your screen, they are continuing the tornado warning, radar observed, so still nothing spotted. Delaware County has been taken out of it, but this will continue for Jones County until 10:15. This severe thunderstorm was located near the Langworthy area, or 7 miles north of Anamosa, continuing to move east. So probably within the next 7-8 minutes or so in Monticello, that's when you can expect the rotation or the strongest part of the storm to be in your neck of the woods. Monticello is the only city that is popping up here, so this is going to continue to produce that potential of a tornado. Might be a little hail in it, certainly going to be some heavy rain as we go over to reflectivity. You can see just some really torrential rain falling right now in Monticello, and we're also having some strikes of lightning here within the last 15 minutes or so. Real quick, I'm going to go ahead and zoom this back out to the entire viewing area just so you can kind of see where we're at and what's going on. If you're hearing some thunder, seeing some lightning here outside your window. The only warning that we have right now is this tornado warning for Jones County, including Castle Grove and Monticello until 10:15. Still some pretty strong storms, though, in portions of Poweshiek and Iowa County. And in fact, this is going to produce probably some pretty decent rainfall totals as it's continuing to track east toward Marengo, Williamsburg, eventually North English. Heads up Solon, Iowa City, North Liberty, Coralville, Lone Tree. Got some rain coming your way here as we head over the next couple of hours as that batch of storms continues to move east. And then as we go a little farther to the north around Dubuque, no severe weather right now, but we do have some heavy rain that's going to be moving in, especially right around the Dyersville area. So we're going to continue to keep track of this here as we head throughout the next hour or two.
And on Max 1 is our Storm Track 7 live weather network camera in Dubuque. As we were just before he pulled it up, there was some lightning there, and that's going to start to light up pretty good here as we head through the next couple of hours, or next hour, as the thunderstorm, the strongest of the storm, is going to be south. So we'll probably have to swing the camera around. Right now it's facing to the north. There's a lightning strike there, but if we'll eventually swing this camera from looking north, because this is at Hotel Julie in Dubuque. We'll swing this camera around and eventually look south as the heaviest or the strongest part of the storm moves from west to east, and it'll be just to the south. So we'll swing that back around. First, we'll throw it over back to Ron and Abby.
Yeah. All right, we'll give you guys a break before we get into the 10 o'clock hour. Yeah. We understand right now we have reporter Daniel Pro standing by in Waverly. Of course, we had the live view there a bit ago of all the crews repairing the power lines, and right now we'll kind of get the latest from him. So, Daniel, if you can hear me, go ahead and take it away.
Hey, Ron and Abby, good evening to you guys. We are along Fern Avenue here in Waverly, and all throughout the night, really, since the storms came through, we've seen the power crews out, starting to get those lines repaired, get the power back on, and you can see behind me there are several crews. Just about 2 hours ago, this road was completely impassable. There was a giant tree, 2 or 3 of them, that were blocking this road. That's since been cleared. The power crews have now come in. They're starting their work in starting to get those power lines back up. A little bit earlier, we told you about that guy who was trapped in there. I actually spoke to him on the phone. He is okay. The issue is just there's so many trees. He says about 20 or 30 of them blocking his driveway. He thinks it'll take about 3 days to get all of those trees out and just all the power lines that are around them. Obviously, crews are working to get those power lines up and the trees off of them, the power restored around here. So that's really the latest here in Waverly. The crews really working all around the clock trying to get that back up. They say they'll be working all late into tonight. Ron and Abby?
All right, Daniel, thank you very much for the very latest.
They're going to be busy up there, and obviously they're out doing a good job already because the power has to come on as quickly as they can, and they'll do it as quickly as they can.
Yeah, we appreciate their efforts. All right, we'll send things back over to Mark now.
Coming up on Max 2, you'll be able to see the tornado potential approaching the Monticello area. Right now, Stone Bridge Road, it is just over that area or just to the west, and it is tracking east along County Road E16. This will take this either right over or just south of Monticello, heading east, and there's 151. That's that blue line that you see there running north-south.
And this might look like a couple areas of rotation.
Yeah,
like maybe
just
right
north
here.
and south of that county road.
Yep. So these are both heading toward Monticello. So these are two areas that we're going to watch for the potential of tornado, as we have seen the circulation tighten up just a little bit here.
Isn't this the same way, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the same storm that's had dual circulations?
Yes. Yep, it had the dual ones.
For quite a while.
Yep. It, I think most consistent circulations, two circulations
I think
were
Tama
in
had two,
Yep.
I think in parts of Tama and into Benton County.
and then Lynn County. Yep.
And then Lynn County, it's sort of one strengthened and one weakened, but these are two circulations that have been intact for several counties.
Yeah, and this looks like it's heading right toward the Monticello area. So if you're in Monticello, you should have been in your shelter place quite a while ago, and hopefully you're staying there and staying safe. Again, you're not going to be able to see anything. It's dark, and we have an update there to that tornado warning. It will continue here until 10:15. Again, it's located over Monticello, 8 miles north of Anamosa, moving east at 30 miles per hour. So clearly you can see on the radar that we are seeing that rotation. And so that warning is going to continue. I'll put a track on this. Again, it is just to the west of Monticello, so it will be in Monticello right about now, at least that rotation. This will be around Temple Hill at 10:14, Clay Mills at 10:18, Canton at 10:23, and Ozark Wildlife Area right around 10:26. So again, tornado warning does continue here until 10:15 for portions of Jones County, and this does include Monticello. So Monticello, stay in your safe place. This is just about ready to cross Highway 151 eastward.
Storms continue to approach, starting to see a little more rain falling into the Dubuque area, and you'll see the lightning start to light up on our camera here in just a little bit as that storm continues to move across the southern portion of Dubuque County with some heavy rain. Also to the north, looking at some heavy rain. So right now over Dubuque, though, it may be that the heaviest of the rain is going to be south of town there. So may get reported as a little heavier rain at the airport, but in town, rainfall amounts may be a little bit on the lighter side, but any rain right now is a good thing. We just don't want to have that severe weather. And that rain extends all the way back to Independence, even to Black Hawk County, but it really starts to taper off, though, as you get towards Black Hawk County. We are done with the rain in Tama County. We are done with the rain in Black Hawk County, Grundy County, Butler County, Bremer County, Fayette, still a few showers hanging around. Winneshiek County, you're done. Alameda County, maybe a couple of light showers still in our southern counties, but that should be about it. Chickasaw County, you are done. All is clear there. Everything to the south and east is the threat for showers and thunderstorms. But again, the only warning left, I emphasize the only warning left, is that warning in Jones County. And it has gotten a whole lot smaller. Now impacting just the Monticello area and not too far to the east of Monticello. We're approaching the 10 o'clock hour, and as we do so, this warning is until 10:15. We are going to continue to watch this, but downstairs in the booth, as for the producers and the directors, and I guess everybody in the building here, we'll stay on this till at least 5, maybe 10 after. I don't think this warning is going to last through 10:15, and if they do issue something more, then obviously we'll stay with that. But as of roughly that point, then we can turn it loose to the news side of things and do an abbreviated version of our newscast here, maybe about 5 or 10 after 10. Maybe a little bit sooner than the warning. So just to give you a heads up and preparation for the producers and the directors and everybody else involved there, I think that's what we'll probably do. Since we still have the potential for a tornado here approaching Monticello, one of the areas, and this tornado warning is until 10:15, but I don't know that that is going to... We'll know beforehand, because they will either issue a new one farther to the east, and then we'll just have to continue on for the rest of Jones County, or they will not issue something, and then this storm is finally going to say goodnight to everybody and no longer be a problem or a potential problem. The storm approaches Monticello right now with the circulation pushing eastward. So tornado warning does officially in effect. Those counties on the top right-hand side that you see, the yellow counties in that tornado watch, something is wrong with that. I do want to show you what they actually is, what the watch outlook looks like. There's something wrong with that. For some reason, the watches are not loading properly on that top right portion. So this is what's left of the watch officially. So this is the severe thunder or tornado watch that's in effect. It does include Delaware County, Dubuque County, and again areas that are just still dealing with the rain at this point. And once the rain comes to an end or lightens up, the threat for severe weather is going to be over with for your area. And again, the only warning is that little area right now, just about within Monticello, and only about just a handful of miles, a couple of miles, sort of radius around Monticello, maybe 3-mile radius around Monticello as the storm moves to the east. The question is, what will the National Weather Service do with this warning? Is there enough circulation for them to continue this warning eastward for the eastern portion of Jones County?
So they are chatting about that. So they're saying it's still there, which is why it still warrants the warning, but the storm inflow looks to have a lot more rain with it, and that could end the tornado threat or lead to it weakening and perhaps, you know, strengthening once again, just like it's been doing.
My guess is that they will let this drop, and if there is anything, they may issue a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yes.
With a possible tornado associated with that. And if that's the case, then we would be done with our coverage. So again, we are approaching the 10 o'clock hour. We'll continue to track the storm as the potential for a tornado right now in Monticello. There is some circulation there, so don't take this lightly that showers and thunderstorms are just going to be pushing through without any possibility of a tornado. That threat is still there here through the next 10-15 minutes there for Monticello. It's areas to the east that we're watching as some heavy rain pushes in, and there's some steady rain. It's around Iowa City or west of Iowa City all the way to Des Moines, pretty much right along Interstate 80. Interstate 80 has some very heavy rain passing through, and that is continuing on the same area. So if you know anybody traveling east or west between Iowa City and Des Moines, they are going to have a really tough go here. It is not going to be a fun drive with the rain and thunderstorms, just the hydroplaning potential in that area.
And they're not moving very quickly. They're
No.
moving like parallel to I-80. So that's going to be a problem if that continues here for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, there's going to be obviously some ponding on the roads on the interstate, as well as reduced visibility. Well, one, reduced visibility during the day because of the storms, but even traveling during the overnight hours, reduced visibility on these storms right now. So those that are just joining us here for the KWWL News at 10 o'clock, since it is 10 o'clock, we are been doing our continued coverage of tornadoes that have been moving across portions of eastern Iowa. We've been on the air since about 3:30 this afternoon with several tornado warnings throughout the time. There's been a lot of damage. We have crews out there, and we have pictures and videos to pass along to you to see how things have progressed here during the late afternoon and into the early evening hours here. Some very heavy rain has pushed on through. Things are starting to lighten up a little bit. We still have a tornado warning that does remain in effect until 10:15 for the Monticello area. We also have officially a tornado watch that remains in effect from Dubuque to Monticello to Cedar Rapids, includes Tama and Iowa City, but that's where showers and thunderstorms are, and the big picture does show those storms. I'll put a time lapse on this to see where they're moving, and they'll continue to track off towards the east. So the concern along Interstate 80 right now may be the flash flooding potential. The storms in through Jones County, Lynn County, into Dubuque County, those have been moving pretty consistent, and so the threat for flash flooding there is not as high as the threat for flash flooding west of Iowa City along Interstate 80, because those storms are running pretty much right along Interstate 80. So with that, we're continuing to watch. If we go to Max 2, we can see the circulation around the Monticello area, or just to the east of the storm, east of the town, east of Highway Interstate 30, 151. And as we had mentioned earlier, we're watching the potential for circulation, and a new tornado warning is now being issued for this storm, which will take it in through the eastern portion of Jones County. And Kyle has more information on that.
Yes, that new tornado warning for Jones County does go until 10:45 this evening. It is radar indicated still, and you can definitely see that circulation we have circled there. That's where you get the tightness of the green and the red coming together. In fact, we just got a little update there just to the east of Monticello. But this severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located on the east side of Monticello, or 10 miles northeast of Anamosa. And once again, it is moving off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So this does take it to the south of Cascade and to the north of Scotch Grove. But it does continue to pose that threat for a tornado. So we'll go ahead and get a little closer look at this storm, and I'll put a track on it for you. Luckily, you know, there's not a lot of towns showing up on the map, so this is not going through a very highly populated area, but nonetheless, Dales Ford 10:09, Temple Hill around 10:17, Clay Mills at 10:21, Canton at 10:25, and then Crabtown around 10:33. So despite it not being a hugely populated area, we still have these small towns that are in the path of this tornado warning. So again, the tornado warning does continue until 10:45 here, including Monticello and Scotch Grove, and even around the Cascade area. You want to stay in your shelter place, as this does have the potential to produce a tornado, because once again, we are starting to see that little couplet there and the velocity starting to tighten up just a bit. So we have certainly been seeing that potential for a tornado. So again, tornado warning in effect here for Jones County. That new warning goes until 10:45 here this evening. And we are going to continue to monitor this storm here on air, and stay with you here for the next several minutes as we continue to watch the potential of that tornado as it tracks east toward Highway 38 as well as 136.
And with that comes some heavy rain as well. Some of that heavy rain is a benefit to what we're dealing with the potential for that circulation. And we haven't had any confirmation of this storm for a while.
Yeah, the last time I think was north of Central City, I believe, in Linn County.
So it's been almost an hour that we've had any confirmation, and there hasn't been any damage associated with this as well.
And that's the good news. No damage reported in quite some time. We will have a wrap-up of some of the damage here a little bit later, but yeah, that's the good news, is we haven't had many reports of damage, nor have we had any reports of a tornado being observed. That being said, you know, it's 10 o'clock at night, so it's extremely dark. The sky might be illuminated by lightning, but even so, there is still a lot of rain, as you can see on the Doppler radar. So this thing would be rain wrapped if it was producing a tornado, as it's been producing quite a bit of heavy rainfall. So we are going to continue to track this storm. I'm going to pull you out here to the entire viewing area just so you can kind of get an update. Iowa City, Coralville area, we are starting to get some of those storms moving into town. Might be some 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts, likely quite a bit of lightning there to your west, and some heavy rainfall. Again, we'll have to watch for ponding on the roads. So if you have to travel tonight, maybe hold off here a few hours and wait for these storms to weaken. And we'll have to watch for some southward development as well, because it does look like this storm is producing a little bit of outflow there just to the south of Des Moines. So that could lead to a little bit more in the way of some storm development. So we'll keep an eye on that for areas like Keokuk and Washington County. Then going a little farther to the north, we're going to continue to keep updated with that tornado warning in Jones County. This is right around Monticello. A new one goes until 10:45, so this does include Monticello and Scotch Grove. So Cascade, not officially in the warning, but you're definitely getting the brunt of this storm with some really heavy rainfall. So we're going to continue to keep a very close eye on Cascade as far as heavy rainfall goes, but the circulation will stay likely south of there. In fact, again, we've been talking about how it kind of cycles through. It'll weaken just a bit, and then it'll show signs of some strengthening. So just to the west there of Dales Ford, that's where we are talking about that potential for a tornado, as we are seeing the radar indicated rotation there right around Jordan Road. So this is the area that we're watching for that rotation. It's now just to the east of Monticello, but still you're getting a good chunk of that storm there in Monticello with the heavy rain and a little bit of the lightning with that as well. So even if there's not a tornado, there's likely going to be some gusty wind with it as well.
So what we're going to do here is keep track of these storms. Again, as mentioned, this circulation has not produced any damage, hasn't produced any tornado, haven't had any reports of any of a funnel cloud, so we'll be able to... And
now we just have a confirmed tornado report here out of Jones County, just to the east of Monticello.
I should have waited about two seconds.
I know. 10:07, a confirmed tornado located near Monticello, or 12 miles northeast of Anamosa, moving east at 30 miles per hour. And this is actually a radar confirmed tornado. We were talking about that debris signature, so there you can see that there might be just a little bit of debris. So this product we call our tornado debris signature. It basically picks up anything that's not meteorological. So it's basically picking up debris in the air, whether that's wood, whether that's you know, some sort of dirt or
anything,
God
anything
forbid,
but
vehicles.
anything
Yeah,
but rain.
Anything but rain or hail. So this is confirmed by the National Weather Service, radar confirmed, of potentially a little bit of debris. So where you see that discoloring here, this lighter color here, that's likely where we might have just a little bit of debris here east of Monticello. But as we take this product a little farther back, you can see that there's not any sort of signature that would say that there is debris being wafted in the storm, but we also get radar scans every few minutes. So there might be damage in Monticello. We're not sure. We haven't heard of any damage, but definitely confirmed by the radar that we do have some damage just to the east of Monticello.
And that usually comes, the debris signature that you see there usually comes after.
Yes.
So if there was debris, if there was damage in Monticello, it would be lofted and then it would move east, and then by the time the radar would catch that scan, it would be off to the right or east of the location that it did the damage. So it wouldn't be where the tornado did damage, it lofted and the radar picked it up and it's right over the top.
Right.
Most times it will be off to the east, and so there would be damage probably in the Monticello area because of this what was radar indicated,
yes,
which again there, but now because of the damage, we can say that there is confirmation of a tornado at this point.
You know, it's incredible how Doppler radar has advanced here in the last decade or so, because we're able to get these different sort of scans, and that tool is very helpful at night to dictate these tornadoes. You know, especially we hear a lot about them in you know, the larger cities out toward quote-unquote tornado alley. Doesn't really exist much anymore, but you get the idea that radar is very helpful in these sort of situations, and the reason why this tornado warning is continuing is because Doppler radar is indicating that we are getting debris lofted into this tornado. So there's likely a tornado doing damage right now just east of Monticello.
And it's not just picking up the wind within that, it's picking up because it looks, the radar beam goes out in two different directions,
yeah,
a vertical and a horizontal.
Yes.
And so, like a raindrop has a certain structure. A piece of hail has a certain type of look when the radar sees the radar beam sees that piece of hail and it bounces back towards the radar beam. But debris is very random, and because it's very random, the radar scan comes back to the radar and it does its calculations and it says, hey, wait a second, there's something different about this area, and that something different is the debris, and that is how we can indicate that. There's an updated on the
and it looks like Oh yeah. Did it update?
It is. It is.
Oh, it is
farther
updated.
To the east,
so
yeah.
it is farther to the east. So right around between Jordan Road and Butterfield Road, just to the north there of that Dales Ford, that's where we do have that debris being wafted in the air from this tornado. So that tornado warning does continue here until 10:45, just to the east of Monticello. And you know, as Mark was mentioning, This likely did some damage in the Monticello area because
looks like the south side maybe.
Yeah, because the last few scans actually, of the tornado debris signature does show that, again, we do have that discoloration. You know, this is bad enough of a signature, but luckily we're not seeing the blues and the greens, which would indicate the more debris, I guess you would say, in the air. But we're still seeing the non-reds, which would indicate that debris.
And that debris, or the amount of debris being in the sky still. So what would happen is the debris would actually come down, back down to Earth, I guess you'd call it, or land, and not being in the sky, and so therefore you get that more uniform color of just the reds in that region. So that would be one thing that is beneficial, is that there may not be any more, but it has already done damage. Probably, I'm guessing, would be by the trajectory of that signature, of the tornado debris signature there, it would be, actually looking at the next radar scan, there may be a little bit more. So looking at the debris signature as well.
Velocity is not...
Yeah, picking that up. So there could be a tornado still causing some problems here.
And yeah, right now it looks like that tornado would be pretty much right over Butterfield Road, heading toward 88th Avenue, and eventually up toward Ebby's Mill Road.
And if you switch modes there to that,
there we go.
So there's still, so there's been some sort of damage somehow, somewhere in around the Monticello area, and that debris is being lofted into the sky, and the radar is picking that up. And so hopefully everybody is safe. If you're in advance of this tornado, please take shelter. At this point, we've got a confirmed tornado that has done damage, and that continues to move toward the east, eventually heading into Jackson County.
So Temple Hill, this will be around 1021 in your neck of the woods. Gary Owen around 1034, Washington Mills at 1038, and Otter Creek right around 1046. So again, this is a confirmed tornado that has caused some debris to be wafted into the storm. So that is why we are continuing with that tornado warning until 1045.
There's a new severe thunderstorm warning now.
And yes, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 11 o'clock. This is for portions of Cedar, Johnson, Jones, and Lynn County. This includes Iowa City, especially on the east side, Mount Vernon, Tipton, as well as West Branch. And this is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then hail potentially up to the size of pennies. But I'm not really thinking that hail is going to be a big threat. This storm is going to continue to track to the east at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So I'll go ahead and put a track on that storm and then give you an update on the Jones County storm, because that continues to report an observed tornado. So this severe thunderstorm will be in Iowa City around right now. Lisbon High School at 1021, West Branch 1030, 1042 North Cedar High School, 1045 Tipton, and then 1105 Bennett Park. So again, that's a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Cedar, Johnson, Jones, and Lynn County. This does not include Cedar Rapids. It looks like it's going to be southeast of there, but nonetheless, a pretty strong storm heading through portions of that part of the viewing area. An update on this observed tornado based on radar. This is a confirmed tornado near Cascade, or just south of Cascade.
This will be south.
Moving off to the northeast at 25 miles per hour. So is the velocity is still a very, very tight couplet.
That's actually gotten stronger.
Yes.
So I'm thinking there's something between where it is now and south side of Monticello that's been damaged as well. Yes. Because even with the tornado debris signature there, it's still indicating some debris lofted in the sky. So it's done some damage, and it's still in the air. So if you switch modes there for a second, you'll see it's still there, hanging around in the sky. Not as much, but it's still there, either from south of Monticello or something in between Monticello and where the storm is right now.
So if you are in Cascade, please do remain in your shelter place. Temple Hill, stay in your shelter place. Just got the latest scan here, still indicating that couplet of rotation here just to the south of Cascade. So that is where we have that tornado. Even if you're in Fillmore in southern Dubuque County, just because this storm continues to cycle its way through, I would stay in your shelter place. Again, this continues to move off to the east. It'll be in the Bernard area around 10:35.
As we continue to monitor this storm here, we also are monitoring the cleanup from the storms previously, and we have a little more information on that from Ron and Abby.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mark. And right now we can send things to Waverly, where KWWL's Daniel Perot, he's been on standby all evening for us. The last time we checked in with him, he was checking out the latest with how it's going with getting all the power lines back up and running. And so, Daniel, if you can hear me, go ahead and give us the very latest.
Yeah, well, crews are still out here, Abby. They are still working to get the power back on, the lines up and off the road here. You can see behind me, they've moved a little bit further down the road. They're right about the spot right now where there are several trees down that took out this power line here. I mentioned earlier that about 6 o'clock tonight, this road was completely covered by a tree. It was completely impassable. They have since got that up. We talked about the man who was trapped in his home and still is. He is okay. I talked to him on the phone. He says that it's probably going to be about 3 days before he can get out into the outside road. He said he was about 75 feet from this storm when it went through and went by his house. He said he looked out his front room window while he was trying to get down to the basement and saw the tornado right there, not 75 feet away. He says his machine shop is pretty much destroyed. His pool is destroyed. He had a 5-story treehouse that was up in the trees. That's pretty much gone. And get this, just to kind of give you a sense of the power of these storms, he says there are aluminum from his machine shop that is 50 feet up in the air, stuck in trees at his house. He's got probably, he says, 29 acres of trees there. He says most of it, if not all of it, is completely destroyed. He says it'll probably be about 3 days before he can get the proper machinery in there to take it out. I talked to some of his neighbors who tried to get to him. They got a little bit into his driveway and then just could not go any further. There were just too many trees, too big trees. You know, some of these, 30 centimeter, in diameter trees that are just huge trees, these 100-year-old trees that are just so hard to get around. It's probably going to take some heavy machinery in order to get through that. He says it's about 3 days probably before his best estimate that he can get that machinery in there and then get back into the outside world. But as for here where we are right now along Fern Avenue in Waverly, crews are out here. They're going to be out here throughout the night doing what they can to get these power lines back up and running. They've been out here since just about right when the storm hit. We've seen fire crews out here doing, checking the live power lines, making sure that they are not live. Remember, if you do come across a line that is down, steer clear of it. Don't go anywhere near it. You do not know if that is a live power line. Crews will be out here all throughout the night until their work here is done. Reporting in Waverly, Daniel Perot, News 7, KWWL.
All right, Daniel, thanks for the update. I have an update on the number of outages, too. We had 7,200 outages about 20 minutes ago. So they're making a lot of progress across the state, down to 5,200 on this very eventful night, because we have had severe weather, Mark, about 8 or 9 hours now?
Since about 3:30.
Yeah, right.
Also, we want to turn to the community of Olwine. The Olwine Community School District posted some pictures on their Facebook page showing some of the damage left behind at the football field. Hopefully we can bring those up for you. And we have also received some reports that the Dairy Queen in Olwine also sustained some damage as well. So there are the pictures right there from the high school field.
Yeah, and there again, that Olwine community is another one that they're trying to restore the power in Fayette County to Olwine residents by around 11 o'clock. Hopefully they'll be able to do that. You see the damage there at the Olwine High School football stadium.
And right now, let's go and talk a little bit more about what we have seen here in Waterloo and Cedar Falls. We've gotten a lot of pictures sent to us of branches down and things like that. I think right there, that's from Falls Avenue
right.
in Cedar Falls. That was sent to us earlier this afternoon. It looks like, fortunately, the house was not hit, but of course, those trees have fallen down into the yard. A lot of cleanup will have to take place there in the coming days.
Yeah, we had some arcing. We talked about power outages. We saw some power arcing on the wires here, as you can see in the background there, a little small fire from that line, which was knocked down by the Bremer County storm, which came through the Shell Rock area, then onto Waverly, and even north of Denver there. There were quite a bit of reports of severe weather, and then that arcing is continuing there on the video that we had earlier today. So a lot of activity, a very, very eventful night from multiple storms, which eventually, as Mark and Kyle pointed out, merged into one long line all across the area.
All right, right now we're going to take a look at some video that came from our storm chaser vehicle. Of course, meteorologist Joy Bettenhausen out there for us all afternoon, and different views that we saw throughout the afternoon, very ominous clouds at times, saw many funnels, and at this point, we don't know exactly how many funnels actually touched down on the ground today. That, of course, will be assessed tomorrow, so we'll have full reports about that coming up tomorrow on all of your broadcasts.
Yeah, the assessment teams are going to be extremely busy here in the next few days because of the fact that there were so many different confirmed tornadoes, observed tornadoes, and then the damage. And Mark, that's something that they will be out, I would assume, bright and early tomorrow, and then they'll be working their tails off, so to speak, to get everything up to date and find out what was F1, F2. We don't really know at this point, do we? Yeah.
No, the teams will get out. And then there's 3 offices that cover our eastern part of the states, and so there'll probably be 3 different offices that may be out and about doing some of the damage surveys. And then again, they'll contact the emergency manager. Will contact them and say, hey, we have had a tornado here, we'd like you to come out here, and they'll look at the information, go out there, meet up with the emergency manager, some of the homeowners or landowners, and then they'll do the assessment at that point. And it takes time, so it's, you know, people want to know what was it? What was it may be the entire day that we find out there's 1 or 2 so far, and it may be, you know, come Friday we find out there's another one, and then maybe over the weekend we find out there's another one somewhere. So we could still, even though come next week, we could probably see that maybe with some pictures or some video that pop up later down the road that gets sent to us that we can transfer to the National Weather Service. They'll, you know, confirm that there was a tornado at some point, whether it's, you know, EF 0 to EF whatever. It could be an EFU, EF unknown, because it went through an area that didn't do any damage, but that you can have a video confirmation to say that there was a tornado there, but it didn't do any damage. So that would be under an EFU. Unknown.
Well, and speaking of working your tails off, you mentioned that. Joy's now even back here in the Weather Center now working. So Joy's back there working hard. Right. You guys, of course, as well. What is the very latest right now in the Monticello area? We still have the tornado warning that is in effect. It's back to radar indicated. So there hasn't been, we were talking about the debris signature saying that there was debris aloft. That has since dissipated. And so therefore, it looks like the threat for being a tornado is no longer in that area, but those yellow little pixels that you see there on the radar screen, that is probably some of the debris of the damage that was done somewhere maybe around the Monticello area or just south of Monticello. It went from just north of Dales Ford to north of Temple Hill, and then you see the color get back to more of the reddish pink and uniform color, and that is indication that their loft, the debris aloft is no longer, and we are still looking at some thunderstorms, but we still have that tornado warning that remains in effect. This is until 10:45, and because there has not been any additional reports of a confirmation of a tornado or any debris being lofted in the sky, then we're back to a radar indicated. So there's some circulation within that storm in that area, but in addition to that, we are also monitoring severe thunderstorm warning that is to the south here, and it's starting to bow out just a little bit. So when it does so in this area where it starts to, that appendage comes out, that apex right in here, that's where we may see the strongest of the winds right there. So maybe around the Tipton area as the storm moves east, we could see some pretty gusty wind right here. Wind could be up around 60, maybe 65 miles an hour with some of these, this particular area compared to this part or this part down on the southern side. So,
and on that southern side, we did just get a couple of reports of 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts southeast of Iowa City as well as around the University Heights area. That was an estimated wind gust near University Heights, but there was also some reports of some pea-sized hail. So like you were just mentioning, the lower gusts are going to be on the north and south part of that storm, but we need to watch Tipton pretty closely for those severe gusts up to 58 miles per hour or greater.
Yeah, that could be heading right into Tipton, probably within the next, let's see, put a track on this, roughly speed at about 30 miles an hour here. And put a track on this as a time frame approaching that area. Should be around 1040 at Tipton, Clarence at 1048, Bennett High School about 1058. That'll be the leading edge of the stronger winds. There may be some rain in advance of that, but the gustier wind in advance will be roughly those time frames. So that's the big picture, or the area that is of concern. When it comes to any other showers or thunderstorms, you can see here most of the active weather is now to our southern and southeastern counties. Potential flash flooding, though, runs from along Iowa City, from Iowa City west to Des Moines. We'll be watching that carefully because those storms haven't moved very much lately. And then the threat for severe weather is over with, back to the north and west. So anything that's rumbling right now and areas to the south of that, what is that update there? Is that a new... That's a, oh no, that's an update there. I thought it was something different. My bad. No. So the thunderstorms continue at this hour, but anything to the north and west of that line, threat for severe weather, is over with for tonight, and probably not going to see any more rain here tomorrow either. I think where you see rain right now may be the areas that may see a couple of showers, maybe a thunderstorm here tomorrow. In that exact same area or southward. So
Mark, right now that tornado warning that's on the screen, that's the only one in effect left?
That is the only tornado warning that is left till 10:45, and is real small for the northeastern parts of Jones County. So it starts to move into Jackson County. It's not in a very populated area as well. We haven't had any reports. Also, just looking at that, the circulation is not as pronounced as it was a bit earlier. So all good news so far with that account. So it's a very small area that we're watching.
Looks like there might be another one right here.
It's hard to, these are going to be really hard to pick out on a line of storms, especially during the overnight hours.
Right, exactly.
So they're very conscious of issuing tornado warnings unless they're pretty confident because of we don't want to keep issuing tornado warnings and nothing happened there.
We do know one area hard hit tonight was the community of Dysart. We're going to have to get down there because we did, Abby, get some viewer videos and some pictures out of Dysart. Maybe we can show some of those again, because we do know there was significant roof damage to some of the residents there. There's a tree down there you can see in the back down on that hip roof there.
Yeah.
That's missing.
One neighborhood in particular, it looks like, really sustained some damage, excuse me, and obviously debris across the road and
the rafter. There's the rafter from the roof right there on the street. Yeah.
A lot of repair is going to have to happen. You can actually, if you really look at that photo, that flag pole that is in the back by the gray home is actually bent over from the wind. So
that is, no, if you look at that, if you can zoom that in, that flag, is that a flagpole that's bent over, or is that a flag pierced into the side of the...
Well,
into the side of the
flag's still flying.
It's hard to tell where that base of that flag is.
Now look at the shingle damage on that home. Those two homes there, very nice homes there in the Dysart area, and that birch tree's just bent over there. You can see, wow, a lot of damage down at Dysart tonight. Another roof missing. Then Mark, you mentioned the damage to the garage door can always be significant too.
And there's more crop damage.
Yep.
And,
we talked about
barn
that earlier.
Down.
That's going to be something that has to be surveyed as well. And, you know, the crops have been knocked over, it looks like, not broken off. So that's at least some encouraging news. And, of course, heavy rains contribute to that as well, because the soil gets washed away and then the wind comes in and bends it over. And but it's still better than having it snapped off, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's better for it to bend. If we have to pick an option there, we better have it bent over than have it snapped. Because once it's snapped, it's done with when it comes to that crop there. Yeah. So hopefully that comes back in time, since we're it's July, so it maybe has a little more time. So here's the picture of the crops. They're going to pull up on the screen here.
Yeah.
If it bent over, I'm not sure what that is in front of that. Can't tell what that is.
That looks, actually, it looks like a, it's not a metal, it's just like a tarp, yeah, or something like that.
But that's definitely, I mean, that's not
but those
small area.
Those stalks are not snapped, luckily.
No, and that's not a small area that's bent over. That's a large area of crops that have been impacted, just as sweet corn season comes around here. So so we're continuing to monitor all these situations. We've had only one person trapped. They were not injured.
Yeah, Daniel said he's okay. In fact, he talked to him on the phone. It's just that nobody could get to him to make sure that he was okay. And
so far, so good.
All right.
Despite all the damage that's been happening and all the warnings, and you can see all that. I mean, the damage is probably very scary for all these people that have been taking shelter, and then all of a sudden your roof gets ripped off.
Yeah.
Hopefully they were in a safe spot down in the basement or in the center part of the room. Because if you look at that, you look at those damage, a lot of them, it's the roof or the wall or a window or a door. And so if you're in the center part of your house, there's a lot more things that the wind and other debris has to get through before it gets to you. So you want to try and surround yourself with as many, that's what we tell you, to have as many walls between you and the outside, because if there's debris coming, it's going to have to get through a couple of sets of walls before it gets to you. And so if it's an outside wall, it only has to go through one wall there. So want as many things between you and the outside as possible.
Let's go back up to Magnolia Parkway, a photograph out of there. Look at that big limb there that fell on that vehicle. So that's in Waterloo. Again, we've been getting a number of damage reports from all across the region.
And this was a severe thunderstorm warning. It wasn't a tornado warning. So this is straight line winds. And again, the National Weather Service will go out and survey what needs to be, and they'll talk with emergency managers from each of the counties and discuss what needs to be looked at. Because some of these may be straight line winds that were underneath a tornado warning. They may be the actual tornado. And so that's something they'll see. And it all depends on which direction the debris is thrown. Sometimes you could see the pattern of trees or the crops and how they're either turned or bent over, whether it was straight line winds or tornado.
And there's one that we talked about earlier with the vehicle underneath the two big branches, or large branches on a big tree that fell. So we've had just an incredible day of 8 or 9 hours straight through, starting over in the western part of our state, and that came into our viewing area, what, about
4:30?
4:30 this afternoon, yeah.
At 4:30 we started our first tornado warning, and that actually occurred, we went on the air before the tornado warnings were issued for our coverage area, because we knew that what was happening out in the central portion of the state, west of Interstate 35, these storms are just going to blossom up and they're going to move into eastern Iowa. So we thought we'd say, okay, let's get on the air. Let's let people know even sooner than the warnings actually coming in.
Good.
So we were talking about the warnings out towards the west and saying, hey, this is coming in our direction. So you get a little more lead time on preparation of these storms as they moved into our coverage area.
Well, you guys
started up at
you've been
4:30.
following this. Yesterday, as we were leaving work last night, you said to me, tomorrow's going to be quite a day. I mean, you knew what was coming our way.
Quite a day. I said, you know, by 10 o'clock or 5 and 6 o'clock, it was going to be quite a different story that was expected. Everything was pointing in the right direction. Ron was asking about the sunshine. Hey, where's the sunshine? I guess we're not going to have severe weather. It's one of those days we didn't need the sunshine. Sometimes we need the sunshine to get these storms going, but a lot of the ingredients were there without the sun needed. So imagine if we had a lot of the sunshine.
I was going to say, when I walked in,
it may even
I
worse.
thought we were out of the woods, because I thought, oh, there's no sunshine to heat this thing up and produce this energy. And then you said, no, the conditions are different today. We don't need the sun.
Yeah, it's one of those days we didn't need that.
And you know, we had that severe weather this morning as well.
Yeah.
So it's been multiple rounds here, and we continue with this tornado warning in effect until 10:45. So
there's a new one, it looks like.
Oh, a new tornado warning?
Yep, new tornado warning that is for Cedar County.
That's right.
That just came in. So
there we go.
Let's go back to.
And it looks like that's
around the edge of the leading edge of that line. We talked about this. This line of thunderstorms sometimes can produce these little spin-up tornadoes, And this one is radar indicated and is right there just to the east. I'm getting my geography. Tim, we've been on for 6 hours here, so.
You're forgiven.
East of West Branch.
East of West Branch, west of Rochester.
Kyle, I'll let you take this as I look at my dictionary.
This does, in all seriousness, this tornado warning for Cedar County does go until 11 o'clock. This is radar indicated, as Mark just mentioned. It was located near the Rochester area or near West Branch, moving east at about 40 miles per hour. So, again, it's not quite a tight rotation, but I would say that just to the northwest of Rochester is where we do have that rotation. We did get a report of some estimated 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts northwest of Tipton, so that's what we were talking about a little bit earlier as the potential of the strongest part of the storm producing those types of winds. So this particular storm potentially producing a tornado continues to move off to the east. This will be around Bennett High School at 10:58, Bennett around 11:03, and New Liberty around 11:06. The good news is the Jones County tornado warning is going to expire at 10:45 as the rotation in that storm has weakened. But right along the leading edge of this storm in Cedar County, especially on the south side there, just east of West Branch, that is where we are seeing that potential of a tornado. So again, this is radar indicated. Still, that severe thunderstorm warning does continue here for portions of Jones, Cedar, Johnson, and Lynn County. Looks like Johnson and Lynn County might be out of the woods as far as the severe part of the storm goes. But around Olin and Clarence, that's where we need to be cognizant of the weather situation, as we could be talking about those 60 mile per hour winds. So I'm going to go ahead and put a track as we get an updated scan of the radar from just west of Olin through the Tipton area, through West Branch as it continues to move east and eventually outside of the viewing area. Again, this is around Tipton right now, Rochester at 10:47, Hale Wildlife area around 10:54, Callum Sweetland High School 11:06. And then it continues to progress eastward outside of our viewing area. So again, the main area for concern right now is just to the west of Rochester, where we have, along the leading edge of the line, we have a little bit of rotation, which sometimes we get these. I was going to say a fancy word, but we just kind of get these kinks in front of the lines of storms, and they do produce a quick rotation, and that's why we do have this tornado warning that has been issued.
You could say QLCS.
Okay, QLCS, that's what it's called. But anyway, it's basically a tornado that produces along the leading edge of a line of storms, which we saw back in August through the derecho, and it was afterwards based on satellite and all that stuff, but it was along the leading edges where we did get some reports of some weak tornadoes. So generally these types of potential tornadoes aren't terribly damaging. They're not very strong, but nonetheless they could be producing tornadoes. So we are going to continue to monitor this storm here until 11 o'clock, and then that severe thunderstorm itself does continue for southern portions of Cedar County and into, or I'm sorry, southern portions of Jones County into Cedar County. That warning does continue as well as until 11 o'clock. So
and it updated because it dropped off Lynn and Johnson County.
Correct. Like we said, as those storms moved out, Lynn and Johnson County no longer in that threat for severe weather. So that's definitely some good news, but you're not out of the threat for that heavy rain. In fact, you go back toward the Des Moines area, just east of Des Moines there, as you head along Interstate 80 through portions of Poweshiek, Iowa, and Johnson County. We've had some torrential rain here over the last several hours. In fact, I'm going to put just a 3-hour total here, and you will notice that we've had anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rainfall just along I-80 itself, also into portions of Lynn County, Jones County, Buchanan, Delaware County. So lots of heavy rainfall, and in fact, as we go over the last 12 hours, you can see even more of that rain a little farther to the north. So this is the best news out of this whole situation. I wouldn't even call it good news because we had to get the severe weather, but the rainfall is definitely welcome. We just don't need all of this damage that we've unfortunately been getting here from these storms today.
And notice most of that rain was east of Interstate 35.
Yes.
There was only a few showers out to the west. All this widespread rain just in the last 12 hours has been in eastern Iowa. And where the drought has been the worst in the northern half of the coverage area has finally seen a fair amount of rain across much of the area.
And
at least an inch.
It's definitely much needed. And I'm going to not really get too much into the details of these storm reports, but you can see all of those red boxes there. That's either a funnel cloud or a tornado report. I did a quick estimate of it on this tool off air. 43 reports of tornadoes. That's not saying there were 43 tornadoes, but a lot of these, as you can see, are back to back to back, so they're probably multiple reports. So as we were mentioning earlier, in the days ahead, you know, maybe as early as tomorrow, we'll start to get some confirmation of the amount of tornadoes, but we're going to get a query up here to show how many tornadoes exactly. But you get the idea that it's been very active here. These storms started developing after 2 o'clock in portions of central Iowa, and really we started to see that threat ramp up very quickly.
So you can see where these clusters were.
Yes.
And these are the areas they talked about the surveying of this. These may be the areas that they go out and survey. You could see where there were clusters around Waverly, into Tama and Benton counties, and then into Delaware counties. They may even get in around Olwine. We haven't had any reports yet, so but there may be some reports that they send. I think they will probably send at least 3 off to look at those 3 particular areas, because there are reports, several reports of tornadoes in those 3 locations in our coverage area.
And we are going to continue to monitor that situation here in the days ahead, because I know everyone likes to know what exactly did happen. That tornado warning again is going to expire in 3 minutes for Jones County, but it does continue for a radar indicated tornado here just to the south of Tipton. This includes Bennett and Rochester. This is heading right toward North Liberty. So this is again a radar indicated tornado. Not a huge sign of rotation, but definitely the rotation is there just south of Tipton, right near the Rochester area. So this was located near Rochester or Tipton, tracking to the east at about 40 miles per hour. So right there along Iowa 38. That's where we likely have that rotation and that potential of a tornado.
And this is good because as the storm gets closer to the Quad Cities, it gets closer to the radar, and so the radar beam is not as high.
Yes.
And where there is circulation or a tornado, it is on the low or the bottom part of that storm, and the bottom part of that storm is where you would want that radar beam to be. So getting closer to that radar is a good thing, so it gets a little better quality look at that storm and any circulation within that. And these storms have produced power outages, and you guys give out some more information on that.
They were making progress, but they actually had a little bit of setback because we were at 5,200 outages. Now it's back up to 7,900 just in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, you can see it there on the chart. Currently in Fayette County, 500 out, a little over 1,400 in Blackhawk County, a little over 1,100 in Tama County, and in Jasper County, 2,300 right now.
And what was that again? Was that Sac County out there or Calhoun County out to the west? You said Calhoun, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
Calhoun with 1,260.
And that's actually where we had the initial reports of the tornado earlier this afternoon. So that did some.
In fact, there was a picture, Kyle, that we had of really looked like a fairly large tornado. It was out of our viewing area, out to the west.
Yes.
But I can't remember the city.
Lake City?
It was something like that.
I think it was.
Yeah, but that was someone.
Maybe it was around Jewel. I can't remember.
Jewel, that's right. It was in Jewel,
Yeah.
South Hamilton area. Yeah, that was a pretty extraordinary picture there. It looked like quite a large tornado. At least it's hard to tell because you can't tell how far away the picture taker was, but it looked like it was very, very well defined. That's for sure.
And that was a tornado where we really were like, okay, we need to get on the air because this ended up being a pretty serious situation for eastern Iowa. Luckily, no confirmed tornado here in Cedar County, but we still have that circulation here off to the south of the Tipton area. So we're going to continue to monitor this very, very closely. If it's not producing a tornado, it's definitely producing those 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. We did get that report around the Tipton area of that potential of a 60 mile per hour wind gust. So again, it's just to the south of Tipton, north of Rochester, where we do have that a weak little rotation, but it is rotation nonetheless. So right around Bennett Park in Sunbury, that's where we are tracking that potential of a tornado. And I'll just put a quick track on this. as it continues to move off to the east. And again, around the New Liberty area, it'll be in that neck of the woods around 11:04. So again, those bright greens you see, that's the wind going toward the radar site in Davenport. That's taking all of the rain and taking it toward that radar site. It is indicating some very strong wind, likely in that 60-mile-per-hour range. So even if there's no tornado, still a very dangerous storm as it continues to move off to the east. And then also, again, we have to look at the heavy rain threat as well, because you look west of this tornado-warned storm, we still have a lot of heavy rain back toward Iowa City, Williamsburg, Montezuma, back toward Newton. So again, we're looking at some very high rainfall rates with this, and basically that heavy rain is traveling east along Interstate 80. So we're going to continue to monitor that potential as these storms continue to move off to the east over the same areas. That could lead to some ponding on the roadways and potentially some flash flooding, but we haven't had too many issues of that until you get back north of the Des Moines area. That severe thunderstorm warning also continues until 11 o'clock here for portions of Cedar County. I'm going to zoom into that here real quick. Looks like around Clarence and Tipton, that's going to be where we have the highest potential for those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but that does continue to track off to the east, and they're going to continue to monitor this storm here for a potential tornado. Nothing confirmed on radar right now, so that's certainly some good news, but we will definitely continue to watch our radar product here as we head throughout the next several minutes, because we do have, again, that sign of a little bit of rotation there in Cedar County. So we'll zoom this back out to the state just to kind of get you caught up on what's going on elsewhere. Dubuque, you're getting some heavy rain, and if you're stepping outside and looking south or looking west, you're likely seeing quite a bit of lightning. These storms continue to track off to the east with a little bit more development down toward the Ottumwa area. So looks like the severe weather threat is winding down. So that's definitely some good news, but nonetheless, we do have that tornado warning continuing until 11 o'clock here for portions of Cedar County just to the east of Tipton. So right now we are actually going to go to our Storm Track 7 live weather network camera in Dubuque. Mark has that pulled up on Max 1.
And you can see, you mentioned looking at the storm that is passing south of town there with the vivid lightning, and this is the live picture from our camera in Dubuque looking south down the Mississippi River there. You have some rain in Dubuque, but the sky is lighting up, and Mother Nature's fireworks here going off with showers and thunderstorms, a lot of lightning there off in the distance there with the storm that is south of town. Winds right now up around 20 miles an hour. These are sustained winds. So here's what we look at. You know, during the overnight hours, you say, okay, well, how do we see these tornadoes? Well, we look at the radar, but then we're also using the lightning as sort of a flashlight. So as you can see, we have to wait for the flash of lightning, and then we can be able to see for a split second what may be a funnel cloud or may be a tornado sometimes. And so we are watching that as well as the storm spotters of any storms that push on through. They're using the lightning as Mother Nature's flashlight there.
And that storm in Cedar County has produced a wind gust of 60 miles per hour right around Buchanan. So again, that's in Cedar County. So that was an estimated wind gust about 6 miles west of the Tipton area. So about where we initially thought that we would see the strongest wind. And then shortly after we were talking about that wind is when that tornado warning was issued. And it did bring a little bit of rotation there just to the southeast of the Tipton area. So going back to velocity here, again, we're still seeing a little bit of weak rotation. You're not seeing a lot of red in this, which is definitely some good news, but right around looks like Spicer Avenue as well as Rose Avenue, that's where we likely have a little bit of that very broad rotation. Again, not strong rotation. As Mark mentioned, this gets closer to the radar site in Davenport, so it scans the lower levels a little bit better, and we're not seeing that rotation in the lower levels. So that's pretty indicative that there's likely not a tornado on the ground, but again, sometimes along the leading edge of these thunderstorms, we can get a quick little spin up.
But that's some pretty gusty wind there.
Most definitely, yes.
Right in that spot. That's winds.
We're going to have a higher going, so not that we don't like being around you, but we know you're gonna wrap things up here in a few minutes. So a great job over there with you guys. Enjoy.
Wonderful job. Thank you.
Out on the Storm Chaser today, extended coverage for the last several hours. So we'll let you guys take it on home then. So good job there.
Thanks, guys.
Will do. We'll continue to. The news is still working behind the scenes here. So even though they're not on the desk, they're still behind the scenes. The entire staff here working behind the scenes and still in the field out there. But that wind that you see there near Bennett, just to the west, southwest of Bennett there, that wind is pretty strong. Winds could be up around 60, maybe 70 miles an hour, 65 miles an hour. So right there at that point, approaching Union Avenue, Cedar City, southwest of Bennett Park, that lighter green shaded area, that's straight line wind. We talked about how how the circulation or the sort of the backwards C on the radar image as it bows out, that's where the strongest wind is, and that is, you can see that on the radar there where the strongest wind is, and that is about 50 to 60 miles an hour. So that could reach down into the ground. That's being picked up on the radar, but then you can get in the downdraft there with this thunderstorm, and then you can pull some of that strong wind down to the surface and cause some damage there with winds gusting to 60 miles an hour or so.
And yeah, so at the very least, this is going to be some damaging wind gusts. Latest scan of velocities not really too impressive, which is good news. We don't like to see impressive velocity scans. So this is good news here for eastern portions of Cedar County as that storm continues to move off to the east. So we'll see what the National Weather Service does. This warning goes for another 8 minutes or so, and they just actually reissued a severe thunderstorm warning for the eastern portion of Cedar County, southeastern portion of Jones County. It looks like we have a warning for Jackson County as well. So I think we'll get off the air here pretty soon once this warning expires. But this again is moving out of our county viewing area, so that's good news for us. But that severe thunderstorm warning is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, hail maybe penny size for Cedar, Clinton, Jones, and into Scott County. Again, the indication of a tornado is a lot lower than what it was a little bit earlier, but nonetheless, because this is the leading edge of a line, this is where we do have that potential for a tornado. So it's going to have a tag of a potential tornado, but it's going to continue on as a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is going to go until 11:30 here for eastern portions of Cedar County and extreme southeastern Jones County. So again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as the possibility for a tornado. So it sounds to me like they will expire that warning, that tornado warning for Cedar County at 11 o'clock.
And so what will happen is at 11 o'clock, since that is what we're looking at, and that will be as the storm moves to the east outside of our coverage area. We'll continue to monitor. There are some showers and thunderstorms still in through Williamsburg over towards Iowa City, and this will be heading southward towards Keokuk and Washington, and so there'll be some showers and thunderstorms there, but there hasn't been any severe weather at this point, so cross our fingers that that stays that way. But there are some thunderstorms in that area. What will happen here is as the tornado warned storm moves east of our coverage area, picked up by the Quad Cities TV stations, that will end our constant wall-to-wall coverage here at 11 o'clock. So we got about another 5 more minutes as we continue to monitor the storm as it remains in our coverage area. But once it moves towards the east, then we pass the baton off, per se, to the national weather, or to the TV stations in the Quad Cities there, with the severe weather coverage of the severe thunderstorm warning and the tornado warning, well, which would be just a severe thunderstorm warning, because the tornado warning will have been allowed to expire as of 11 o'clock, and there will be only severe thunderstorm warnings left. And you can see what's left of the tornado watch running from Iowa City north and east, Cedar, Jones County, Jackson County, and Dubuque County. That is what's left of the tornado watch, and into portions of Wisconsin and Illinois. But there's only a handful of counties that are left in our coverage area, and it's right along Interstate 80. And once those storms move south of those counties, they will drop those watches for those counties, and eventually Dubuque, Jones, and Cedar County will get dropped as well once these storms move on through. And then again, the threat for severe weather will be over with for the rest of the night. So we're still monitoring this and still looking at the potential for some strong thunderstorms. Kiel, Cook, and Washington counties over the next, let's say almost 2 hours, because these are pretty slow moving. And we've got that line of storms moving south, and then we have some more thunderstorms southwest of Ottumwa, and those are moving to the east and a little bit towards the north. So we've got some rain coming from both sides for Kiel, Cook, and Washington counties. So probably a couple hours once the rain begins for those locations with some heavy downpours. Farther to the north, though, we've got some pretty hefty rains just north of Maquoketa, between Maquoketa and Dubuque. So probably going to see some heavier rainfall total out of the airport in Dubuque compared to maybe in town, just because the airport is south of town and that's where we get the official measurements from. But we also get measurements out of many folks in Dubuque, and those numbers will probably be a little bit lower, but nonetheless well-needed rain.
Yes.
Lightning also helping things out. It also helps green the grass up a little bit, and so that's not necessarily a bad thing when it comes to the your lawns and the backyards there. So we'll continue to watch. Last time I said this and so nothing happened, they issued a tornado warning, so I'm going to hold off on saying anything.
Well, I will say the facts are the facts. Expired tornado warning for Cedar County, so this will expire here in about 2.5 minutes or so. As the tornadic part of the storm, or the rotation, has kind of lessened a bit in the last few scans of Doppler radar. So again, as we mentioned, that's going to continue eastward as a severe thunderstorm warning for that sliver of Jones and Cedar County, and then it extends eastward into portions of Clinton as well as Scott County. So that's some good news that we did not get a reported tornado out of that, and luckily no reports of damage. But as we saw in velocity, it was definitely an indication of some really strong wind. So it was likely some pretty gusty wind with that over Bennett High School. So that's likely an area that probably got a little bit of wind damage based on what we saw on radar. But again, even behind this tornado warning, we still have some heavy rain going on in West Liberty, as well as Iowa City, Solon, and off to the west toward Williamsburg, as we were mentioning. So pretty much parallel to Interstate 80 there. That's where we are seeing some of that heavy rainfall.
Yeah, and we're going to wrap up our coverage here coming up in about 1.5 minutes, straight up at 11 o'clock. As this warning is allowed to expire and the storm moves towards the east. There are still a few thunderstorms south of or along and south of Interstate 80 that could become severe. We will continue to monitor those storms as we head through the next hour or two, but the threat for severe weather is winding down very quickly now as the storms now start to move east, crossing to the Mississippi or approaching the Mississippi River. And as you can see, the showers and thunderstorms off to the north and west are no longer there, and quiet weather is expected for the rest of the night in those areas. What you see right now with some rain showers and some thunderstorms, we may have a couple more that pop up here during the day tomorrow as we head into the afternoon hours with the heating of the day. So with that in mind, as we approach the 11 o'clock hour, we'd like to appreciate everybody staying with us through the entire afternoon and evening hours. For myself, Joy Bentonhausen, Kyle Kiel, Brandon Libby, and everybody else at the Storm Track 7 team here in KWWL, thanks for joining us. Stay safe. We will continue to monitor any of these thunderstorms if they do become severe, with a severe thunderstorm warning in our southern counties there south of Interstate 80. But until then, have a good night and stay safe.
This has been a Storm Track 7 Severe Weather Alert. For more on current conditions, go to KWWL.com.